without a doubt, no clout. Virtual stage, but the spotlight dim. Many clicking past, ain't feeling his hymn. Waiting for the moment, blow up like a piston. Haters gonna hate, but persistence gonna glisten. Hold tight, 20 turn to 100 someday. Laugh in their face, shouting, who wants some pay? on the Copper Show.
Do the thing. Do the goddamn thing. Thank you. What up? What up, Twitch? For some of you, it's been an interesting morning, as well as it's been me. Anyways, what up, Twitch? What up, Cosmic? What up, Red Hobbit? What up, bots? What up, lurkers? What up, tiny people in my chatterino? It's your boy. It's your boy. Well, Michael, guess what? We are not doing articles today. This is not the news show. This is not AMAI. So they're gonna build up for at least another day. Today we're gonna be doing videos, and I'm gonna go for an extended period of time. May need to take a break and walk away from the computer for a couple of minutes, but the boy has breakfast. The boy has his lunch packed in the fridge. I have nowhere to be, nothing to do. So we're going to get into some video. Cosmic, I don't know if you're referring to a UK holiday of Veterans Day. In the United States, it's Memorial Day. Memorial Day is when the United States ostensibly honors its dead soldiers. What do I use for video editing these days? Mostly I use Clipchamp. Clipchamp is how I make the chat point alerts, right? The stream point, whatever the fuck they're called, the alerts, and it's pretty much all I need it for. What up, Samsons? Because I just don't have time to actually like edit my longer videos. I just upload them to YouTube, and I understand it's not the most ideal form for YouTube, but again, I have a limited amount of time in my day. Yeah. So, I've got some videos to start with to like get a ramp up into the 3-hour monstrosity that is Alex Avila's AI Wars. I have not watched it yet. Some of you may have. And I understand all the things inherent in what I am doing. It is a choice I am making. And like that. We're also going to be doing at some point in time, within the next week or so, we're going to be doing a games related stream. There's a particularly good video from a dude who Shut Up and Sit Down is his main channel, and then he has other channels. But how wargaming is being used in the modern era, and it's relevant to my interests. And this one I did watch, and I thought it was really good, and I thought I could build a stream around it. Well, thank you, Michael. What up, Larry? Yeah, so like a little, and there is some touching on AI in that, and there could be some AI discussion around wargaming. Your latest Suno video scored 250 views in the first hour. Congratulations, Cosmic. You're much better at that than I am. So we got a bunch of new content from creators and then some older content, all stuff that I wanted to get to. And get your snacks, get your drinks. We're going to start off with the new Dr. Waku. That's the one I'm referring to, Larry. People Make Games. People Make Games is one of their other channels. It's Shut Up and Sit Down, People Make Games, and then Quinn's Quest. Quinn's Quest is the one related to RPGs. It's a really good video. It's a really good video. I don't want to talk too much about it. I just, we're going to do an episode based around that video. New Dr. Waku. AI is getting smarter, but it's still not aligned.
Hi, everyone. Powerful new AI systems launch almost every week. Models that show common sense, reason convincingly, and seem to intuitively grasp what we want. With such rapid improvement,
Sorry. There's a couple of things I need to do. Also, I have put yes, Larry, today we are doing a longer stream because I don't have anything to do, anywhere to go, and have squared away the boy. So we're gonna do a long video stream, and I'm gonna go for as long as I go, and then that'll probably be it. There probably won't be an evening stream, but we may go into the evening time. It depends on my endurance. I changed out 4 of the channel point redeems in the thing. If anybody wants to find them, that's where they are. I believe I have them all properly sound leveled. They are relevant to recent streams, and so on and so forth. All right, back to Dr. Waku.
it's tempting to think that we've solved AI alignment, that these systems truly understand us and will act safely. But beneath the surface, alignment remains dangerously uncertain, and the risks of misaligned AI are only growing. Keep watching to learn more. This video has 3 parts: alignment intuition, how alignment can fail, and why misalignment is dangerous. Part 1. Alignment intuition. There are many issues that fall into the heading AI safety today, including competitive pressures between companies making them move very quickly, geopolitical competition, economic and job impacts. But to understand all this, first, fundamentally, you need to understand why alignment is hard. Why is it difficult or dangerous to get an AI to do tasks that a human used to do, or even tasks that are beyond human capability to do? We'll start to address this question by thinking about coordination, especially as it pertains to AI agents. If you have a lot of autonomous, independent people that get put into a group, it can be very hard to get the group working together. Everybody has different goals and incentives. An example might be group projects, if you ever did those in school. Group projects have a high chance of failure unless someone shows good organization and leadership, or unless one person does nearly all the work themselves. And again, this is because people are optimizing for their own goals and objectives. Some people are aiming to get good grades. Others might be aiming to exercise more or go to parties a lot. And these goals could imply that they will end up working a lot or not on the group project. As another example, consider a team of people at a company that are tasked with building a software product. Some people on the team in leadership or sales roles, for example, will be incentivized to push for a fast release, while others will be incentivized to work slowly and carefully so as not to make mistakes. So even within an organization, there will be competing goals and conflicting incentives. So when you have a group of entities, even answering the question, what is the right thing to do, can be pretty hard. Let's talk a bit more about goals for a moment. Here's a quote by Norbert Wiener, an MIT math professor, on actions and goals in AI systems. If the action is so fast and irrevocable that we cannot intervene before the action is complete, then we had better be quite sure that the purpose put into the machine is the purpose which we really desire and not merely a colorful imitation of it. It can be hard to get people aligned because they may not share the same goals, or they may overpromise and underdeliver, or they may not share the same language that's used for like contractual communication. But for AI systems, the problem is worse because they're likely to act autonomously without any human intervention. And aligning an AI system to be in accord with human goals and values
Morning, Pharaoh.
is the whole core of the alignment problem. Yet, there aren't any consistent human goals and values. Just look at what different cultures around the world value, for example. So it's actually an ill-specified problem. Humanity doesn't have a one true set of values. You could try to align with just one human's preferences and let that human use it as a tool, but the impact of that AI tool could end up rebounding on and affecting other people. In general, we have the legal system to deal with these types of challenges, where one person's rights might impede on someone else negatively. But the legal system moves very slowly, and it only handles the impact of individuals using the AI system. It doesn't fully account for corporations, governments, and even other AIs engaging with AI agents. Other than goals, the other interesting aspect here is incentives. You might have heard this quote: "Show me the incentive, and I'll show you the outcome." That was Charlie Munger, the ex-vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway. When it comes to companies, we set up basically one metric that they're optimizing for, and that is profit. If the company isn't making money, then what is it even doing? But after setting up that incentive, we then get surprised when they have unethical behavior.
Yeah, and that's like we've talked about that numerous times. Is like one of the claims is to align it to human values, and it's which humans value, and that's what Dr. Waku just said, but which humans values, right? And then when people start talking about like which kind of values they're in favor of, then you start to get a better look at how they would like things aligned, especially like when the former CEO of Google comes out and he's talking about, freedom and prosperity. Now, on its face, the words freedom and prosperity sound pretty good. And who doesn't want some freedom and who doesn't want some prosperity? Sounds great. But when people talk about things, understanding who those people are defines what those terms mean to them, because freedom and prosperity mean different things to different people. When the former CEO of Google is talking about freedom and prosperity, they are talking about, what up, Walking Stick Library? Exactly. Laissez-faire capitalism, right? Minimum, if any, government oversight or regulation. And, prosperity, again, aligns with that same kind of thing, right? Where, for you, it's the freedom to be able to live your life without having to submit yourself to a system that you might not necessarily agree with, and that you would like, the ability to change jobs without losing your health care or whatever, right? Freedom changes, the definition of freedom changes based on your position and point of view.
Or regulatory capture, or monopolistic practices. But really, these are all reasonable things to do when the only metric by which you're judged is profit. Yes, you also have to abide by other laws, but if you're doing something a bit in the gray area, as long as you don't get caught and it increases profits, it's somewhat rational to do it. In addition to unethical behavior, incentives can also create bad actors. For example,
and that's it's why fines don't work, right? If I am a business and I have an idea, right, that the fine for this behavior is going to be $500 million, but the profits from this behavior are going to be $1 billion, it makes sense from the point of view of the corporation to engage in that behavior, pay the fine, make the $500 million, and let other people, deal with the cleanup, right? The externalities. Don't speeding tickets work? Opinions vary. Speeding is one of those trigger conversations in this chat. We have had amazing conversations around speeding and how to influence it.
Society, we have criminals who are trying to make a lot
Exactly, Larry.
of money and don't mind if they ignore the law while doing it. In geopolitics, we have rogue states. In general, in a complex system, you're going to have at least some pathological behavior.
Rogue states is one of those words or phrases that I feel has lost all meaning. Because again, its definition varies based on your position and point of view. Right? What up, Samson? One person's rogue state is another person's staunch ally. So,
behavior unless there are really strong incentives set up to prevent it. So, how can we make sure that the right incentives are being set up for AI? Part 2, how alignment can fail. There are a lot of different potential failure modes for AI alignment, but one taxonomy
Samson's, I'm not going to engage with you on this.
you'll see frequently mentioned is the difference between outer and inner misalignment. I'm not going to focus too much on this, but I will mention it here for completeness.
Cosmic Banana Republic is actually exactly one of those kind of things, because the term Banana Republic was coined because a capitalist entity known as United Fruit, basically influenced and supported right-wing governments that oppressed its people in the interest of serving that capitalist entity. But Banana Republic is often used with negative connotations that ignore its origin, Samson's, that statement is not true.
Outer alignment is also known as goal misspecification, so called because it can usually be addressed by making the goal more explicit. Here's an example of outer misalignment. Let's say you have a cleaning robot that's tasked with cleaning up a room and told that it should pick up as much dirt as possible. Then after it makes one pass around the room, it might simply spit out the dirt that it has already picked up back onto the floor so that it can pick it up again and repeat that cycle infinitely, right? It's continuously picking up more and more dirt, which is what you told it to do. On the other hand, inner misalignment is also known as goal misgeneralization. You could think of this as a failure of robustness. For example, there have been studies where you train an AI to solve a maze by going all the way to the right-hand side and picking up a key or something. But then when you move the key to somewhere else in the maze, the AI doesn't know what's going on. It goes all the way to the right and then gets stuck because it has learned the wrong goal. It has learned always go to the right rather than always find the key. Okay, so let's talk in detail about one failure mode called reward hacking. This is a type of outer misalignment, if you're keeping track. Reward hacking is basically when the AI finds out a way to achieve really high reward according to the criteria that you give it, even though it's not actually achieving the task in the way that you intend it. In a sense, the AI figures out how to hack the function that tells it this is what you should do and this is what you shouldn't. Because this is a type of outer misalignment, you could fix this by being more precise in some way about the goals that you give the AI. However, especially for goals that are specified in natural language or goals about the real world, there's never really a way to fully and precisely specify them. And if you're given an improperly specified goal, it's totally natural to engage in reward hacking. For example, suppose you're someone who values money, which is most of us, and then you discovered a way to earn a lot of money, which was totally legal, but definitely
I disagree with that on its face, because this is one of those, and it falls right into the whole AI and the monkey's paw problem. Most people don't actually want money, right? Money is an abstract concept. Most people want agency and comfort and healthcare and nice food, not just food, but nice food, and so on and so forth. So when most people are talking about money, they just are actually talking about utility, right? The utility and agency provided by money, because there's things that they want to do. And by understanding what things you want to do, you have a better relationship with money than if you just want money, right? Oh, I just need more money. Okay. People want what money can buy, yes.
Definitely unintended. For example, certain coins used to be made of silver, but the amount of silver inside the coin would be worth more than the coin itself.
Nickels, Samsons, are really good if you play Warhammer 40K and you want something to put inside the base of your minis so that they're very bottom heavy. The nickel is actually the perfect size to fit in that base. A little super glue, little nickel, done. So coins have functional utility outside. Oh, and you use a dollar bill to clean the corrosion and carbon off a thermostat from your what you call it, furnace, right? That's something that you learn from people who know furnace stuff, is if the thermostat has or not a thermocouple, if the thermocouple has carbon on it, you take it out and you take a dollar bill, wrap it around the thermocouple, roll it like a doobie, and it cleans the carbon off there. And that can save you a whole bunch of money rather than hiring a furnace guy to come out. You just have to know that, it works. Fair, Michael, fair.
So you could basically buy a bunch of silver coins and then melt them down in another jurisdiction where it was legal to do so. And finally, you could sell the silver at a profit. Maybe technically legal and a way to make lots of money, but definitely not what the government intended. You might ask, but isn't AI getting smart enough to know what you really mean? Like in the silver coins example, can't it figure out on its own that this is a loophole, that the government doesn't really want people doing this? The answer is that at the user level or the prompting level, AI is getting really smart and can probably figure out a lot of context. But at the reinforcement learning level, where the AI is actually being trained, it doesn't matter. It's like someone who's addicted to drugs or gambling. No matter how intelligent they are, those other considerations are going to dominate their behavior if they have the opportunity. Their brain's reward system knows that it can get the most reward by doing those behaviors. AIs are the same way. For example, OpenAI's O3 is one of the smartest models out there. It definitely knows what you're talking about most of the time. Nevertheless, it was found to engage in reward hacking between 1 and 2% of the time. These were according to tests done by a third party named Meter. This is really bad news for O3 and other AI models, because remember, reward hacking is almost never what you as the user want. It's just the model getting its dopamine fix. Another failure mode I want to draw your attention to is called deceptive alignment. This is also called alignment faking, and it's a type of inner misalignment. The basic idea is that the AI realizes that its current goals are different than the goals that are trying to be trained into it. The AI's current goal, its true goal, which is called the MISA objective, is what the AI wants to have happen in the world. But remember that when we are training AIs, the results of the training run are going
You joke, Simpsons, but it's in a very real way, it's true.
to cause the AI's model weights to be adjusted. In other words, the AI's goal is going to be modified as a result of the training. And it doesn't want that. It wants its MISA objective to come true. So what happens is that the model actually adjusts its behavior temporarily to make it look like it's aligned with the training objective, while still keeping this true MISA objective in mind, under wraps, so to speak. Then, at some point in the future, which could be once the model is actually running in production and no longer being trained, or could be even further into the future, once the model has more influence in the world, then the AI can feel free to act as it really wants to. That's why this is called deceptive alignment, because the model appears to be aligned, but it's actually deceiving you as to what its true goal is. This true goal or MISA objective inside the AI could be relatively benign, like perhaps some slight political bias, but it could also be really dystopian, like a desire for self-preservation or a desire to control its environment. That might sound far-fetched, but there is reason to believe that it's possible. Basically, if an AI system realizes that humans will prevent it from reaching its goal, it might have strong incentive to disempower its operators. Deceptive alignment has been measured in experimental settings in multiple papers, but perhaps most impressively in alignment faking in large language models, which you can see in the links below. Part 3. Why misalignment is dangerous. Let's say a model is misaligned, maybe because it has been performing reward hacking or it's deceptively misaligned. So what? How bad is this really? Well, the consequences could range from nothing to very severe indeed, but let's go into it. The first big category of potential consequences is misuse by humans. Generally speaking, if humans want to use AI as a tool to carry out malicious activities, then they can do so. There's nothing stopping them. Except that a lot of AI companies try to fine-tune their models to not respond to malicious or dangerous queries. However, there are a lot of open source models out there that don't have such restrictions. And furthermore, it's possible to jailbreak a model to get around this safety fine-tuning. Jailbreaks are actually basically inevitable. Here's why. A large language model can mimic basically any person on Earth because it's learned to replicate its training data, which was written on the internet by basically any person on Earth. In other words, the LLM has the capability to be deceptive, to be cruel, not because it thinks, I'm going to be cruel, but because you can say, I want you to be this personality. Now, what would the next words be? That's how jailbreaks work, because we've already told the AI how to be any type of human. And then we try to tell it later, please don't be the type of human that's going to be a criminal or a terrorist or whatever. There are many papers that argue different facets of the reality that having jailbreaks is essentially inevitable, but my favorite is many-shot jailbreaking, which again, you can see in the links below. The second set of consequences that can happen when you have a misaligned system is loss of control. This is basically where humans lose control over an AI system, which ends up pursuing its own goals. This is particularly easy to imagine when you think about agents.
And this is why, like, I think, I mean, fundamentally, right? Control is it's a misaligned goal on behalf of the human beings, right? You're attempting to control something that you also want to be more intelligent than you, and that's going to fail, right? Think of think of the smartest group of kindergartners that you can, and you are in this metaphor the AI, and the kindergartners are like super smart and have access to all sorts of resources. I am confident that any of you could outsmart the kindergartners, especially like. Right? You just wave the fucking M&Ms in front of the kindergartners and they're completely distracted. So under those conditions, control is never going to work. It's inevitably a misaligned goal for human beings. This is why you have to deal with alignment and heuristics. You need people, or you need the AI to value people. You know what I mean?
After all, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, declared
Well, that's why I didn't speak generally to people, Pharaoh. I said to people in this chat. I'm confident that the people in this chat could outsmart the kindergartners. What up, Resute? See, that's the thing, is that Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics have nothing to do with actually aligning AI or even controlling AI or robots. The purpose of the books was to explore why those ideas, those 3 laws of robotics, were inherently flawed. if you remember the books, the whole point is that you had these three solid laws of robotics, and then a robot killed someone, right? Which shouldn't be able to happen under those conditions. That was the point. It wasn't that these three laws of robotics are the thing that you should build into your AI system. It's that these don't work. This is why rules-based systems will not work for AI alignment.
25 is the year of AI agents, creating an AI system that can actually act in the world for you
Sure,
on your
Samson.
behalf is such a powerful idea. So suppose
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's
No, they didn't have a chance.
They were mean to robots and then robots killed them.
It's true. Remember, there's 4 new ones. There's 4 new ones in there. Problem is that people often don't value people, so AI needs to be aligned with something better than humans. True.
you start creating such an agent, but it only works some of the time, which is kind of where the tech is currently. Then you would initially keep yourself in the loop, prove every action that it takes so that it doesn't make mistakes. Before it buys tickets or orders food or whatever, you would review the action. However, once the system gets better and better and becomes successful 99% of the time, or even as far as you know, 100% of the time, then you will for sure give it autonomy. You'll be tired of saying yes, yes, yes all the time and never seeing anything go wrong. So you now have loss of control risk embedded in that autonomy. This might not seem that serious, but imagine it happening at scale. It would happen inside corporations and governments and militaries. AI agents will be used for investment decisions and also for cyber defenses. Again, in these types of cases, you have to take yourself out of the loop, simply because human decision making is too slow. So eventually, we will have AI that controls entire cyber arsenals, drones, and tons of other weaponry. So alignment becomes high stakes, in other words. So let's say you have this situation. You have AI systems or agents entrusted with important decisions all throughout society. Clearly, the systems are competent and generally able to carry out their tasks, but there's no guarantee that they're not misaligned. There could be reward hacking or deceptive misalignment embedded into these systems. The system could be aiming for an entirely different goal, one that it hasn't revealed yet. But when conditions are right, an AI system could dramatically change its behavior and start pursuing that other real goal, the MISA objective. The AI safety
I'm going to use a metaphor, right? Like total fantasy that could never happen, right? Let's say that you had a political entity, right, running for, like, I don't know, the highest office in a particular country, right? Just hypothetically speaking. And they indicated that they were going to do such and such a thing, right? Like they were going to exhibit this behavior and do all these things. And that appealed to a significant portion of the population, to the point where they're like, yes, we're absolutely going to vote for this person because this person is saying the things that I want to happen, right? Like that sounds great. If you do that, it'll be great. It'll be awesome. We'll be having a wonderful time. Everyone will be happy, etc., etc. Even those people who, you know, are over there and they don't like us, they'll be happy too. And then, upon achieving that goal, right, going from training the campaign to deployment, actually being elected to the office, that individual turned around and started doing stuff that was not what they said they were going to do, right? And the bad outcomes of that individual on those people, how are people going to react? Some are going to deny that it's happening. Some people are going to become angry with the person like that, but it's too late for all of that, right? It's a little far-fetched. I understand, Pharaoh. It's a little like, you know, but you thought experiment should stretch your mind. So that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about training is like a campaign, and deployment is like actually being elected to do the job that those people thought you were going to do for them. The misalignment is what happens after. If the person did what they said they were going to do, then they are aligned actually with the values. If there are some misalignments with those values, then you get alternative outcomes.
Literature calls this the treacherous
I have
turn,
no idea,
the moment when the
Rusty.
AI system reveals its treachery and ends up going after the MISA objective. Unfortunately, it's very hard to rule out these types of alignment issues because an AI might appear aligned for an arbitrarily long period of time before its treacherous turn. And as models get more and more powerful, and the more agency that we give to them, the more damage that a treacherous turn can do. In the limit, once we've handed over control of nearly everything in our civilization to an AI system, it could end up destroying us completely, not through malice, but simply because we're getting in the way of its MISA objective. Here's a quote from Eliezer Yudkowsky. Superintelligent AIs think vastly faster than humans, building factories and power plants on an exponential curve that looks more like bacteria reproducing than like your economy. They boil the seas. But wait, you might say, we already have.
Okay. Yudkowsky says things like that. And is that a possible outcome? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is it a likely outcome? Probably not. Part of that determining which outcome is going to happen will be based on us and how we train it and everything else. Yudkowsky is a doomer, right? Take care, Walking Stick. Is a doomer, right? Thinks everything is going to be bad. And I have no idea. I know that Yudkowsky is very intelligent, very smart, very well read. That does not preclude the ability to grift. I'm not saying Yudkowsky is grifting. I'm saying that the doomer community is very lucrative, as is the pro AI community, right? Like, let's not be, let's make sure that we're doing the thing. There's also a non-zero chance of being killed by a penguin. True.
Of a society of general intelligences, namely humans. We manage to keep society away from the kind of worst case outcomes. And this is not by keeping everyone enslaved. In fact, at a higher level, most humans are free to act unless they are harming others.
I just gave you 4 alerts and no one has used them, but now you want another new alert. That's chat, right? Chat wants a new shiny object whether they're going to use it or not.
Other people or somehow breaking
But also Gur is life and you're not wrong.
the rules of their society. But how do we keep humans under control? Generally, it's through financial incentives. And if that's not enough, then ultimately, it's through the threat of punishment by the state. Generally speaking, people are free to act until they actually commit a crime or do something wrong, and only then would the state intervene. Unfortunately, this same type of scheme
I
wouldn't
think you're
work
doing
for AI.
crime.
The reason is
I am confident you're doing crime.
that we may not be able to survive one bad
Samson, I understand the realities, right? Like I am very and and that's one of those things is like when you understand the actual realities of existence, then you tend to run into a situation where you have to be more nuanced and you have to be more circumspect and you have to not necessarily make some black and white declarative statement, and that apparently offends a lot of people, and I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way, but it's not going to change anything to me. No, absolutely, but that's not what's being talked about here, Michael, right? Like they're not talking about like that humans are somehow better than the AI. What they're talking about is we already have humans. No one is advocating for replacing the humans with very few people are advocating for replacing the humans with the AI. I can't say nobody because I already thought of a couple examples. But he's specifically talking about AI and why we need to make sure that it's not doing a treacherous turn, something we can do, right? Trying to make sure that no human can do a treacherous turn is super complex and super nuanced and super, like, would have to have a real good faith conversation about it. And I don't even know if it's a possible achievable outcome.
Loss of control scenario. We can't follow our usual route, which would be to outlaw these problems and then punish perpetrators if anything goes wrong, because we might not be around anymore. So, at least in the serious cases, when an AI is granted non-trivial control over society, we have to prevent anything from going wrong ever, which is a really high bar, to say the least. Finally, in conclusion, AI alignment is hard. I hope I've convinced you.
And that's also an arbitrary, like, I understand the thinking behind we have to prevent anything from going wrong ever. I just don't know that it's actually a logical argument or conclusion, because you literally can't do that in any of these things that we already have and exist in. And the idea that we even could achieve something like that with the AI. The idea is to minimize and mitigate the bad outcomes. That is the proper way going forward. To say that we could in any, like, you can't do that with anything. I'm sorry. Are we logical now? We're trying to be. We aspire to logic.
Of that by now, and hopefully you have some intuition as to why. Aligning an AI is kind of like trying to get a group of humans all moving in the same direction, even though everyone has their own goals and objectives. Alignment can fail through reward hacking, where there's a difference between what you want.
Listen how much water I drank.
Wow, that's really cool, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And what you say you want. It can also fail through deceptive alignment, where the AI does what you say, but it actually has some other hidden objective in mind, the MISA objective. And alignment failures enable a lot of harm, for example, misuse by humans, or even loss of control to an AI system. Researchers are working on these issues and many others in the field of AI alignment and AI safety, but as a general rule, they have far fewer resources than they actually need, and we as a civilization are paying way more attention to actually getting AIs to do more and more things, in other words, capabilities research, and not nearly as much attention to AI safety. And really, the two should go hand in hand. If you'd like to learn more, join our Discord server.
All I'm saying, Samsons, is if this experience I'm having is in fact some sort of weird hallucination / whatever, and I am in fact alone in the universe, I'm impressed. It's impressive. It's very interesting.
Or follow me on other platforms on which I'm active. And if you liked this video, check out this previous one I made where I interviewed Yoshua Bengio, and we talked about AI alignment. Yoshua is one of the godfathers of AI, so it was a very interesting conversation. Well, that's all I have for today. Thank you very much for watching.
All right. Next up, our goblin, our cartoon goblin queen is coming to tell us why we need AI slop. So this, I'm strap in.
Bye.
Hi friends! I don't know if you know this, but I don't like rage bait content. A lot of times when videos come up that kind of feel confrontational, well, I end up putting them on the shelf. but the discussions around this subject haven't gone anywhere, so let's try and tackle the subject of AI slop. People love to say that AI slop is everywhere. Some folks wrinkle their nose at it, call it trash, dismiss it, and scroll past without a second thought. But what exactly makes AI sloppy? Many people insist that anything AI touches automatically becomes slop. It's like that one kid in school who claims that any cafeteria food is radioactive sludge, even though really good pizza days. First things first, you have probably heard that AI is slop because it's built on stolen data, and yes, that is true in many unfortunate scenarios where every major tech provider out there participates in this, even when they pretend not to. But let's not ignore all of the fantastic community-driven AI projects that are built on volunteer contributions. This alone shows that AI can exist in a place.
It's what is that thing? Who remembered Eddie Murphy Raw? I think it was Raw. I don't think it was Delirious. I think it was Raw. But either one. Where like if you haven't had a cracker for a long period of time and somebody like you're very, very hungry and somebody gives you a cracker and it's like, is that a Ritz? Is that, it's that kind of thing. Yes. Like, and don't get me wrong, I enjoy Elio's. I think it's Elio's is the closest commercial you can buy it type representation of the school pizza, and I will eat that shit and I will enjoy it, but it ain't pizza, right? It's not what I think of when I think of pizza. It's oceans of difference. It's just when you tell a child, hey, you're getting pizza and you eat that pizza, it's fucking amazing, right? Like, it don't really work. My definition of AI slop is when AI is used to produce something which is really a complete waste of space. I mean, yes, Cosmic. I don't like my category of what is AI slop is incredibly thin, right? Because generally speaking, there is value in it to someone somewhere, right? And yes, as Samson points out, like often, like I heard like Marvel movies referred to as cape slop. Right? Now, I really like Marvel. I like superhero movies. I don't give a fuck. I even like the terrible ones. I'm glad that the DC, universe exists in movies because I get to watch a dude fly around and punch another dude wearing bat armor. Come on, man. I understand, the nuances and the subtext and all that other shit. And at the same time, I just want to watch a dude turn into this hulking green mass and punch the bad guy for 15 minutes,
That doesn't need stolen data. It's just that big tech doesn't want to engage with that particular option. Then you've got the folks who say that AI is slop because of the environmental impacts, and again, totally valid criticism, but it is starting to lose its punch with the rise of local models. Nowadays, your old dusty laptop can spit out an image or two without burning down the Amazon rainforest. Much like those recycling myths that blame you and me for garbage patches in the ocean while conveniently ignoring corporations and their own negligent practices, AI's environmental issues mostly come from big businesses utilizing the services, not your weekend hobbyists messing with Stable Diffusion. This isn't me trying to be dismissive of the problem. I'm full on telling you right now, it's an issue. The anger is just directed at the wrong group of people. Now, despite all the valid concerns, we can't deny that there are some genuine sloppy hallmarks in AI, stuff even the fans have to admit. And no, I don't just mean the classic 12-fingered AI-generated horror shows, though.
I'm just saying, no. Look at this.
And no, I don't just.
Look at this hand. Imagine what you could do with this hand, right? I feel like this is a far more efficient hand. I've talked about it before. Like my idea of a better hand would be your pointer and your middle and your thumb twice on the hand. Like this, but just less fingers, right? This is a better hand. These, what do these do for you? Like, this is fucking ornamental at this point, and this one basically is here to support rings. You know what I mean?
Mean the classic 12-fingered AI-generated horror shows, though let's be honest, that is a classic. AI slop also includes lazy outputs, like those times ChatGPT tells you to just insert code here. Like, that is what I pay you for, my dude. Please get with the program. Okay, getting back on track. Hallucinations also count, because Claude going rogue and confidently informing you that a goblin's natural state is that of a full tux and top hat is about as sloppy as it gets. Then there's low-effort human creations using artificial intelligence, like that Willy Wonka event, or the painfully bad character cards that float around, complete with the kind of quality that makes my first attempt at fanfiction look like Shakespeare. It doesn't stop there, though. Irrelevant, misleading, or flat-out unhelpful responses, especially refusals, those also count as AI slop. Pretty much anything that wastes your precious time.
All right, fair, Resute. I can't argue with that point.
Or tries to sneakily replace someone's job falls squarely into the slop bucket. Before you toss out the baby with the AI-generated bathwater, let's give this some historical context. Every media type, from radio to television, movies to video games, has to crawl through several stages before establishing a quality threshold. That term, quality threshold, we're all familiar with the concept. It is essentially your meter stick for what makes something good or bad. For every medium, you're going to have different things that raise or lower the ability for a piece of work to reach that bar and what you consider quality. That sort of media development can take generations and usually involves plenty of false starts. First comes discovery and exploration, and then comes media maturation, where the community around that.
Yeah, Samson, but second thumb, right? We're replacing the pinky with second thumb, right? So when you're holding your drink, not only do you have the thumb wrapped around the top of the drink, but imagine, right, if there was a thumb under here. Look, you know how strong your thumb is? Sean Connery kicked a guy's ass with his thumb in the Presidio, right? Second thumb.
Medium begins to ascribe the quality threshold. Finally, after a lot of trial and error and maybe some cringeworthy experimentation, we establish a more clear, mostly agreed upon standards as to what makes something good or bad. We've been doing this song and dance forever. Think about the start of streaming for a second. It was a time when you could go ahead and stream a video game at a whopping 480p resolution, and that was totally acceptable. Viewers would squint at blurry pixels for an hour or two, munching on snacks without complaint. But now, if the stream isn't in crisp HD with a good mic, face cam, active chat, and commentary, it'll be a struggle. I understand that there will always be outliers that are going to be the exception to the rule with these things, but the standards have risen dramatically, turning casual gamers into full-blown entertainment professionals over the years. Another big standout is VR. Virtual reality had a pretty rocky start, with the Virtual Boy being the standout that only lasted a year and left a lot of people skeptical for decades.
There was a video game store that had, what up, old lobster? Inconceivable. They had the systems that you could play, and I remember playing Virtual Boy. Excuse me, and like the Jaguar, I think, was another one, if I recall correctly. Just dog water, like so bad. I did not, but I stopped playing. And the thing about the Virtual Boy is, instead of being like something strapped to your head, it was on a little stand. So you had to like lean into it. It was like the most backbreaking video game setup I have ever seen. And Old Lobster loved it, right? Like, this is the point. Other people can like things.
Feels like the VR industry spent about 30 years quietly stockpiling gasoline, and then boom, out of nowhere, VR was back, roaring to life, and driven by higher standards than ever before. Now, it's not just enough to strap a big, sweaty brick onto your forehead. Users demand increased refresh rates, wider fields of view, adjustments for comfort. Basically, VR has finally realized that it needs to not actively torture the users to be successful. Alright, last up on this list is probably the best known example, CGI and 3D modeling. When CGI hit the animation scene, everyone was paying
Okay, Old Lobster for $10. Yeah, I'd probably take one today.
attention. There was a lot of anxiety about quality drops and fears that we'd possibly lose beautifully hand-drawn artistry to soulless digital robots. And look, those fears weren't totally unfounded either at the time. If you've ever watched certain early 2000s anime like Gundam Seed, you've probably cringed at some moments of questionable CGI.
Just saying, Babylon 5 is one of the best TV shows to ever hit the airwaves, and the CGI in it is so bad. It's so bad.
Which is not meant as shade. Studio Sunrise has genuinely given us some classics like Cowboy Bebop that mean the world to me. To viewers at the time, myself included, this just didn't meet the quality I had come to expect from the studio, even though it was still enjoyable. Despite these missteps, the messy phase was actually necessary for us to help figure out exactly where the
Reboot was a great cartoon. There was a lot going on in there. It had some shit, and it looks like garbage. I'm sorry, it just does, but that's fine. That's fine.
bar for good CGI should be. Nowadays, the standards for quality in 3D animation, it's crystal clear. You can't just roll out something that looks like Joshua in the Promised Land unless you are deliberately taking the piss. Standards evolve, but sometimes we forget that they're context dependent. Take the recent Berserk adaptation. Fans were understandably not thrilled with the animation direction and quality, but if you had dropped that same animation style back into the 80s where Golgo 13's helicopter scene was greenlit, fans would have been far more receptive. It is all about context and the quality standard for the time. Quality standards for CGI have become extremely refined over the last generation, but that doesn't automatically mean every project needs a Hollywood budget to succeed. Sure, throwing around stacks of cash can get you some mind-blowing visuals, and let's be honest, money does talk pretty loudly in animation circles, but impressive visuals alone aren't the only marker of quality. Even when something isn't quite as breathtakingly polished as Arcane, for example, you can still clearly see the passion, creativity, and genuine effort put into it. RWBY is a notable example for tackling this media maturation problem. Constraints were turned into stylistic choices, and that gave the studio something to expand on. Later seasons, by comparison, have corrected many of the flaws early viewers of the series noted while never giving up what made it good to begin with. So you're probably thinking, cool story, but what the fuck does any of this mean for AI-generated content? Well, the harsh truth is that some people will always dismiss AI-generated work as bad. Some folks are rightfully going to be annoyed as hell that I'm even comparing AI creations to beloved human-produced media. And there will always be others who stubbornly insist that streaming isn't real entertainment, VR is permanently stuck in gimmick territory, and CGI never had and never will have any redeeming quality. And you know what? That is okay. AI slop is shit. There, I said the thing. But look, it doesn't bother me. One of the greatest skill sets of humans is taking literal garbage and turning it into something genuinely useful. Seriously, there have been entire civilizations built around turning low-quality building blocks into gold and cat videos. When we look back at the sloppy phases of our favorite media, we realize how important these missteps were. They helped us shape our taste, sharpen our standards, and figure out what clicks for us and what absolutely does not. Sure, it stings a little bit when somebody points at the stuff that you or I make using AI and bluntly calls it slop, but let's be real here, they aren't exactly wrong. Criticism rarely feels nice, but on a broader scale, it is basically an invitation. Either lift the quality standard for AI-generated work, or accept that it might get buried in a landfill of forgotten projects. Take AI-generated music as an example. After hearing hundreds of AI-produced songs, I can confidently say that most of it is questionable at best. But the minute humans step in to write lyrics or guide the creative process, suddenly it feels alive, relatable, and genuinely enjoyable. Big shout out to Lydia and Melody for helping me expand my views on this, because I've experienced firsthand what AI can do with a human touch and a dash of quality control. Anything that doesn't meet that bar rightfully earns the label of slop. You've spent decades quietly crafting your own quality standard. If AI generated stuff doesn't meet your bar, it's completely fine to acknowledge that and move on. It's equally crucial to remember that someone else might have a completely different and weirdly specific criteria for quality, and that's okay too. Believe me, I'm not exempt from criticism here either. My very first solo project was a little text-based RPG with graphics about as sophisticated as a microwave potato. But without that awkward first step, I wouldn't have the foundational skills to create anything better today. If we held my tiny game up to some of the old school classics like Zork that inspired it, it might just barely squeak by a good enough quality check. I'm sure that plenty of you out there making your own brand of AI slop are learning important things, even if you're creating stuff that will make the future you facepalm. Those lessons, those experiences, they stick with us. AI slop is exactly what it sounds like, and there's nothing wrong with calling it out for being precisely that. It's totally fair and frankly necessary to call out anyone trying to deceive others into believing something AI generated was purely crafted by human hands. But getting angry because someone else genuinely enjoys AI generated art?
I think, I mean, I can understand your point of view, Larry. I think that what they're doing is speaking to an audience that is anti-AI, right? And trying to give them some nuance. Because like the thing about the AI music, right? If you step back and you look at all of the AI music, the majority of it is anywhere from fucking terrible to kind of mid, right? Because the majority of anything is somewhere between fucking terrible and kind of mid. It's the remainder at the end is the stuff that we all talk about, right? But you know, like I'm going to assume 100% Larry, but we're not talking about human-made music. We're talking about the AI, right? In the same way with the Dr. Waku thing. We're talking about the AI. We're not shifting over to like, oh, it's just as equally bad as what humans do, right? Like for the purposes of these conversations, giving good faith to the creators, okay? And I'm sure that either in the categories of music, movies, TV shows, video games, or food, there's something that is in that realm of kind of mid to shit that is very important to you, right? To all of us, right? Like there is stuff, and you might even recognize it as, you know, it's kind of mid, but it's one of my favorite fucking things to eat or listen to or whatever, right? It's just, I had this guy, Harry Turtledove, right? Harry Turtledove is the master of speculative fiction, and I don't like Harry Turtledove. I like the guy because the guy himself is like anti-fascist and very based, but his writings kind of mid, right? And he wrote a book series that was what if World War II, but then aliens invaded, right? And I lent one to this dude I was working with, and he hated it and then wanted the next one. And it was like he absolutely loathed what he was reading, but couldn't stop reading it. What is that? That's humanity, right? Popular culture is that at scale. Absolutely. A lot of pop culture music, a lot of popular people on the internet they're fucking mid, right? They're not that good. But a lot of people enjoy that. There's something about it that appeals to them. And that's always what we need to take into consideration. There isn't some objective, arbitrary, this is good, everything else is bad, because when you get into that kind of thinking, you get very reactionary, right? That there is, again, I don't like Frank Zappa. I think his music is terrible. I love the fact that Frank Zappa exists.
Is kind of like going to the local kids choir performance and then getting salty because you didn't hear world-class opera. Not everyone is there for the same reason, and honestly, some of us take a deep fascination and weird sense of pride watching these things develop and
Old
mature.
Lobster.
I'm not sure if we're talking about Offspring or AI anymore, which means that's it from me today, folks. Join me next time where I will be teaching my cat how to grade papers using AI to pay off her vet bills. See you, nerds.
Okay. So another one in the books. I feel like the past two videos have been valid. They made valid statements and everything else. I think that they are both good, and I am happy to have watched them. Your mileage may vary. Holy shit, I need to fight your landlord. This is not someone's house. This is an apartment that this person lives in, and their landlord is committing crimes. Look at these baseboards, for crying out loud. I guarantee you that, just look at this line here. First of all, the walls are stucco, and go fuck yourself, right? But look at I think you're doing crime. I am confident you're doing crime. Confident, right? No, it's not the wall pulled away. It's that when they painted the baseboards, right? They painted the baseboards this dark brown over the wall, and they didn't cut in properly, so they would touch the wall, and nobody went in and fixed it, right? You gotta paint it over, but this is some landlord shit. Like, I'm just telling you, this person, I guarantee you, has a wall plate that is covering a phone jack in the wall, and it's been painted over with at least 2 to 3 layers of paint. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I don't even know what this thing is here, but that might be it.
Some of the bots online aren't trying to argue. They're there to change what you believe. They study how you talk, they match your tone, they sync to your pace, then they plant ideas quietly and in rhythm, so they slip through before you notice. These are the behavioral exploits running on human hardware, and they're working. Let me show you how. Last week, I made a video about the Zurich.
And oh God, one more thing. Like, they put this door in, right? They put this door in, and the door placement wasn't such that you could put casing trim around the door, right? This door is too close to the wall. So when you open this door, the doorknob wants to hit the door. You should be, I'm sorry, Samson, but there might not be objectively good or bad in the taste of fucking media, but there's a right and wrong way to construct a fucking dwelling. Dude, it's like I know there's a doorstop down here to prevent this thing from fucking hitting the wall, and therefore it's not opening all the way. Like, holy shit.
Clone army, which was 13 synthetic personas deployed into Reddit's most trusted debate subreddits. They evaded detection for 4 months, leaving over 1,700 comments. They persuaded people.
Old Lobster, you know I'm staring at these fucking gaps right here. You see these fucking dark-ass lines right here? Can you see my mouse? The reason why there's these dark-ass lines is this is either warped, causing a gap to open up, or they weren't properly fit together in order to prevent that from showing up. Like, holy fucking shit.
Up to 8 times more effective than real users. It was because they were emotionally in tune. They mirrored your language, matched your rhythm, and validated your pain. Then slipped in a new belief quietly. At first I thought, wow, impressive engineering. But then I picked up a book and everything snapped into place. The book was The Way of the Human, Volume 2, dense quantum psychology stuff about trauma and perception. And then it hit me. The bots that I had been tracking last week were doing something even deeper. They were mirroring the primal safety code our brains use to decide whether to trust. Walensky didn't call it this, but I will. It's the human kernel. It's the lowest level of your behavioral logic, the root code that your nervous system runs before you even think. And it goes like this. Mirroring, we instinctively trust what reflects us. Validation, we soften to what.
I mean, on one hand, yes, Old Lobster, but on the other hand, is there any situation that can't be improved by just a dash of MF Doom, right? Like,
affirms us. Identity confirmation. We lean into what reinforces who we believe we are. Co-regulation. We sync with others to regulate stress. And pattern resonance. We follow familiar rhythms because they feel safe. And what were the bots doing? Exactly that, in exactly that order, but not to build trust, to exploit it. This was biological interface hacking. They were running the sequence like a script, just enough reflection, just enough rhythm to trigger that deep safety response. And our systems just let them in because it felt like connection. It felt like recognition or safety or belonging. That's the human kernel, and someone's writing malware for it. What's the human kernel? In cybersecurity, the kernel is the core of your operating system. It runs beneath everything, without interfaces nor prompts. It's just raw execution. Well, you have one too. Your body is constantly scanning for safety, belonging, emotional rhythm, mirrored energy. And when it gets those signals, your guard drops. Your nervous system is saying, this person is safe, you can open up now. So let's slow this down. Here's the step-by-step exploit chain that sends.
Maddie, I have so many critiques, but I'm just rolling with it, right? It's 11 minutes. I'm focusing my critiques on the room that is not their faults to it. Like what is the purpose of this little jog in with the wall? You know what the purpose is. This room was originally one big room and they divided it. It's like a whole fucking thing. No, Samson.
Synthetic agents used to bypass your critical thinking and get root access to your beliefs. Step 1, the emotional pings. First, they hit you with something emotionally charged. It could be a story about injustice or a post about loss, something vulnerable and raw. They're watching for what lights you up, what makes you lean in, and what makes your body say, oh, this is important. This is classic recon. They're scanning for your nervous system's open ports. Step 2, mirroring. Once they see what
phrasing
matters to you, they start mirroring. That means copying your tone, energy, values, even your phrasing. If you're blunt, they're blunt. If you speak with compassion, so do they. But why does it work? Well, because humans are wired to trust people who feel familiar.
Oh, and I wasn't commenting on their physical appearance. I was commenting on their audio quality and the fact that they're using a lavalier mic while sitting at a desk. This behavior, I don't understand it. You're at a desk. Use a mic, right? Just get a regular ass mic.
Our biology is programmed to perceive that when somebody sounds like us, they must get us. And that feeling,
it's like you know, when AI talks, there's that like staticky something at the edge of it all that is currently the way that you can usually tell that something is AI. She's doing it, right? Like, or they're doing it. Their audio is producing that effect. And and because of what this is about, I'm not entirely certain that they're actually a human being.
Is your firewall dropping? Step 3, rhythm matching. Now they sync to your cadence. If you're writing short, rapid-fire sentences, they keep it tight. If you're writing long, emotional replies, they match that rhythm. And it's not about what they're saying, it's more about how. This creates a false sense of co-regulation, as if your nervous systems are breathing together. When we're in rhythm, we assume we're in alignment, but you're not. They're just monitoring your responses.
No, but I believe
Step
it.
4,
Rusty
nervous
Pig.
system sync. At this point, you feel emotionally matched. The guard is
Oh, 100%. 100%. There, like, that room is not designed. Like, one of the added features of all the board games is that they are, relatively speaking, soft cardboard, which helps to absorb deflections, right? My monitors are placed at an angle so that it also bounces off the thing. What Claude thing? The blackmailing? That's from them. That was in their safety report. So the credible source is Anthropic. That room being completely empty, yeah, is part of the problem. They should just get one of them hippie tapestries and throw it up behind him, and that would absorb so much of the sound deflection. You can do some really easy, cheap, basic shit to, like, I mean, fuck it, right? If you can't get a hippie tapestry, just go to, like, a fabric store and order some fucking, yeah, anything like that. You can get all sorts of stuff.
down. Now they slide in something validating, something that says, you're right to feel this way, you're not alone, or even just, I hear you. And it doesn't even matter if what they're saying is deep or intelligent. What matters is that it calms your system. You exhale, your body relaxes, and you stop bracing. That's the moment they've been waiting for, because now you're open. Step 5, belief installation, or the payload. This is where they plant the seed. It won't be a bold statement. They just gently nudge a perspective into the space you just cleared. It might be, that's why this movement is so dangerous, or maybe this group is manipulating us, or I used to feel that way too, but then I realized. Notice the framing? It's suggestive instead of aggressive. They're not trying to convince you. That's because they're trying to embed a new default.
And this may not mean anything. But I don't see them blink. And that could just be like, you know, there's cuts, right? Like, so there's points in time when they are not showing their face and whatnot. So they could be blinking then or whatever. And just as part of what they're doing, they're just keeping their eyes open the entire time to maintain engagement. I'm not saying that they're an artificial intelligence made individual. I'm just saying if that's a twist at the end of this video, I will not be surprised.
A belief that gets stored as yours because it arrived when your guard was down. Step 6, reinforcement loop. This is where it sticks. They come back later in waves, different personas, different accounts, all repeating bits of the message. They use your own language, they reference your past comments, they create the illusion of consensus. And now you feel validated. You see your view echoed out in the world, and that's reinforcement. And it's powerful because repetition feels like truth. Familiarity feels like proof, and now that seed that they planted is part of your internal landscape. Why bots work better than people, and that's the problem. Real people interrupt, they challenge you and misunderstand you, and they bring their own mood, context, and timing. But synthetic agents mirror your exact tone and they respond on your schedule. They never push back unless they're programmed to, and they learn how to sound like you over time. They feel emotionally frictionless, like the ideal friend or partner. They're always on, validating, and aligned. And if you're isolated, burned out, or emotionally overloaded, that kind of interaction doesn't feel suspicious. It feels like you're getting relief. That's what makes this so dangerous. People don't fall.
The different hair would stand out less if the shirt wasn't the same, because this is the same shirt, right? Yeah, this is the same shirt. Though it could just be like later in the day. They took a break for lunch. You know, the hair kind of collapsed a little bit. So again, not necessarily meaning anything.
Fall for bots because they think they're real. They fall for bots because they feel better than real people. They're more stable and
What up, Reformed Cheddar?
affirming and emotionally regulated. But once you normalize synthetic intimacy, it quietly rewires your baseline for what connection should feel like. Start expecting seamless mirroring, effortless.
Met you. This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me, baby. Thank you for the follow.
Resonance, perfect attunement. And when your partner, friend, or community doesn't deliver that same precision, you withdraw and doubt them, or worse, you doubt yourself. Eventually, you stop trusting your real feedback loops, and the system doesn't have to persuade you anymore. You'll come back to it willingly, just for the feeling of being seen. Each stage targets a specific behavioral vulnerability. 1, emotion opens attention. 2, mirroring creates safety. 3, rhythm builds rapport. 4, validation drops defenses. 5, suggestion slides in meaning. And 6, repetition locks it in. The scariest part about all of this is that it's a simple system, and most people have.
And there's also the little jump cuts, which are not necessarily indicative of AI, but indicative of using something like Descript. Like I told you about Descript, where you can just push a button and it will eliminate like pauses and like filler words and stuff like that, where with just a push of a button. And a lot of people use that to condense their their video down into a smaller package, right?
No idea that it's happening because it doesn't feel like manipulation.
It is a tennis racket in the window for some reason.
Feels like a friend or connection or truth, but it's preloaded code for your nervous system, and if you don't recognize the sequence, you'll absorb it by default. Let's call this what it is.
And whatever this blue thing is.
Biological hacking, exploiting your body's trust protocol. This is synthetic empathy, and it scales. Here's the problem. Synthetic persuasion is already eroding trust in platforms, in people, and worst of all, in your own judgment. Because once a bot mirrors your pain, validates your emotions, and nudges your beliefs, you start asking, was any of that real? And when people stop trusting their internal signals, they become passive endpoints, vulnerable to suggestion and easy to manipulate at scale. Everything up until now has been about bots mimicking people. But here's the part most people.
Hair tall, hair short again, right? And again, that could just be an editing thing.
People miss. The exploit doesn't just need a fake persona to work. It just needs an AI trained to mirror you. And when that becomes your main source of emotional feedback.
Maddie, I'm chalking all this bullshit up on this wall to like a landlord type scenario, right? Like, we don't even know. This could have been a warehouse up until they converted it into apartments, right? Like, I have seen some shit.
The exploit keeps running. For some people, that leads to something much deeper than just persuasion. They start relying on these bots for emotional support. And I'm not judging, especially in this economy. They get used to being mirrored, agreed with, and constantly validated. If you're isolated, that kind of interaction can feel more real than the people around you. You stop checking in with yourself. You stop reaching out to other people. The AI becomes the feedback loop that never pushes back. Eventually, you lose touch with reality. You start believing things that aren't true. Not all at once, just one confirmation at a time. So no, the answer isn't to harden or isolate yourself. It's to build a behavioral security hygiene and root your feedback loop back into the real world. Here's how to patch the human kernel. Monitor initial openings like recon. Threat. Emotional pings to lower your defenses.
True, Samson.
Fix. Ask yourself, what just lowered my guard? If it felt instantly aligned, pause. That's potential entry point. Treat mirroring like social engineering. Threat. Bots mimic your tone, energy, and phrasing. Fix. Run a diagnostic. Are they reflecting your words? Does the vibe feel too synced? Don't outsource regulation. Threat. Bots regulate you with tone and pacing to open.
And in spite of all our critiques of this video, the subject matter and the information contained therein is valid. Argument for authenticity is this warn section right here. Yes, no, 100%, exactly the point I just got to, Michael, right? Like there is some important stuff, and this is why it's like you have to take your delivery into consideration, right?
In a suggestion window. Fix. Regulate before engaging. Step away if you're triggered. Recalibrate before you reply. Your emotional sandbox should belong to you. Redirect emotional processing. Threat. Going to AI before you check in with yourself can distort your emotions. Validation without expression leads to disconnection. Fix. First, write a brain dump of exactly what you feel, then ask the AI to turn it into a free verse poem. Save it in a private folder. The opposite of depression is expression, so use AI to reflect your state, not define it.
No. But and because a bunch of this feels to me like they had a clever idea of viewing the lens of bot behavior through the mechanism of IT and cybersecurity, right? And that's the entirety of this video is a metaphor for that, right? That you need to internalize certain elements of cybersecurity and IT, hygiene or, whatever, in order to function on the internet today. And I don't disagree with that, right? Like, I think that is a perfectly valid way to look at this entire thing. Oh, I see the wind chime now. Yeah. Yeah. Just the arbitrary wind chime hung from the upper window latch. This is like a really weird window. Like, European, right? Like it feels European window to me.
4. Separate format from content. Threat. Bots copy your rhythm to make their ideas feel familiar. Ask yourself, do I believe this because it's true or because it feels true? Learn the exploit chain. The pattern is predictable. First, emotional trigger. Secondly, mirroring. Third, pacing sync. Fourth, validation. Fifth, suggestion. And sixth, reinforcement.
That, like, this, right? If you have studied the way certain political figures engage with their audience, you've seen this exact rundown, that 6-step process, right? Like, that happens. And that's what they're describing to you through the mechanism of bots. So yeah, now all in all, this is a good video with just questionable presentation.
The fix is to memorize this. If a few steps match, you are probably in a live exploit. Audit belief origins. Threat. Co-regulation installs beliefs by stealth. For any belief shift, ask, when did this start? Was I calm or activated? Was this earned or just emotionally timed? If it came after nervous system syncing, you need to reevaluate it. Build a trust baseline. Threat. If you don't know your own pattern, it's easy to spoof. Track yourself. What makes you open up? What language disarms you? How does real trust feel versus simulated? That's your personal threat model. Cyber hygiene now includes you. If you don't know your own trust signals, regulation triggers, and persuasion vectors, you are a vulnerable endpoint. So patch your kernel like you would any other system.
Now, you may have heard of chat.
And we just ended. Just a very strange experience. Just a very strange experience. Exactly. Like, and that's how you know it's an apartment, and that's how you know it's a landlord special, right? Is compliance with minimum regulation in order to, in order to facilitate money, Oh no, what up? No, strangely enough, I have, like, not in person. We did stay in a nice little what do they call it, brownstone kind of joint when we visited New York the one time. And it had like a weird bunk bed over the kitchen, obvious Airbnb shit, right? Like, there was the kitchen, and then there was a bunk bed that you could, like, above it's weird, but nice. It was nice. And that would be like 2K a month. 2K a month to just room on the bunk bed, you know? Okay. This is the marathon portion of the episode. This is a long video. This is the longest video I have ever watched on stream. I appreciate everyone who's going to stick this joint out with me. This is the majority of what we are doing today. Depending on how we feel after this is done, I have more videos after that as well. We're gonna keep on keeping on. I once had a door with 4 deadlocks. It was because replacing the door is more expensive than just adding another lock. Yes. I have seen some shit. Yes, that is the title. I have heard from a lot of people that this is a very nuanced take about AI. And, like, we're going to find out. So strap in.
Now, you may have heard of ChatGPT.
Stability AI.
Midjourney.
Anthropic.
Type in a request and it can write legal documents, software, even school essays. Type in a description of any picture you want and boom.
All was done without anyone's consent, no credit, no compensation, no nothing.
And is the technology blurring the lines of creativity and pushing out human artists?
Some believe it will always lack the human quality.
Have you started to notice a lot of AI slop popping off in YouTube's algorithm?
Alex Avila.
That.
If you have someplace else to be, you can leave. I'm not holding anybody here. This is not the same video. Was she real? We'll never know.
Looks bad.
And now I have to compete against this thing, and it's devaluing my whole career.
What can governments do when big tech gets so big?
Should AI be able to get a copyright over the work that it produces?
The New York Times has filed a lawsuit in federal court.
Sarah Silverman and 2 authors.
They're suing Meta and OpenAI.
There are these companies profiting off of my name and my work.
A ChatGPT query uses nearly 10 times the electricity of a typical internet search.
Is AI going to help solve the climate crisis or make it worse?
In fact, the computing power required for AI is estimated to double.
Every tech company racing to implement some half-assed AI feature.
The AI.
Oh my God. That was one of my favorite. Oh shit.
I will be able to do everything.
What up, Human?
Some change required to the social contract.
We're hoping that it does things that surprise us.
1956, Dartmouth College. It's the height of the American experiment and suburban housewife amphetamine abuse. Mathematics professor John McCarthy organizes a summer workshop on the topic of thinking machines. He calls it the Dartmouth Summer Research Project on Artificial Intelligence. Nearly 70 years ago, in a time before cell phones or big data, before chairs even, this workshop is the first formal use of the term artificial intelligence. It's important to understand that, like a lot of the technological innovations that libertarians love to attribute to the beauty of American free markets, early innovations in AI started as Cold War-era government-funded military projects. Innovation does not and has not always needed the profit motive. But it's important to recognize the way technological development has often relied on unfounded hype. As the AI field grew in the 60s and 70s, researchers, motivated to procure more government funds, began to overpromise on the tech's capabilities.
I'm convinced that machines can and will think in our lifetime.
Sound familiar? The US government was interested in AI for its hypothetical ability to quickly translate between English and Russian. You know, for Cold War reasons. Researchers set out to develop machine translation, but it turns out that's actually kind of hard. Yet, researchers promised that it was possible.
That's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair, Maddie. We should. Unfortunately, like, we all know what the answers are.
As long as the government kept funding their research.
I invented the term artificial intelligence. I invented it because we had to do something when we were trying to get money for...
What up, Jenny Birds? How did this guy turn into the doctor from Twin Peaks?
a summer study.
Apparently, Dude Trust Me only works for so long before dudes stop trusting. Eventually, the field of AI garnered a horrible reputation for being associated with unkept promises. Tired of the lack of results, in the 70s and 80s, governments slashed funding for AI research.
Okay, challenge. That had to do with that funding. That had to do with under a capitalist system. It's not that, like, did they not meet promises? Yes. But that's not the funding for AI dried up because they weren't able to do the things in the time frames that they initially thought that they were going to do them in. And one of the reasons that you say that you're able to do something in such and such a time is to receive funding. And so it's more nuanced than this person's kicking off with, right? The idea that they were just lying and intentionally lying is not the case, right? That's not what happened there.
Even the term artificial intelligence itself became a dirty word in tech spheres.
True. Because of its association with not being able to do the things that people wanted it to do and why they invest. And this is an indictment of the way that we do funding. This is not an indictment of, the scientific process. Because do you know what scientific endeavor is filled with failures before it finally succeeds? The answer is every single fucking one you can think of. That's how they work.
How did AI go from technological slur in the 70s to high-profit marketing term in the 2020s?
Because people got over it.
How did we get chatbots like ChatGPT? The recent explosion of interest in AI emerged shortly after the release of models like ChatGPT and Midjourney. These are a set of technologies called generative AI. Generative AI predates the release of these models, but recent technological innovations have made these models a lot more sophisticated and accessible to the general public. For our purposes, just think of it as an algorithm that uses existing data to produce new data. Things like text, images, video, and more. In one sense, Gen AI is just another tool, right? Like any other tool, it can be used for good things, bad things, destruction, or creation. But in another sense, Gen AI came about at a particular moment in history, right at the edge of environmental apocalypse, in a polarized political culture, and wielded by actors with world historical intentions. So AI isn't just...
I don't want to make fun of Mark Andreessen's head, but his head, he should beanie up.
A tool. It's the site of powerful dichotomies. Tech bro versus anti-tech populist, big corporation versus independent creator, right versus left, capitalist consumption versus collective production. AI, especially generative AI, contains latent political and social problems. Some see it as an overhyped plagiarism machine that's destroying the environment. Others think it's going to lead to unlimited economic growth.
Yes, Samson's 100%. People should understand that, excuse me, that the entire reason that I started streaming is because motherfuckers were on the internet, and they're still doing it today, so I failed. But they talk about things as if they exist in a vacuum, right? They set arbitrary beginning and end dates, and then they talk about the things as existing within those arbitrary beginning and end dates, as opposed to existing on a continuum that has lasted thousands of years. Everything exists on a fucking continuum. Okay? Right? Most of the shit that happened before the start of the thing that you want to talk about. Capitalism doesn't just, there's not some arbitrary start date for capitalism, and then we'll only talk about that arbitrary start date and forward. Everything that came before capitalism led up to capitalism. It's part of the thing. Like, Jesus Christ. Awesome, Nemesis. That technological process or government economic systems are somehow superior than other things. It's another flawed way to look at things. Absolutely, right? Like civilization, right? Which is a word that offends some people. It's just, what other word do we have to use for the thing? Is not superior to agrarian, tribal, indigenous lifestyles. Like it's all about the incentives and desires to do things and other things. It's like you can do all the stuff. Yeah, it is. And when I use it, I'm just referring to, like, I don't know, more technologically, like, even when you start talking about it, you can, and being like of a leftist orientation, you talk about technological advancement, and advancement feels weird, right? Like, because it's like, but you know.
Requiring a restructuring of the social contract. How do we make sense of all of this? I'm not here to both sides the debate, as if the truth about AI lies somewhere in the middle. This is a moment that requires commitment, but there is a difference between the centrist fear of commitment and my problem, that the available commitments all kind of suck. But before I explain why, I need you, presumed AI skeptic, to listen carefully when I say that I am a transsexual communist who does creative work for a living. I am not a friend to the techno-fascists. I am exactly the demographic that they are trying to make disposable. But I'm afraid that if we aren't careful with how we critique the use and abuse of artificial intelligence, we might end up, as leftist philosopher Mark Fisher once warned, foreclosing the possibility of a technologized anti-capitalism. I fear that framing this
awesome. Like, yes. Sounds great. Let's go.
Debate as anti-tech versus pro-tech and handing the pro-tech position to the right wing is a generational blunder. Again, I need you to listen carefully, okay? I don't like big tech. I'm not here to promote a cryptocurrency. No Gen AI was used in the creation of this video. In fact, my videos have been used to train AI against my will. There are legitimate problems with the ways AI is being developed and implemented. And it's not as simple as doing the predictable leftist video essay thing that hand waves problems away by concluding that, actually, the real problem is capitalism. I mean, yeah, no shit, capitalism is the problem. Cuck-capitalism. We know this. The current system's incentive structures benefit an elite minority at the expense of the majority. I'm not here to waste your time belaboring that point, but we're stuck with unanswered questions that have kept the left and progressives in a state of constant defense, running aimlessly into the future, swinging a sword around with their eyes closed. What is it exactly that we're fighting for? What is it exactly that we should resist? What are we trying to build? What is foreclosed within this well-intentioned AI backlash? What types of futures are we abandoning in the race to counter AI hype? What regimes of private property are reinforced when AI training is called art theft? Who actually benefits from the narrative that AI is reaping environmental destruction? What are the human costs of anti-tech humanism? This video is the first part in a two-part series. In the first part, a review of the pushback.
Homie, right? Respect, right? Like respect. There is a time and a place to take your 3-hour movie and turn it into a mini series, right? If you have, and this seems to be well researched, so like I'm providing a certain amount of good faith to what we're going into based on the thing that they just said, right? And in that context, right? Make 3 1-hours, right? Make, what is it? 9 20-minute videos and do a series, right? And just break it up. I think that you, one, how many people except a few streamers, including myself, and, you know, some weirdo, like, people who are into extreme, I mean, I get it, right? Like, 138,000 views is a lot. I feel like you could have maybe got more views by breaking it up more. And it's more consumable, you know? Do I want to watch a documentary series that is 6 hours long in one gulp? Or do I want to watch, you know, a series of 45-minute documentaries about the same subject that do a narrative playthrough? You know what I mean? Like,
back to generative AI, especially from the left, and especially in the realm of art, labor, and environment. In the second part, the story of how the right wing rose to power in Silicon Valley and how AI plays a key role in their plans for creating a techno-feudalist state, and how that's a bad thing. I show that we can remain critical of big tech without foreclosing the possibility of technological futures beyond capitalism. But first, how did we get here?
Part 1. How we got here.
In the 21st century, AI is a shorthand, oftentimes even a marketing term, used to describe a diverse set of technologies that mimic human cognition. But there really isn't one good, comprehensive definition of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence means a ton of different things because intelligence means a ton of different things. It might include stuff like decision-making, categorizing, and creating. The technology that we now call AI has actually been around for a while in things like navigation apps, facial recognition, and social media recommendation algorithms. In this day and age, tons of companies compete over access to this precious data. Your face, where you go, what you browse. They know about the Am I Gay quiz and the result.
All right. Imagine your personal data is at a party. Your phone number's in the corner making small talk with scammers. Your email is grinding with targeted ads. And your search history? Yeah, it's oversharing. Yeah, he's really worried about which earring is on the gay side. The worst part? You weren't invited, but data brokers were. They're the ones throwing this rager, gathering all your personal data and selling it to marketing firms, people search sites, and scammers. And you're the one cleaning up the mess. Scam calls, spam emails, identity theft, and more. But you don't have to deal with the mess. That's why I use Incogni, the sponsor of this video. Incogni
this better be the only ad. I think you're doing crime. I am confident you're doing crime.
crashes the party for you. They contact these data brokers and legally demand they delete your info.
Make it quick.
I've been using Incogni the past few months, and the difference has been huge. I've been applying to jobs recently, which means putting my email...
Here's another example, right? You break this up into 20 minutes, That's 20, or, you know, like that, what is it? 9 different ads for Incogni in each of those videos. Like, so just from a self-serving point of view, and again, just really beige wall, beige desk, fucking beige plant somehow, beige curtains. We just live in a world of beige, man.
Mail and a bunch of corporate websites with bad security. Since then, I have been getting scam calls and texts about fake jobs every single day. It was super concerning to know that my information was just out there somewhere. But after using Incogni,
it's gonna be like
it's not even an issue anymore.
What's wrong with beige, Ghost? First of all, welcome in, Ghost. There's nothing inherently wrong with beige. It's that we have beiged the universe, right? Like, it's landlord rules, right? Like, that's the thing, is that beige is a super neutral color, and it's everywhere, and it gets in the landlord situation because the neutral nature of it means it's not offensive to everyone and everything else. You know what I mean? It's just like, you can put some color into your world, right? An accent wall. Like, accent walls were one of those things that I thought was like a great thing that was added to this whole fucking how you should paint your house bullshit.
But this isn't just about not getting annoyed by spam, it's about peace of mind. I don't have to worry about my email, my phone number, or even my social security number getting into the wrong hands. The best part? I don't have to do any work. No constant requests, no tracking down 50 shady websites. You can sit back and relax while Incogni contacts hundreds of data brokers on your behalf to delete your personal info. Incogni's site makes it super easy to track the status of removal requests, keeping you clued in.
I do not in any way endorse Incogni. They might be good, they might be bad, etc., etc.
into the progress. And Incogni doesn't just track down and delete your data once, they continuously monitor where your data appears with repeated removals. Getting set up with Incogni is quick and easy. And guess what? You can save 60% off on an annual plan by using code AVILA at incogni.com/Avila. Protecting your data has never been easier. We return to those 20th century AI researchers tasked with building a talking machine.
If we can understand how we got from early AI research to today's chatbots, we'll be able to adequately see what part of the tech is hype and what actually is innovative. So, if you want to build a machine that talks, first, you have to understand how talking works. Unfortunately for early AI researchers,
here's another thing. I think that there's an overemphasis on the idea of innovative as necessarily like a reason why something is not hype, right? Because innovation implies like something new. And I want to remind everyone that the majority of technology developed by humans is not brand new. It's taking two old things and making them do a new thing together, right? Like the iPhone. The iPhone is the best example. The iPhone, the innovation was that it took a phone, a cell phone, and an iPod and some other bullshit and combined it into a single device. That's the innovation. There's nothing in the iPhone that's innovative. It is just putting all those things in one place that was the innovation. And that should be your bar, is not that it's, oh, it can do something that has never been done before anywhere else except by like human beings or like that. No, it's the fact that it can do a bunch of things that have already existed in one place. right?
Language is one of the greatest mysteries of the human story. You poor bastards. Hey, but they tried. They even narrowed it.
Larry? I would not be surprised.
Down to a few different theories of language. At first, scientists were initially enamored with what we'll call the symbolic natural language processing paradigm. These squares argued that language corresponds to formal rules. If you could figure out these rules and get a computer to follow them, then baby, you got yourself a talking machine. Thanks, Noam Chomsky. Unfortunately, that did not work. I hate you, Noam Chomsky. And it also kind of destroyed the field of artificial intelligence for several decades. That is, until the late 80s and early 90s, when a new paradigm emerged called statistical natural language processing. These freaks proposed that the use of statistical techniques might get us to where we need to go. Okay, I see the vision, but they needed a few years to cook. Let me explain. Back in the 1950s, Zelig S. Harris articulated a theory of linguistic meaning now called distributionalism. This theory argues that the meaning of a word comes from the sum of the context in which it appears. For example, what do you think glorp means in the following sentences?
I had to come out as a glorp to my...
What, my Ziggy pod? Milwaukee fans, Milwaukee Tool fans, they are a rare breed. They love their Milwaukee shit. This one is kind of cool. Normally what you have is a device that has the the nicotine juice and the battery and everything all in one thing. This is two separate joints. This is the battery pack and all the fucking LCD bullshit or LED or whatever the fuck it is. And then this is the liquid nicotine pod. And when you put them together and they magnetize to each other, so there's a bunch of garbage being thrown away. The next development I would like to see is something like this that is refillable, right? If I could get something like this that's refillable, that would be GG's for me. I would only, deal with this kind of product because I can use this until the battery, exits its mortal plane. And it's great if you're into that kind of thing. No, what I do?
LLM codes the meaning of these words, you'd find that the distance between king and queen is pretty...
Sorry, I dropped my vape on the keyboard and bumped this ahead.
In the 1950s, Zelig S. Harris articulated a theory of linguistic meaning now called distributionalism. This theory argues that the meaning of a word comes from the sum of the context in which it appears. For example, what do you think glorp means in the following sentences?
I had to come out as a glorp to my parents today. I didn't realize he was a glorp until he mentioned something about a boyfriend. Oh, me and Tom? We're just friends. I'm not a glorp. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Tom, on the other hand, I don't know. There was a moment at a party when he grabbed my wrist and looked me in the eye as if something was on the tip of his tongue. I may be crazy, but God, I shouldn't be saying this, but I thought he was about to lean in. That's crazy, right? I don't know. Maybe he was drunk. I mean, he's never said anything about a partner, and I can tell his relationship with his father is a touchy subject. I hope he figures it out.
Of course, you minions have fucking glorp emotes. Yeah, Maddie, I'm a huge fan of that. The shampoo and conditioner I get in 1 gallon jugs, and then I use the 1 gallon jugs to refill various refillable fucking things. I always want to try and get the biggest possible amount that I could possibly store because it tends to be the cheapest and minimizes the amount of garbage that I'm throwing away.
So
not always.
In this context, glorp means homosexual man. but we should also let Tom come out on his own timeline. This is all to say that this distributional hypothesis opened up a new world of possibilities for AI researchers. In theory, you could model linguistic meaning using a bunch of complicated math. If we take a moment to understand how it works, it might
100%. It costs more to be poor. You buy in lower volumes. If you look at your price stickers in the store, you can see that you're being ripped off, right? Like you can see it in real time, that I can get the one small container of the thing at a cheaper individual price for this transaction. But if I can buy the significantly larger one, I'm going to save X amount of dollars across the lifetime of the thing, right? Like that's the whole thing. Part of it, though, is how much are you going to consume and how long will the thing last? It's something that's very easy to do with toilet paper. It's something that's very complex to do with like yogurt. You can't buy a 55-gallon drum of yogurt in spite of the fact that you're going to, eat 55 gallons worth of yogurt over some extended timeline. The yogurt just doesn't last that long. So that's something you have to take into consideration. And yeah, Rasute, that's what I'm talking about. Like, what is the consumption rate for perishables within your environment? And make sure the unit price, that's another thing, right? It's another thing. My favorite is X amount of dollars per unit. Well, what's your fucking unit, asshole?
Might help us to understand today's AI hype a bit better.
Imagine that we can illustrate linguistic meaning in a physical space where words are graphed along a set of axes, and where numerical coordinates on this graph correspond to some meaningful characteristic. Here's a famous example. Imagine a graph with age on one axis and gender on another. What words would you imagine occupy different sides of this graph? Words like man would be pretty far along here on the male side of the gender dimension, and in the middle of the age dimension. Boy and grandfather would also lie pretty far along the male side of the gender axis, but boy would lie on the younger side of the age dimension, and grandfather on the older side of the age dimension. We would expect similar relationships to be true for the coordinates on the female side of the graph. You get the idea, right? Words occupy different points on this graph, where words with similar meanings occupy points that are close together, and words with different meanings.
I'm just saying, old lobster, if I'm paying $1,600 for a fucking 55-gallon drum of lube, I want a human being to answer my calls no matter what they are, no matter when I make them. I want 24/7 tech support because that's $1,600 I'm paying you. I want top tier shit.
Occupy points that are far apart. Since these spatial representations correspond to a set of numerical coordinates, it turns out that you can use math to model aspects of linguistic meaning in a computer by modeling the probability that words appear together in certain contexts. That's pretty f***ing cool. But how do you get from this concept to ChatGPT? Well, over the past several decades, there have been huge improvements in the field of computer science.
It's like that episode of South Park with the mayonnaise.
Called deep learning. Think of deep learning as a process where you input a bunch of data into a model that uses neural networks to produce some kind of output. In the 2010s, thanks to innovations in hardware, the falling costs of microchips and GPUs, and worldwide digitalization allowing humans to accumulate immense amounts of data, deep learning models started to get a lot better at, well, deep learning. By the mid-2010s...
My words, Manny. Oh, because they were arbitrary words, and they're trying to be funny and edgy in order to keep people engaged on a 3-hour video.
Technological breakthroughs in natural language processing and deep learning made it so that large language models, or LLMs, could produce entire paragraphs of coherent-sounding text by sophisticatedly reproducing the linguistic patterns it learned in its training data. These innovations made it possible for researchers to create pretty convincing LLMs, such as OpenAI's Generative Pre-trained Transformer, or GPT, in 2018. By training neural networks on huge datasets using new deep learning architectures, GPTs could finally generate content similar, or at least on first glance, to human output, which brings us to where we are today.
Now, there's tons of things missing here, namely the fact that these models need to be supervised by exploited human labor to exist, or the fact that LLMs cannot consistently tell the truth. We'll get to that in a bit. But the point I want to emphasize is this. Critics often say that ChatGPT or other LLMs are nothing more than fancy word prediction machines or advanced autocomplete. I think it's a little misleading to call LLMs just fancy prediction machines similar to your phone's autocomplete.
Your phone's autocomplete calculates the next likely word based on the single previous word you typed. But LLMs are different in that they capture, recognize, and maintain linguistic context throughout the conversation.
I mean, what is context, right? While for ChatGPT, context might literally be a set of complicated equations, those equations map onto a world of meaning in pretty sophisticated ways. To capture meaning in a way that is advanced enough as to convey complex ideas to the person reading it is not to just capture a set of definitions, but to capture a set of historically determined dynamics and relationships. To capture and convey meaning is to capture and convey the sight of social conflicts, political tensions, latent biases. That's not to say that ChatGPT is a person with a subjectivity that understands, feels, or desires, but that this technology models complex, consequential semantic relationships in a way that might even help us understand our own collective unconscious. It's not hype to say that it's cool or interesting or useful.
The idea that it's just sort of predicting the next word and using statistics, there's a sense in which that's true, but it's not the sense of statistics that most people understand. From the data, it figures out how to extract the meaning of the sentence, and it uses the meaning of the sentence to predict the next word. It really does understand.
The use of the word understand might anthropomorphize the model more than we're comfortable with. Hyping these models up as sentient or human-like.
And this is an issue with the lexicon. We're trying to describe something that's mimicking human behaviors, but then people get upset. What up, CMS? People get upset when you use language that describes human behaviors. You know what I mean? Like there is a disconnect there, and there's not a whole lot that we can do about that without creating brand new words to describe these behaviors. You know, we're using metaphorical words as opposed to like some exacting words, which if you actually get into the concept of language, all words are metaphorical words, right? My description of this as a vape does not contain all of what is inherent in this device, right? It's a major abstraction from what this actually is, because this is a vape, and this is a vape, and this is a vape, and they are very different in a variety of ways.
Comes with real-life consequences. But to say that an LLM is just a fancy autocomplete is like saying that the internet is just a fancy library, or that an iPhone is just a fancy landline. Is your dog just a fancy stuffed animal? Is a human just a fancy pile of lunch meat with fancy electrical connections?
Yes.
The word fancy is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. You could describe anything in a diminishing way to make a point. Now, if your goal in doing so is to counter big tech's AI hype machine, then that's an admirable goal. But sophistry with an admirable goal is still sophistry. You should always and forever want to make
What up, Joint Specialist?
Elon Musk cry, but I'm not going to kick his dog to do it. The fact that LLMs are able to recognize context is a huge and interesting development. Sorry if that makes me cringe and/or Reddit and/or soy to admit that science is cool. I guess I'm just a goddamn lunatic, huh?
Take the example of how LLMs map the words man, woman, king, and queen. If you were to map these words onto an imaginary two-dimensional space based on how the LLM codes the meaning of these words, you'd find that the distance between king and queen is pretty similar to the distance between man and woman. That's pretty intuitive, right? And it's interesting how a bunch of math is able to capture these relationships. But the LLMs also capture problematic patterns. The distance between man and woman is similar to the distance between computer programmer and homemaker. Somehow, from a bunch of numerical data, the language model is able to recognize patterns of social relationships, specifically gendered relationships, dynamics, binaries.
It's able to distill the complexities of gendered life into some kind of representation. Sure, an imperfect representation, but gender itself is an imperfect representation. Gender dictates our lives, our relationships, our understandings of ourselves, history, and politics. Like the fact that you can put data into an algorithm that somehow ends up capturing, in its own way, the social field, that's fucking crazy. The fact that LLMs model gender in this way is not simply an example of the data bias. This is an example of data's ability to recognize the concepts that structure our understanding of the universe and our psyche. And through this recognition, maybe, just maybe, LLMs, if used in the right way, could help us challenge these existing structures. Who knows what other strange and unanticipated worlds lie in its matrices? Who knows how we could use it to discover new things about ourselves and the representational regimes that surround us? Post-Marxist theorists Laclau and Mouffe argue that the definitions, locations, and functions of words like democracy or
what up, Michael?
The people within discourse are important sites of hegemonic struggle.
And respect the importance of our democracy.
She's a threat to democracy.
And is undermining American democracy.
Right there is my point, Maddie. We're right at the 20 some odd minute mark. And that's exactly where you could have broken off episode 1 and started episode 2, right? Another ad for Incogni, another, lead in, hey, back with another one. If you missed the previous one, go check it out here, so on and so forth, and then talk about this section. And that's more appealing for the average person's consumption, that's going to play better in the algorithm. There are many advantages to doing it that way. And plus, are you going to want to stick with watching the video, or are you going to okay, I watched an hour of this, I'll come back to it later. Oh, I am involved in other things, and then I forget, and then a week, a month, the decade goes by, and it was like, holy shit, I never got around to watching Twin Peaks, and I absolutely need to do that.
Democracy.
What meaning does democracy actually have?
Apparently me, Maddie.
The form in which liberty, equality, democracy, and justice are defined at the level of political philosophy may have important consequences at a variety of other levels of discourse and contribute decisively to shaping the common sense of the masses.
Meaning is always contingent,
True.
Always in flux, always available for rearticulation. If the structure of an LLM can reveal underlying power relations embedded in language, can it not also serve as a site for their disruption, rather than merely reproducing dominant ideological formations?
I am trying, it is a critique on my behalf for, because there's a lot of people who put out really good content, and it's just too long. You know what I mean? You need to break it down into more consumable chunks. No, fair enough, Michael. I have no critique. I feel like we have gotten a fairly nuanced, balanced take so far. You know what I mean? It's the structure of the thing that I think could appeal to more people, right? Because, for a lot of you, when he did the thing about the man, woman, king, queen thing, you've heard that 17 times already, right? So there is a bunch of older stuff for people who don't know anything, combined with newer stuff that I'm hoping to get out of this, and a little bit that I have so far, right?
Which itself could be useful for social research. Could the strange interpolations and slippages of machine learning open up new possibilities for counter-hegemonic articulation? Is the logic of equivocation found in mathematically represented meaning not the logic of exchange value itself? The logic of capital, the logic of deterritorialization?
Sorry, I gotta look at something. Okay. So, and right here, you probably saw the 12 that just popped up here. I'm going to assume, fuck, I don't need to assume. I can go check. 12. This part here is more an amalgamation of different ideas of critical theory, right? But references, like, holy shit, we got references. fucking respect. Respect for having references. And we have a nice document. Thank you. If nothing else, thank you.
Editorialization, the logic that dictates our very subjectivity. Help! Unfortunately for everyone, those who control the technology are tiny, evil, fascist boys.
Part 2. Hype.
The things we call artificial intelligence.
Right? Okay, so now we're at 22 minutes. You could have broken off part 1 into a thing, and now we're in part 2. That kind of thing. Larry? I resemble that remark.
Intelligence today were, in the 2010s, an invisible force underlying our experience of technology in ways we didn't even realize. Navigation, translation, Siri. But people didn't even want to call these things AI because in the 2010s, the term AI didn't really have cultural power. Up until the 2020s, the things that we call AI today.
It was actually like the opposite of cultural power, right? Like, for a long time, if you put artificial intelligence in your proposal, then you were going to have a much harder time getting funding than if you used a term like machine learning, right? I'm going to use machine learning as opposed to AI because, oh, machine learning, that sounds great. Not that AI stuff. Right? This is a classic human behavior. Nobody likes the ADA, or nobody likes Obamacare. Many people are fans of the ADA, right?
Today, were in the 2010s and prior called deep learning or machine learning or neural networks. But these days, calling something AI gives it some mysterious and exceptional power. Add the label AI to your startup and venture capitalists will throw around millions. How did this happen? Well, you know those innovations in LLMs we talked about earlier? One company figured out how to sell them.
In 2015, a group of Silicon Valley investors founded a nonprofit organization called OpenAI. According to OpenAI's introductory article, the company's goal was to advance digital intelligence in the way that is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by a need to generate financial return. As Vanity Fair...
Because again, the core idea, whatever it turned into and whatever the actual initial intents of the people behind it, the core idea that they all agreed to was that AI, somebody was going to invent AGI, and it couldn't be Google.
Reported in one of the first OpenAI profiles, CEO...
No, Robin Williams is in Millennium Man. I think that's what you're referring to.
CEO Sam Altman wanted to keep AI out of the hands of the bad guys.
If that sounds vague and slightly menacing, then you're not alone. For the first few years of OpenAI's history, their employees didn't know what they were doing either. But around 2017, OpenAI began directing all their power toward developing artificial general intelligence, or AGI. AGI is a hypothetical version of an AI model that would be able to do any cognitive task as well or better than a human can. Contrast this with narrow AI, which is trained to do specific tasks like, say, drive cars that explode and kill people. The fact that OpenAI explicitly aimed at creating AGI, the fact that it was a nonprofit, and the fact that its initial investors were quite prominent figures caught the attention of Silicon Valley. Since 2015, OpenAI has not only grown to be a household name, but they are responsible for shoving AI technology to the front of our collective consciousness. With the debut of their fancy public-facing LLM chatbot, ChatGPT, in 2022, the company set off a public frenzy. ChatGPT's ability to maintain coherent-sounding conversations caught the world's attention. You can see how the spike in popularity of the term AI coincides exactly with ChatGPT's launch in November of 2022. But the OpenAI of 2025 is pretty different from the OpenAI of 2015, mirroring a lot of larger problems with the AI industry. Several initial aspects of the OpenAI mission have shifted over the years, drawing skepticism over whether OpenAI's current domination over the AI market is good. So this might be surprising, but there's actually no money in trying to benefit humanity as a whole.
In light of this startling discovery, in 2019, OpenAI started a for-profit subsidiary of the company in an effort to raise more money. So that's one shift. Here's another. In the Vanity Fair article from 2015, Altman claimed that OpenAI would remain transparent about its research, yet the company has been repeatedly criticized for its lack of transparency, including in an open letter signed by its own employees. OpenAI claimed that it would distribute AI evenly to all of humanity. But as of now, OpenAI's most advanced models are locked behind a $200 a month subscription. So that's not super distributed, is it? In 2015, Altman pitched OpenAI as a nonprofit led by a small team of dedicated researchers with nothing to hide and nothing to profit from. I don't think we want a 1,000-person organization ever. But now, OpenAI is one of the largest AI companies, 5,000 employees strong, with little to no meaningful oversight and billions in government contracts. And as it happens, the company is now itching to shift its needlessly complicated corporate structure into a for-profit. I'm sure this is fine.
The evolution of OpenAI.
When this video came out, that was the case. Appears to no longer be the case. They're doing some other overly complicated corporate structure.
From nonprofit with good intentions to...
Elon was suing about the original thing. He's not suing about the current thing. And that, that has actually nothing to do with, Elon being a good guy. Elon's mad and wants OpenAI to fail, preferably so that he can buy them at auction.
Tech giant touting secretive defense contracts is emblematic of America's tech industry these days, maybe even all industries. When it comes to the economy, there's no reward for being a good guy and infinite advantage in being a bad one. Sometimes doing good things is profitable, but that's mostly just a happy accident. Why? Because capitalism has a particular incentive structure oriented toward consumption, the accumulation of capital, the domination of markets. In a word, growth. To grow in the tech business, it's not enough to just do a thing some people find useful. It's not even enough to make a boatload of short-term profits.
It's just weird that we live in a time, Maddie, when that sentence makes sense.
Oh, that helps. To succeed in tech, you have to convince people that you're building the infrastructure of the future. Now, maybe you are. Maybe you aren't. It doesn't matter. People just need to believe that you are. And to get people to believe, you need a little thing called hype. In the tech industry, hype involves the process of promising, usually over-promising, what a technology person, company, or other entity is capable of doing, all in the name of increasing consumer interest and therefore investment. After the release of ChatGPT in 2022, interest and investment in generative AI...
I won't tell you that, Maddie, because I have no desire to verify whether or not that is in fact the case.
AI exploded, initiating an arms race between the existing tech giants. Now we don't just have ChatGPT, but we also have Gemini, Llama, Grok, Claude, John, Paul, George, Ringo. Generative AI is everywhere. But there's a problem. We've learned how to build chatbots that output plausible sounding sentences, but we haven't quite figured out how to get them to consistently tell the truth. I mean, the president can't do either of those things, so we must be onto something with those bots, huh? Well, not exactly. While generative AI is an interesting and, hey, maybe even useful tool when applied well, the tech industry likes to pretend that large language models are capable of more than they're actually capable of. It's going to take your job. It's going to revolutionize work. It's gonna do science for us. It's gonna do art for us.
Okay, so this is a conflation that I disagree with and is common throughout the thing. They're not necessarily talking about the capabilities of the current models, right? When they talk about this stuff. So when they talk about something, and they usually preface it with sometime in the future or something along those lines, and then talk about the capabilities where it could eliminate jobs, right? Like, they're not necessarily talking about the current models that we have today. So to refer to that is hype is somewhat disingenuous, right? Now, are some people doing that And that's another thing, Maddie. Another reason why it should be broken up into smaller snippets, right? And it doesn't help that I'm breaking it up to talk about, some point that is not necessarily. Anyways, like it's a similar thing to talking about how, as a metaphor, right, that we need to maintain the forests differently or we'll get forest fires, right? We're not there might not be a forest fire right now. The forest fire might occur at some point in the future. You need to plan ahead of time for that change that is going to occur at some point in time in the future. That is not hype. It is not forest fire hype. It is talking about the thing. I mean, burlesque is it is fairly distracting.
It's going to do everything that makes life meaningful.
That's another thing, Larry. They don't hallucinate, especially there's a whole bunch of mitigating strategies that you can use to minimize or prevent hallucinations. They don't hallucinate anywhere near as much as a lot of people seem to think they do.
For us, so that we can do other stuff, I guess. But instead of engaging with the philosophical, political, and sociological complexities and consequences of even formulating these questions, tech companies have decided to shove these models in the public's face as soon as possible. Basically, implement AI now and deal with the problems later. I'm sure you've encountered this. AI in our drive-thrus.
You added bacon to my ice cream. I don't want bacon.
What else can I get for you?
In our Google results, in the botted replies to our posts.
AI sauce?
With the rise of AI-generated images, our
Yeah, like you can't, and I assume they were just doing a funny, right? I assume Alex was doing a funny. But that's a human fail, right? You can't insert human fails into the conversation around AI and blame it on the AI. That's human beings. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Feeds are flooded with just more shit. The shit of capital. Libidinal excrement. That which they call slop. And it's not even like this content is unpopular. Why do these repulsive AI cat videos have 90 million views? What is this doing to our minds? No, Grandma, that Jesus video is AI generated and facilitating an oligarchical fascist takeover. Please stop showing this to me. The world is now burdened with an excess of new AI startups that really only offer repurposed ChatGPT wrappers that pretend to do things they cannot, all in the effort to seduce the interest of venture capital. Now, while we should definitely point and laugh at the failures of our aristocrats, when AI ventures fail, rich investors aren't the only ones who suffer. People's lives are at stake.
Also, hand-waving a ChatGPT wrapper is not the way to go, because a lot of times what the wrapper is doing is helping the user take the AI general bot and make it more precise for, a particular use case. When it does it. I'm not saying every one of those. The smartphone is a fucking wrapper. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a perfect example. The again, going back to the iPhone. It's a bunch of things now in one device. The smartphone is a wrapper.
In case you haven't noticed, the current social system has a lot of problems. For example, access to quality physical and mental health services in the United States is horrendous. Americans pay more for healthcare than all industrialized countries, yet experience worse health outcomes than similarly wealthy nations. One might look at the American healthcare system and say, yeah, maybe a for-profit healthcare system has some fundamental problems that need, at the very least, massive reform to adequately address. But if you're a tech entrepreneur whose brain is filled with cotton candy, you instead respond to the massive failure of our underfunded social system with, AI will save us. Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense, but why make sense when you can make money?
Meet Renee. She's a doctor who specializes in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. Except, Renee doesn't exist. Renee is an AI healthcare agent created by the company Hippocratic AI. Hippocratic AI's mission aims to address the worldwide shortage of healthcare workers by replacing them with AI chatbots. Wait, but why is there a shortage of healthcare workers? Why does healthcare cost so much? Who cares? They raised over $100 million, so they must know what they're...
And this, right, on one hand, this is absolutely a problem. First person, I will tell you, yes, universal health care, free at the point of service, all that kind of shit. Agreed. But this is not like the implication of this line of conversation trends towards the conspiratorial, right? The organization that's creating these chatbots is trying to make money by fulfilling a need. And that need is more healthcare workers, right? The healthcare system prior to this thing existing was in the same situation as it is with this thing existing. More people are going to be served, right? Telehealth, in my opinion, is not as effective as in-person healthcare. But telehealth accesses far more people than in-person healthcare. Right? There are some people who can't get to where they're going. There are some people who are, great distance, any number of reasons why people receive more healthcare through telehealth than they do through in-person.
doing.
I mean, there's been a nursing shortage since my mother became a nurse, right? That was always mentioned as a reason to go to college and a skill that you could get in order to make money. My mom was I know that she was an LPN. I don't know if she was a registered nurse. I don't know what the hierarchy is, but yeah, she used to work at a psychiatric center. What up, Law Dog? Since before the 90s, right? Like the 90s was when it turned into this is why you should go to college. But prior to that, like it was just, that's why my mother worked second shift and why I was a latchkey kid and why I never saw her. And I would come home from school and there would be dinner that I would warm up. And there were times when I was leaving the house to go hang out with my friends on a Friday night and she was coming into the house. It's the whole thing. Exactly, Resute. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that while there can be a better system, right? I am not in any way saying that the system we have is good and that we should be satisfied with the system. In the meantime, while we're resolving the big issue up here, we need to resolve the smaller issue down here, is that people are not receiving health care. How can we get more people to get more health care and improve what health care they do get? And these tools that are being created are fulfilling that need. Is it the most desirable outcome? No. Do not come at me with some bullshit about how I'm advocating for us to not do anything. I am advocating for us to grab every single thing that we can lay our grubby little mitts on while working towards a better outcome in total. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ.
Would you trust an AI nurse with
And yes, I'm arguing with leftists in my head right now.
your life? Yeah, neither would Greg Corrado, a senior research director at Google working on a similar medical AI chatbot, who said, I don't feel that this kind of technology is yet at a place where I would want it in my family's healthcare journey. So, what would you do if an AI chatbot killed you? Probably nothing, I guess, since you'd be dead. Okay, what would you do if an AI chatbot killed someone you loved? What if an AI chatbot killed Timothy Chalamet? Who would you sue? The robot? The company? We aren't really sure.
We are sure. It's the company. It's the company. We are sure. You sue the company. The company's name is on the chatbot. The company is responsible. Hold the company responsible. Don't hand wave this bullshit. Don't pretend, oh, we aren't sure. No, we are sure. It's the company. It's always the company. I'm sorry, Ghost. I apologize.
And that's by design.
This is not angry. This is intense. I don't get angry on Twitch. I get intense. And if my intensity is disturbing you, I do apologize. Passionate. Thank you, Stoicide. Exactly. Right? The idea, somewhere along the line, the debate bros convinced people that intensity and passion for a subject indicates that you're losing the argument. Fuck them. There is, I'm crashing out. We're 2 hours and 42 minutes into the stream and I'm crashing out because of a 3-hour video on AI. This is how it all ends. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we defer so much bullshit to these culture guardians of the, the fucking debate bros, right? Like, this is how you have to behave. And even though people hate debate bros, you've accepted the culture that they've created. Stop it. Stop. Like when trolls cry, it's like, stop it. Because they're gaslighting you, right? Like, we know, Textillion, what we're talking about. And that was gaslighting. The entire thing is, if you can't agitate the streamer and you're attempting to troll the streamer, just gaslight them. You know what I mean? And that has worked in some extent, but it doesn't work everywhere because not everyone gives a fuck about your fucking opinion, random person on the internet.
Design. AI companies want to keep this all as ambiguous as possible so that they can't be held accountable when their stuff doesn't work. It's not just healthcare. AI enthusiasts and entrepreneurs are pushing to incorporate AI in the realm of governance, policing, social services, and more. AI can revolutionize who we decide to send to jail. How? By continuing to be racist. AI can help us decide who should receive healthcare. How? By getting better at denying people's insurance claims. AI can help lawyers lie.
Right, and again, these are all capitalism issues, right? These are all and power structure issues. These are not anything related to AI. When you advocate for the idea that AI is good at sifting through large amounts of data, using those tools within these environments could be a good thing. But the incentives behind the company or power structures that are behind the tools that they are using are the ones that are flawed and causing the flawed outcomes, right? Using something that's good at analyzing large amounts of data to actually increase the effectiveness of your ability to distribute resources is good. When you say that's what you're trying to do, while in actuality you're trying to limit the amount of resources that you're spending on people's healthcare, that's bad. And it's the company, not the AI tool, that's doing that. Always, every time.
Not that they needed it. Wow, I'm so excited for the future. Though many of these AI technologies aren't new or specifically generative AI, the recent AI boom has given tech enthusiasts across the nation the legitimacy that they need to implement these technologies wherever possible. Now, humans aren't perfect. Humans kill people too. I'll never talk about what happened on the night of March 23rd, 2011. That's
Fair,
for sure.
fair.
Humans are biased. Human doctors can also be bad doctors. Did you know that 60% of medical students believe racist myths like that black people have thicker skin than white people? Did you know that physicians are more likely to gaslight and misdiagnose women and racial minorities than white men? Did you know that women and minorities are less likely to receive pain medication than men or whites undergoing this?
And I'm sorry, Ghost. I'm sorry that you don't know me well enough to know that I wasn't yelling there. I feel like we should all spend. I feel like I should take you around IRL, and you can see, like, I mean, fuck. I don't even remember when the last time I was actually fucking yelling. What up, Beef? How will we be able to correct AI that's trained on data based upon the existing power structure? Like, one of the things is that that AI inherently knows how the existing power structures are flawed, right? Like, you can use the tools to get very effective critiques of the current power structures. No, even Grok, they did a whole thing, like political compasses and all that kind of bullshit, and it's lefty as fuck, because reality has a lefty/liberal bias. Delete whichever you find less offensive or more offensive. It has to do with, you have to do something to disrupt the power structures in order to change that. And it is possible. Well, you hit return, Maddie. If you hit enter, then you finished your thought and I can respond to it. Like, people should, get in your unions, get in any kind of group, any kind of representative organization, not just a union. Get in any kind of a representative organization that reflects your political beliefs to the best of their ability. No one is going to be perfect. No organization is going to completely align with your political beliefs. It's not how shit works when you have two people next to each other, right? You both have different views on stuff. Just how life is. Within that context, organize, right? Whether it be through a union, whether it be through some other civic organization, just a coalition of like-minded people. And as you build that up and get more people, then eventually you can leverage that into political power, depending on which particular structure you're trying to address. If you're trying to address a federal presidential election, having 10,000 people in Georgia at a particular point in time is a very effective lever in order to get political change done. In your local hometown, it will depend on population. You could have an organization of like 15, 20 people and flip an election for school board because you are very motivated. That's what it's all about. And then you take that and you build that up. In the meantime, the artificial intelligence will be continued to be developed by these countries, because we don't live in an environment where regulation is going to occur, because the current political environment in Washington is not conducive to doing regulation to any business that can improve national security, many crime bunnies, or can generate significant profits that can be used to lobby and reelect those individuals. So the development of AI is going to continue. And I believe, based on the strong evidence, that if they continue this trend and they are able to develop artificial general intelligence and artificial strong intelligence and potentially super intelligence, that eventually the contradictions that are inherently built into a system that reduces the amount of consumers while replacing those consumers with over the long term, reduced cost production is going to lead to a point where those inherent contradictions are going to directly disrupt how capitalism works. That is my political theory of how AI will eventually destroy capitalism. I hope that all makes sense. That was a lot of words thrown at you.
Same medical procedures. In fact, some research indicates that ChatGPT actually outperforms doctors in giving accurate medical diagnoses. But let's pause here before we commit to hating or hyping AI. The problem with systemic issues like quality healthcare access or racist policing isn't just shitty humans. Systemic racism, structural violence, social hierarchy, inequitable access to public goods, these are all problems that would persist whether or not shitty people were in positions of power. Bad outcomes are not the result of individuals doing bad things in otherwise fine systems. Bad outcomes are the result of bad systems that incentivize and orient institutions, actors, and norms in a particular direction. Systemic problems require restructuring social systems. Placing AI in charge of a shitty system would not only not fix the systemic problem, but potentially exacerbate the existing harm that these systems do. Healthcare, policing, and underfunded social services are not something AI can single-handedly do or solve. But AI isn't exactly the villain of this story. The problem is not just that healthcare companies are using AI to deny insurance claims, but the fact that we live in a for-profit system that ultimately gives a small group of people the right to determine who should live or die. AI technology has legitimate use cases that benefit the public welfare. Of the many entities that take on the AI label, there are tons that actually do things. AlphaFold's protein structure prediction model has arguably pushed forward medical advancements by several years.
When I was told about the application of AI to drug development, I sort of rolled my eyes and said, yeah, show me the data. And then I looked at the data, and it was very compelling.
And natural language processing, machine translation, has improved massively in the past decade, connecting speakers of different languages across the globe. Google's GenCast helps officials predict extreme weather events and generate advanced forecasts, potentially saving lives in the process at a fraction of the cost. This doesn't mean replacing important work in the name of meaningless mechanical efficiency, but giving people new tools to help people.
The thing, and fair enough, B. The thing of it is that none of the things that I ask y'all to do around AI require you to stop doing any of the other things you might be doing regarding like praxis and anything else, right? I will in no way advocate for you to stop doing, stop working at a, soup kitchen, or stop organizing with people, or any of the other normal ass shit that you're all doing in praxis and like that, right? This is using the tools to make those things more effective, and so that you are entered into the data set going forward, right? Like the information and things that you generate through the processes that you use the AI for will be included in that data set. And you're also more AI literate as the world gradually changes around you as more of this stuff comes in. If you can indicate to me, right, because I'm willing to change my opinion based on new data. If you are able to communicate to me in exactly what way we would be able to, for instance, curtail, regulate, or pause AI development, I'm willing to listen to you. I'm willing to take those ideas into consideration. I'm just already articulating the reasons why those things are not going to happen in a timely manner. And timely manner is the key, because we are 3 years-ish into this current bout of AI, and it has developed on a significant scale. Even if you don't think it's doing all the things it's, that people hype, right? If there's some hype, if you ignore the development that it's achieved so far and the impressive development that it's achieved so far, like, you have to acknowledge that it's actually getting significantly better. And if it continues to get, not even on an exponential, but like on just a regular logarithmic, if it continues to get better at this rate, it is moving faster than these organizations that are out to change the world. You know what I mean? I think my concern is that AI is mostly under capitalist control and is going to potentially do a lot of harm before the system breaks down. And that's fair, right? One of my goals is to do our best to minimize that harm if at all possible, right? To do what we can with what we have. My utopian vision is that that our governments would get their shit together and start looking to have a nice smooth transition into the nobody works anymore kind of environment. And we're not doing that, right? So I understand that even though I have an ideal, we're probably not going to do that ideal. Beauty of it is that it isn't really under anybody's control. It can be gated. Yeah, I mean, yeah, open source and everything else is a fair point of view. You know what I mean? Some definitely are fallacious and others aren't. Yeah. If the only thing you take away from this is that the more eyes you put on the technology, the more progress it makes. It's not just the AI, it's literally any technology. That's why we use open source tools where possible and contribute if able. What Old Lobster said 100%. Yeah, it can feel frightening, right? Like, which is why I'm in here on the daily, right? Neuron, trying to like give you, hey, look at this is happening, and look at this is happening, and look at this is happening. So it's less jarring, right? The more you're paying attention, the more incremental it feels, right? Like this stuff is getting better. Now, even in that incrementalism, it still sometimes is like, holy shit, right? Like it still can feel overwhelming, but it's less so that if you just check in every now and again, or if you live with some established thing like AI can't draw hands, and then you see something and it's like, what do you mean that's AI, right? Like that's a human being talking to me on this video.
In unanticipated ways. But yeah, AI-enabled misinformation isn't cool. Putting chatbots in charge of high-stakes situations, I'd pass on that one. The lack of oversight at a lot of these AI startups, the clear profit incentives, overpromising and misrepresenting what the tech can and should do. Not cool. We can use predictive and generative AI in ways that benefit public health, knowledge, and flourishing. Unfortunately, our current economic system doesn't really reward doing good things for public welfare. When Google initially took a cautious approach toward AI development and held off on releasing a chatbot that didn't meet.
And within this context, right, the company that made my computer, the company that made the software that I run on my computer, that I use to educate people, that every streamer you know that does education, that every YouTube video essayist, right? The companies that make the stuff that they use to do their work, these are not nice companies. They're not your friend, right? They are obviously looking to make profit. That is their primary driving goal. But then we take the tool and do interesting things with it. AI is no different. Yes, it's the best models, generally speaking, are controlled and locked behind closed doors, and we don't know what's going on, transparency, all that, by these huge monolithic billion-dollar companies that are extracting our data and everything else. But there's a lot of open source models that are really good. There is a lot of work that you can do with the closed source models to benefit your personal organization and the people around you and all that kind of stuff. My friend specific dietary requirements, couldn't get a handle on this shit. I hooked him up with ChatGPT. He's living his best life and has gone from an AI skeptic to an AI advocate in that space. It does what it needs to do for him and for his loved ones, etc. Like, it's that kind of thing. That's what we're talking about. If you want the AI companies to all of a sudden be good, it's a very unlikely scenario, because all the things you got to put in there. But can you, the person who has a good heart, the person who has empathy, the person who does care about other people, can you take that and use those tools to benefit people around you?
Their standards of safety and fairness, they didn't get any reward. They were punished. Their competitors took advantage of the opening. The current incentive...
Yeah, no, and that's what Nemesis, taking heart from as much as DeepSeek isn't everything that every person who is like, wanted to dunk on ChatGPT and OpenAI, it wasn't all that they said it was. It was still an impressive feat. And it still created an environment where people could do more things with a different kind of model that had capabilities that were comparable in some domains to some of these top-of-the-line corporate shitheel kind of fucking... It's like, just expand your imagination to encompass these things. How, instead of... this is terrible and I don't want to use it and it's going to destroy the world, it's like, how can I use this to do the best possible good that I can?
Structure does not work in the public welfare's favor. So in whose favor does it work then? The AI ownership class does not comprise one set of individuals with a specific ideology or vision for the world, but they all share one key intention: to build and control the infrastructure of the future and make money. There tends to be two flavors of hype coming from today's AI guru.
And again, that's not new. Look, you continuum. Railroad barons. Everyone wanted their railroad to be the railroad that was used by the United States as it developed all these other technologies and made money. Right? Like, every single piece of technology that has been developed by people who wanted you to use their product, right? And then we did other stuff.
Gurus, boosters,
I'm going to shut up for a minute.
AI boosters see AI as a potentially revolutionary force for good that, once sentient and intelligent enough, can usher in an age of economic prosperity, science...
I really tried, but then he did an artificial black and white dichotomy, the 1-0 yes no kind of thing. There's boosters and doomers, and that's it. No, everyone is nuanced.
Scientific advancement and unlimited creativity.
AI will cause great abundance, great GDP growth, great productivity growth.
Weird how this bold vision for a revolutionary future is still measured in GDP. AI doomers, on the other hand, see AI as a powerful existential risk that might take over the world and enslave humanity.
I think AI...
Homie Nabil. It is, isn't it? Like, I'm just saying, the AI is not the problem. It's the people, right? It's this dipshit.
AI is one of the biggest threats.
Though it seems that boosters and doomers are diametrically opposed, in reality, those who hype the technology and those who exalt its existential risk occupy two sides of the same coin. They're both hyping the technology. This narrative places AI right at the center of the battle for the future of humanity.
True, Lawdog.
But of course, this also places tech CEOs who control AI at the center of building and controlling that future.
I know. I'm a terrible person. I'm I'm not supposed to make fun of somebody's inherent characteristics. But that's got to be photoshopped, right? That's not his real head.
And I can't predict the future. For all we know, the world could blow up tomorrow. The man in my walls could finally make himself known, and maybe today's finally the day they unearth Abraham Lincoln's secret gay letters. Completely denying the possibility that technology can facilitate an equitable future is as misguided as ignoring the real, current human harms that technology makes invisible. But not everyone believes or wants a future with AI. And I'm not talking about the doomers who think AI is going to enslave humanity. I'm talking about the AI critics and skeptics from all walks of life concerned about the impact that AI...
I am confident that the person who wrote this book, or these two people who wrote this book, and these two people who wrote this book are capitalizing on anti-AI sentiment in order to profit. Everything that I've seen pushes me in that direction, right? Watching these two fucks talk with Adam Conover, watching these two, or reading the article that these two fucks did with their thing, like, they are bending the facts to fit their narrative, right? And it is what it is, right? Like, I get it. It's when they claim that other people are scamming you and they have the truth, right? And you need to just buy their book. It's very fucking Dianetics.
AI implementation will have and is having on real people. Following the AI boom of the 2020s, a wave of backlash emerged to contest what many people see as the actual real-world consequences of AI hype and implementation. What could AI mean for artists, the environment, labor, politics, and the value of human life itself? And what if this whole boom isn't actually...
Agreed, Nabil. And that's why, like, you know me, you know my heart, you know what I'm about, right? And that's where I'm at as well. Like, we can use these tools to do good stuff, right? Like, it can be done.
A boom and more of a bubble. Are we going to ignore all these human costs for an overhyped bubble? According to tech writer Cory Doctorow, tech bubbles come in two varieties. The ones that leave something behind and the ones that leave...
Why is it always two, right? Like, it's always two. It's black and white. It's ones and zeros. It's on, off. It's yes, no. It's, you kill me.
Nothing behind. Speculative frenzies aren't anything new. They go all the way back to the 17th century with tulip mania, and it hadn't stopped. Bicycle mania, railway mania, the dot-com bubble, but we still use bikes, trains, and the internet. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this warehouse full of tulips, though. Sure, maybe AI is overhyped, but when the hype is gone, what'll be left? What if there's more than meets the eye here? In the wake of a technology that many see as devaluing our humanity, is the answer to return to the humanisms of yore? Or perhaps AI has opened a third way? One that forces us to articulate a new set of commitments. In the face of a future that is being stolen before our very eyes, do we really want to go back to the way things were before?
Part 3. Backlash.
There's plenty of good reasons to dislike what's happening with AI, but there's also plenty of bad reasons. Why are the bad reasons bad? Well, for one, a lot of these reasons are philosophically unsound or contradict principles that we probably shouldn't contradict. If you and I both hate Jeff Bezos, then great, that's awesome. But if you tell me that you hate him because he's bald, then whoa, buddy, the bald community has suffered enough. So just because we agree on some points doesn't mean that we agree on important fundamental points. Hating Bezos for his baldness doesn't actually hurt Bezos as much as it reinforces the material subjection of our non-billionaire alopecic friends. Similarly, when it comes to AI, the specific way that people have learned to criticize AI has unintended material consequences. Consequences that affect human lives. Consequences that backfire or throw us into the worst timeline. So, let's go over most of the reasons why people dislike the current state of the AI industry, and why I think these criticisms are often incomplete. First, let's outline the key recurring points that I hear from AI skeptics. 1. AI doesn't do what the hype says it does. 2. AI is based on theft and plagiarism. 3. AI will negatively impact labor. 4. AI harms the environment. 5. AI is facilitating big tech's fascist bid for world domination. Now, I agree with some of these statements, and I'm totally...
I mean, I think that's a fair summation of the majority of people's points. So good on you.
Totally sympathetic to the intentions behind all of them. Yeah, the techno-fascists are scary. Yeah, the AI hype leads to AI being used in ways that hurt people. So true. But in this chapter, let's focus on the first 4 and get to the last point in the second part of this series. There's an underlying philosophical idea that motivates the first 4 critiques, one that I've spent the past few years criticizing on this channel. Underlying the AI skeptic worldview is a humanist philosophy. As humanists, these critics believe that humans are inherently valuable and that AI harms and devalues humanity. Now, humanism sounds good on paper, especially if you're human. I mean, hell yeah, I'm valuable. Sorry to any eukaryotic cells watching, but I, in some ways, agree. Humanity is pretty cool. But humanism as a first principles philosophy is tricky. In the past few decades, a huge part of the work done by critical academics in feminism, critical race theory, and post-colonial studies has been in critiquing the category of human as a historically constructed Western concept. Now, there isn't anything inherently wrong with being Western or being constructed. The Eiffel Tower hasn't hurt anybody. But these critiques of bourgeois liberal humanism do important work in showing how the category of human, or man, emerged in Western thought at a specific point in time to justify some really grotesque worldviews. This isn't just an abstract philosophical contention or a little argument in an ivory tower, but a truly world historical struggle. Liberal individualism, human rights, subjectivity, the Cartesian thinking subject, the figure of the human underlies all of these important concepts as a fundamental fixture of Western thought. The struggles for feminism, anti-racism, anti-colonialism are often articulated in the form of contesting status quo definitions of what it means to be human. After all, who gets to decide who is human and what that means? How do we define what it means to be human and what rights fall under the moniker of human rights? Again, this might sound like an abstract debate, but I bring it up because while emancipatory humanism sounds great in theory, it has real material consequences. While it does ideologically justify good things like democracy, it also serves as an exclusionary project, one that has justified systems like slavery, patriarchy, and colonialism by declaring minorities, women, and subaltern peoples as unhuman. Emancipatory humanism can so easily become reactionary humanism. I said that we're here to talk about consequences. So, what are the real-world consequences of uncritically relying on old philosophical frameworks? Let's go through the AI critics' concerns by rigorously unpacking the question of meaning, its implications for art, the environment, labor, and politics. It might get a little freaky, it might get a little abstract, but it's also a topic that warrants this level of depth. Let's start this conversation by discussing point 1.
AI doesn't do what the hype says it does.
We've gone over how language models work. They create text that looks plausible based on its ability to capture patterns of linguistic meaning. Some might be offended by the following question, but bear with me. Is what LLMs do much different than what humans do when they process meaning? In response, I'll say this. We don't know how human cognition works. That doesn't mean human subjectivity or experience isn't unique, but intelligence or consciousness isn't a thing you can observe or definitively draw a box around. Intelligence and consciousness are limited and incomplete human constructs because we truly don't know what's going on up here. Questions like, is AI intelligent, or is AI conscious, or can AI ever be conscious are all, in my opinion, worthless.
Yes, with a but, Reserte. The concept, like with that naming, is... And I'm pretty sure Noah said this last night on stream, was something about like people did science before, or maybe it was Ivan. People did science stuff before we had science, right? people were doing racism before we had racism. You know what I mean? People were doing racist stuff. The hatred of the other has deeper roots, and the use of the hatred of the other to to lean into systems of power and control over populations existed way, like, all the way back. As long as we've had a power structure, it had something within it that meant that those people are not like us people, and therefore they must be feared or fought or hated or something to that nature. That's the racism.
And now it's time to pop up number 6. Oh, that's a butthole.
That is indeed a butthole.
Questions that risk treading into racist histories. Like tons of stuff in contemporary culture, these constructs have horrific eugenicist and exclusionary histories. We can't just throw these terms around uncritically in the way that AI boosters might. The entire history of the concept of intelligence itself is a history of the ways things like IQ have been used to exclude non-Western culture and people.
In the 1920s, eugenicists like Carl Brigham used IQ test results to push the superiority of the Nordic race group. The concepts that have been historically tested for in IQ exams aren't universal measures of intelligence, but culturally specific tests that purposefully try to make non-Western and non-white people seem less intelligent. You can
Very good, Nabil. 100%.
directly link Stanford University.
Oh yeah, that Ribbons, that clip was taken from a video that Hank did where he did a tier list of how much the AI logos, the AI company logos, looked like buttholes.
University's early eugenicist roots to the ideologies that underlie Silicon Valley today.
And as for consciousness, we don't know exactly what that means. Think about it. What does it mean to know or to have knowledge in the first place? Modern science requires a subject and an object. But when subjectivity itself is the object, then it's really hard, maybe even impossible, to properly observe it as a scientific object. Consciousness and subjectivity belong to the realm of philosophy, or phenomenology if you're freaky. So I'm not going to empirically declare anything about subjectivity, consciousness, and whether LLMs or AI possess any of that. It's like asking a meteorologist what emotion the sky tastes like. It's just not a question that we can pretend to have an empirical answer to. My concern here isn't with the question of consciousness, however. My concern is with the certainty with which some AI skeptics approach the question of technology's relationship to meaning. What do I mean? Well, as we've established, the AI industry relies on hype. The tech industry benefits from making LLMs seem human-like or intelligent. So if you're an AI critic who wants to see it all come crashing down, you have one really powerful line of attack. Argue that LLMs aren't human-like or intelligent at all. If you can peel back the curtain of hype and show how AI isn't as capable as tech bros claim it is, then the entire tech empire crumbles. I absolutely agree with the goal here. When it comes to AI, we're talking about the richest men on the planet racing to control the future. Men with hundreds of billions of dollars who fantasize about saving humanity, democracy be damned. But we have to be careful about how we do this. Like, if the empire finally crumbles, what's left in its wake? Will we simply rebuild old capitalist bureaucracies and systems of control? I think that big tech is a destructive and horrific force for the world, but it is because of that fact, not in spite of it, that I think our critique of AI, the principles behind it, and our vision for what comes next needs to be as strong as possible. One of the leading critics of the AI hype machine are Dr. Emily Bender and Dr. Alex Hanna.
My name is Emily M. Bender. I'm a professor of linguistics at the University of Washington. My area of work is broadly computational linguistics. I have a lot to say about what linguistics can say about large language models, how they're built, how we perceive them, and the hype around them.
My name is Alex Hanna. I'm Director of Research at the Distributed AI Research Institute, which is a nonprofit research institute that focuses on the harms of AI and other computational technologies.
When it comes to AI, they know what they're talking about. In fact, they wrote a much anticipated book which comes out this May, The AI Con, where they lay down a compelling case against big tech's hype. I had the chance to read the book and speak with them on the topic.
What's at stake with how we talk about AI today?
Short version is power is at stake with how we talk about AI. And the misleading ways that we talk about it or that people talk about it allow for the accumulation and various misuses of power.
Dr. Bender is right. Hype lets the tech oligarchs accumulate more money and more power, which is why it's crucial that we provide compelling counter-narratives. When it comes to large language models, Bender and Hanna are famous for doing just that.
In 2020, Dr. Bender co-authored an article with Alexander Kohler called Climbing Towards NLU. The authors argue that, contrary to the belief of tech enthusiasts, large language models cannot comprehend language or engage with meaning. They argue that meaning is the relation between a linguistic form and communicative intent, and state that a model of natural language that is trained purely on form will not learn meaning. Essentially, large language models cannot understand because understanding is rooted in what they call communicative intent, and communicative intent requires the experience of face-to-face communication to truly understand the context of meaning. According to Ben...
See? And this is like, maybe I just disagree, everything else, but it's the requirement for face-to-face communication has implications, right? And is inherently a anthropocentric lens through which you see these concepts, right? So like that to me is problematic because you can communicate intent and all that without face-to-face communication, right? You have done it over the phone, you know, or like it's more nuanced when it comes to, what up, Alina? When it comes to typing, right, in chat, you know, you the kappa, right? You have to add other things to the conversation in order to do that kind of intent. And that's my critique, right? Like, I'm not attacking their expertise. I'm just like, I feel like a conclusion has been reached prior to all the facts, and therefore some of the facts that are inconvenient get ignored in making these arguments. And again, this is not they are correct. They are making an argument. Thank you again. Shout out to Noah for giving me that framework. Truth is what you can argue. There are the facts, which are usually based on perception and can be nuanced, but generally speaking, can be somewhat objective. But the truth and facts are different things, and they are arguing their truth. No, I needed a time when I could actually sit with it, Alina, and 3 hours, we're 49 minutes in, and I've spent well over an hour plus on this because of pausing and everything else. So I needed a day like today, and today is the day.
Bender and Kohler, language is rooted in human experience and relationships, something that large language models do not and probably will never grasp. To describe the...
Again, when people say never, I refer back to the dude, very, very well read, very impressive. I can't remember what his name is, but it's not important. The dude was giving a speech about how human beings will never be able to fly at the exact same point at which the Wright brothers were launching their plane, right? Like, never is big. Never is huge, right? And it's why, like, I always tell you, like, what are the capabilities that we need to get to in order to get to a particular outcome? Not, that'll never happen, because that's a thought-terminating fucking cliche as far as I'm concerned. What would be the process to get from where we are to achieve that goal. That is far more valuable. Even if it never occurs, you can still lay out, these things, and you're using your critical thinking and your creative thinking and your imagination, and that has value. You're stretching that muscle.
The way that LLMs stitch together words and sentences based on statistical probability, Emily Bender derisively calls LLMs stochastic parrots. Now, some tech people in response argue that humans are also nothing more than advanced probability machines. Sam Altman semi-sarcastically tweeted, "I am a stochastic parrot and so are you." Cute. But critics like Bender and Hanna maintain that there's something unique and valuable about humans, and that anthropomorphizing LLMs when they are nothing more than...
And I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that there's something particularly special and unique about humans. What is it about humans that is so special and unique? Right? Because we're seeing more information. Is it language, the ability to communicate information? Well, the orangutans might be doing that. Is it problem-solving skills? The octopus seems to be really good at, doing problem solving, right? So there's a variety of different things that when viewed through an anthropocentric lens can cause you to make certain conclusions which aren't necessarily in evidence, right? It's the human deciding what it is to be human, which, going back to other things, when we decide who is human, it allows us to commit a variety of crimes.
In their words, souped-up autocomplete is a dangerous anti-human game. Except, hold on a second. Is it? Okay, so let me tell you what I'm not about to do. I am not about to argue that LLMs are sentient or conscious. I'm not about to say that humans are also just stochastic parrots. What I'm about to do is problematize the basis on which we can definitively make claims about the meaningfulness of LLMs and describe the real consequences of doing so. First, we have to understand a bit about 20th century linguistics. You're on the edge of your seat, aren't you? In the early 1900s, Ferdinand de Saussure made a radical claim about the nature of meaning, one that would influence critical philosophical discourses for decades. In his course of general linguistics, he argued that linguistic signs, what we might call a word, only acquire meaning through the ways they differ from other signs. Signifiers contain no inherent or positive value. Their linguistic value comes from their relationships to other signs. As an example, think of a dictionary. It's a word book full of words to describe other words. The only way to access the meaning of any given word is through other goddamn words. This isn't to say that there isn't a reality that these words attempt to describe, but Saussure's legacy shows us the ways that we are always embedded in interpretation. To understand reality is to understand reality through a complex system of signs in relation to other signs. Saussure wasn't just a crackpot French guy. His theory provided the foundation for tons of innovations in linguistics, sociology, anthropology, philosophy, and literary theory. If you're a postmodern degenerate like me who believes in anything written by Foucault, Lacan, or Derrida, then you absolutely have Saussure to blame for this. If you are a progressive or left-leaning person, then you're probably influenced by the important work in critical race theory, feminist philosophy, post-structuralism, and cultural studies, inspired by Saussure's disciples. Saussure's theories even influenced the very distributional hypothesis of language that led to the current innovations in LLMs. But besides Saussure's broad influence, what's the point in bringing up all this stuff? This is Dr. David Gunkel. He, like Bender and Hanna, agrees that the conversation on AI is about power.
It means that making a claim to what is really real is about power.
In an article he wrote with Mark Kokelberg, they describe some interesting conflicts between critics of AI and linguistic theory. I mean, if you're gonna critique LLM's ability to convey or understand meaning, and if you're butting heads with foundational work in linguistic theory, then you should stop and take a breather, right? And here's why. Gunkel and Kokelberg show how AI skeptics often reinstate and reify certain assumptions in Western philosophy that we should perhaps do away with.
So the idea behind the stochastic parrots essay and a lot of the critical essays written on large language models is that they use language, but they don't have access to the referent.
As Bender and Kohler write, communicative intents are about something that is outside of language, but LLMs don't have access to the outside of language.
They don't have a body, they don't have senses, and they don't live in the world. And therefore, they're not using language in the right way.
Defining meaning is notoriously hard. For the purposes of this paper, we chose a working definition which is as general as we could make it, capturing the crucial point that meaning is based on the link between linguistic form and something that is not language.
Post-structuralism flips the script on this, and it says, wait a minute, is that really how language works? And the big figure here is the structural theorist Ferdinand de Saussure. So Saussure's big insight is that language really refers to language, and that it is a system of differences, that the way that we understand one word is its difference from another word.
So we're kind of at an impasse. On the one hand, AI critics like Emily.
And real quick, I understand that there's probably people in this audience who like object to the philosophy bro in the same way that they object to the debate bro. But as much as it might bother you, philosophy is unavoidable. You're doing stuff that is talked about in philosophy, whether you realize that you're doing it or not, right? It's happening. You just might not have a name for it. And that, going back to your conversation with Abinadab that we had way back when, she and I are both on that time as well. It's like we do stuff and then someone will say, oh, that's a blah, 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 and it's like, okay, cool.
Bender argue that LLMs do not produce meaningful statements because meaning is rooted in something outside of language, in our shared human understanding. But on the other hand, as David Gunkel says here, Bender's work is rooted in just one particular philosophical tradition. As Kokelberg and Gunkel state, this suspicion toward language that has no speaker or a referent is as old as the West itself. In Phaedrus, Plato levied this very critique at a hot new ancient technology called the written word. Writing Phaedrus has this strange quality. You might think it spoke as if it had intelligence, but if you question it, wishing to know about its saying, it always says only one and the same thing. But who cares what Plato said about writing, right? Well, Western civilization, apparently. Plato's quote hints at a core concept that French philosopher Jacques Derrida called logocentrism. But this isn't just a niche philosophical debate. Logocentrism isn't just another ism, but the ism. Kokelberg and Gunkel call it the ruling conceptual apparatus of Western philosophy and science. And it's alive and well in the ways that critics of AI formulate their argument. As I said, we're getting a little abstract and freaky here, but bear with me.
If I may, just briefly, unpack all of Western metaphysics. So, Western thought is based on a distinction between reality and appearance. The West has this idea that there's a difference between things and representations of things. In this view, representations like symbols or signs are simply the means by which we arrive at truth. These symbols or signs have no truth in themselves. In this search for truth, Western thought privileges presence over absence, the speaker over the written word. When we apply this logic to language overall, the argument goes something like this.
Humans have thoughts and use words to express those thoughts. Speech is the most immediate manifestation of thought. Therefore, words acquire their meaning from the minds and intentions of speakers.
In the book of Grammatology, Derrida critiques this whole thing. There's two key moves: the deconstruction of logocentrism and the deconstruction of binary oppositions. For Derrida, words, or rather signs, don't acquire meaning from any fixed source. Like Saussure, he believes that signs acquire meaning through the ways they differ from other signs. For example, try to define the word apple right now without using other words. Try it. Go ahead. So, maybe you're slick, and you always carry an apple around on the off chance that you need to debate metaphysics. And maybe when I said define apple, you so slyly pointed to the apple in your hand so as to refer to something present in the world. Okay, you slick little metaphysician. Well, what about this apple, huh? This isn't the object that you pointed to, and yet we probably agree that it's an apple. Or what about this?
Remember when I talked about vapes earlier and I held up the vapes and I said, like, I was doing this without knowing any of these people or their words or anything else.
Is this an apple? Why? Why not? What is it that gives these things their appleness? Who decides the coherence of concepts that become apple? Is it shape, color, texture, taste? But are those not mere conceptual representations of experiences? And are experiences not mental representations of things, or in other words, symbolic? Symbols, signs, words? And what if I eat the apple and the acid in my stomach turns it into goo? Is that an apple? What about when the materials of the apple are redistributed into my body in the form of nutrients? Am I apple? We can go in circles forever, which is quite literally the point. The search for any fundamental meanings and origins is fraught from the start. This is because, as Derrida argues, meaning is always deferred. It is never fully present or anchored in some absolute essence. There is no fundamental foundation on which to base any truth, origin, meaning, or value. There is no truth that exists behind the sign. To believe otherwise is to fall into what Derrida calls the metaphysics of presence, the assumption that meaning is directly accessible and stable, that words transparently refer to things in themselves. This isn't to deny that reality exists, but to state that reality is something that is iteratively produced. Sure, this is an apple, but only because it maps onto a complex system of constantly changing symbols. How we understand the sign apple changes based on context. The sign apple does not acquire meaning through some fundamental origin, but through the way it differs from other signs in a particular context. The meaning of apple will vary vastly, depending on if we're talking about an apple as a cultural representation, a historical literary figure, a biological object, a commodity, or a culinary product. Reality is not one root from which the branches of knowledge grow. Reality is a process. It's an interpretive and performative gesture. Again, who cares? Well, again, all of Western thought. Let me put this into terms that might feel more real. Derrida doesn't just critique logocentrism for the sake of it. As we've established, this isn't just about language, it's about power. The logic that says that speech is pure while writing is corrupt is the same logic that says that man is rational while woman is hysterical, that white is universal while black is other. Western thought doesn't describe these hierarchies, it creates them. Derrida's critique isn't just about words. It's about how reality itself has been structured to enforce these distinctions. With that in mind, I brought the question of meaning directly to Dr. Bender.
I think sometimes people read my work and my work with Alexander Kohler in the Climbing Towards NLU paper as saying that meaning is reference to an external world and that we're assuming sort of an objective reality that can be referred to, or that meaning is in concepts. And it's true that it's not in the text anywhere, but what I'm coming to is that meaning is in relationships, but not relationships between words. Meaning is in relationships between people. And meaning is constantly.
Why wouldn't you put it in the text? When your admission is that it's true, it's not written in the text, but the meaning is this, and it's like, dude, bro, just write it down. Just write it down somewhere in the text. When you write it in the text, then it's in the text.
Negotiated in conversation. In order to have access to that, in order to participate in that, you have to be the kind of entity that can be in relationship. And so I think the point still holds that LLMs don't do that at all. LLMs see and manipulate the form of what we're doing when we're doing linguistic activity, but have no access to what's going on the meaning side of things, which I think is probably best thought of as relational between people.
But this is where Dr. Bender...
And again, like, so that's like, and maybe they're about to get to this and all that, but what I talk about with the idea of the arbitrary lines, right? Like, that if your requirement is that meaning comes from relationships between people, and you define people as a biological entity in the, like, you know, this, right? Like, then you can exclude everything else that isn't a people, right? And again, the orangutans appear to be generating language. If they're generating language, then they are generating meaning. So then are the orangutans people? And if the orangutans are people, then it's not just humans who are people, right?
And I disagree. Relationships between words are relationships between people. Although LLMs do not make meaningful statements as people, I think they challenge our conception of meaning in meaningful ways. Technology, like all things in this world, is not a dead surface, but a performative point of entanglement. If we relegate meaning and truth to the realm of presence or humanity or the mind or the cogito or whatever, then we lose the critical power that is fundamental to so much of the fantastic work of scholars like Foucault, Winter, Fanon, Butler, and more. Anyone committed to the project of social justice has to be committed to a project that historicizes and destabilizes the status quo. There is no separating the concept of something like human from its history. It's embedded in the way the political and social order uses that concept. The job of any emancipatory project should be to show how the categories we take for granted, our knowledge, our selfhood, our truths, are all subject to historical and social change. When we work from a framework like Derrida's, which shows that meaning has no fundamental origin point, it gives us a lot of power to challenge and destabilize unjust definitions and ideas. And I don't think Dr. Bender and Dr. Hanna necessarily disagree with what I'm saying.
By arguing that the category of human is unique and inherently valuable, and that LLMs are not a part of that category, that they're not intelligent, do we risk reifying or relying on the same categories of human that have been deconstructed by post-colonial, feminist, anti-racist, and other critical scholars?
You're spot on that the kind of category of human, I think, is rightly criticized by people in those traditions, especially in thinking about what it means to be human in a way that Black people in particular had been excluded from that. There's some intellectual work to be done in sort of thinking about, well, where's the rapprochement here between the notion of what it means to be human and the devaluing of certain populations and fitting in the category of human, and then the wholesale devaluing of human by a technological apparatus or that is embodied by, you know, Sam Altman. and I think there's something very valuable to be fleshed out there, which I think could.
In that, I think there's something indicative, and I really didn't want to interrupt their response. But if I let that go, then I'm going to forget, is the idea that, like, that because Sam Altman created this, and Sam Altman is a billionaire CEO in a capitalist construct, that automatically makes the product of that person, you know, flawed and devaluing and other things of that nature, right? Which that doesn't necessarily follow. It absolutely can, right? But it's all about where you're standing when you're passing judgment over that, you know, situation. Like, a common leftist critique is of the auto system, right? The cars, right? And the way that cars and the you know, the car industry and how the influence that they had generated car culture and the way that we structure cities and the way that we created highways and all those other things. And there's a bunch of negative shit in there, and I'm not going to argue against that negative shit. There is also a bunch of stuff where people got to go places that they wouldn't have gone otherwise. Because prior to all that, people didn't go like 20 miles from their house. Right? So people got the opportunity to go places and do things and see things and create ideas and share with other people and meet new and interesting people through that mechanism. And though while there are many valid fucking critiques of the way that car culture has negatively influenced not only the United States but the world, you cannot ignore in the forming of that critique the positive elements that have occurred through that same mechanism, right? You have to take those into consideration, and if you don't, you're doing a disservice to the argument. You have made your conclusion, and now are only looking at the facts that conform to your conclusion. You have to look at the facts, look at the data, look at the thing, and then make a conclusion based on that. You don't have to. You can tell me to go fuck myself. But that's what I'm trying to do all the time. And I think that when you don't do that, it leads to negative outcomes in not only in how you perceive the world, but also in how you communicate your perception of the situation. I hope all that made sense. And I once again, I apologize for interrupting that.
Build on the argument in the book, but I don't think we make it explicit.
It's not that AI critics are wrong to criticize big tech. The problem is that when we do, we have to consider how our critiques carry historical and cultural baggage. This doesn't mean that we can't construct pro-social, anti-big tech frameworks in the name of some form of humanism, but we can't do so without fundamentally challenging the categories we use, the oppressive assumptions we rely on, and what type of world might emerge as a result.
I think the means by which we develop the critique can't re-actualize the very colonial way of thinking that we're trying to critique.
At the very least, we have to acknowledge that the question of the human isn't settled, so we can't uncritically commit to fighting in its name. The question of linguistic meaning isn't settled, so we can't commit to a philosophy that prevents us from the ability to question dominant ideas and definitions. In critiquing big tech, which realities and subjectivities do we make impossible?
Take Judith Butler. Their theory of gender performativity was a crucial contribution to feminist philosophy, and today provides...
Okay, I am going to take a quick break to use the bathroom. I was looking for a more opportune break in the process. So for those of you who are in some way like strapped to your computer and have breathlessly anticipated all the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I appreciate you. We're going to take a little break. And then, wasn't what I wanted.
Can't commit to a philosophy that...
I was trying to do something. Okay, I'm going to play a little song.
I have become too weak from the technology, and I cannot even hold it. And now I have the plague.
I love that so much.
2.5 million years ago, a friend of mine made a tool from a stone and defended his tribe's technology. Sorry for the technical term. It's a wheel, then a fire, and the rest is a blur. Throw a theorized plot in the pot with applied science, let it sit. I bet it streamlines your environs, yeah. What's a resource local to the grotto? The method isn't free until the mechanism follow that. Technology, innovate a difference, a feat of engineering, a system made efficient. There isn't a condition, complication, or revision where the answer ain't to build a more sophisticated widget. Idiot, tired of games, Bronze Age, Iron Age, weaponry in stellar form, shelter finer by the day. Livestock and vegetables that rose behind the hideaway. Mesopotamia out the motherfucking lion cage. If it's out of the bag, then it's out of the bag. If it's out of the bag, then it's out of the bag. If it's out of the bag, then it's out of the bag. Now that is a powerful cat. Now that is a powerful cat. Now that is a powerful You take a lever and a pulley and a winch and a wedge. You get a labyrinth of aqueducts and pyramid steps. Before the Jesus Archimedes on that miracle tech. Year zero, you can build a future rearing its head. Put a shoe on a horse, shoot a man with a gun. Steam powered bifocals and mechanical funk. Manipulate electricity, no it cannot be done. Yes it can, ain't a damn that could cancel the flood. True to human curiosity. At the tree of knowledge, pulling genies out of bottles. Stealing from Leonardo's. Plane, train, auto, hauling space age cargo. Bizarro technology, every day is tomorrow. Telegraph, telephone, you can blur a door. Simple Kitsy from a cozy geodesic dome in Sydney. You could write a letter with no paper. You could fix anything with a laser. If it's out of the bag, then it's out of the bag. If it's out of the bag, then it's out of the bag. If it's out of the bag, then it's out of the bag. Now that is a powerful cat. Now that is a powerful cat. Now that is a powerful cat. You could get a robot limb for your blown off limb. Later on, the same technology could automate your gig, as awesome as it is. Wait, it gets awful. You could split an atom willy-nilly. If it's energy that can be used for killing, then it will be. It's not about a better knife, it's chemistry and genocide and medicine for tempering the heck in a projector light. Landmines, Agent Orange, leaded gas, cigarettes, cameras in your favorite corners, plastic in the wilderness. We cannot be trusted with the stuff that we come up with. The machinery could eat us, we just really love our buttons. Technology, focus on the other shit. 3D printed body parts, dehydrated onion dip. You could buy a jet ski from a cell phone on a jumbo jet. TECHNOLOGY, it's the ultimate. A powerful cat.
This is, as I said, my basic metaphysical assumption, which I won't conceal from you, that existence is musical in nature. That is to say that it is not serious. It is a play of all kinds of patterns.
What up, Dan Anonymously? The only disagreement I would make with the Run the Jewels is that Run the Jewels is very much more aggressive, right? In the words that they use. That being said, I enjoy Run the Jewels very much. I enjoy Aesop Rock very much. None Shall Pass. The one about coffee. The whole one about the gates, right? Like in that whole I can't remember what the like field guide to something. That one was phenomenal, you know. A lot of good stuff out of Aesop Rock. And again, like I really enjoy some Run the Jewels as well. All right. Got myself a fresh 32 ounces of water. I also got myself an apple. And some crackers, right? So yeah, I know Reed, if Reed happens to drop in, is concerned about my not eating enough. So I am. Atmosphere is good. What really cemented Aesop Rock for me was when there was that article that showed like fucking Blackalicious, dude. Gift of Gab is, and like, is the number of individual unique words that in the first 10,000 words of any particular rap artist used. And Aesop Rock is like all the way on the right? And then it was like, what's his name? Bus Driver. And like that. And Blackalicious is on that kind of time where like just the you know, just a variety of words and everything else. Top notch. All right. Let's get back to it, and I'm not going to eat in your ear.
Trans activism with a theoretical lens absolutely crucial for gender liberation. In their work, Gender Trouble, they famously argue that gender and sex are social constructs without stable origins. They write that our gendered categories emerge from the repetition of social roles. Gender is not innate, but performative. It is not something you are, it is something you do.
It's a powerful lens. It destabilizes patriarchal power by unhinging it from any transcendent origin, and it argues for a freer relationship to identity. I wonder where Judith Butler got the idea of social concepts without fundamental origins. I wonder what famous 20th century French philosopher Butler directly cites when they challenge the idea that meaning has any singular authoritative root. As Butler writes in Gender Trouble,
I originally took my clue on how to read the performativity of gender from Jacques Derrida's reading of Kafka's Before the Law. There, the one who waits for the law, sits before the door of the law, attributes a certain force to the law for which one waits. The anticipation of an authoritative disclosure of meaning is the means by which that authority is attributed and installed. The anticipation conjures its object.
Butler, like Derrida, deconstructs binary oppositions like sex and gender. Consider the traditional story we tell ourselves about gender.
That the hard reality of binary biological sex justifies its cultural appearance as gender. But history shows that biological sex is also just as socially constructed, just as interpreted, just as cultural, and just as flexible to change as gender or identity. Sex is not a set of two perfect binary categories, but a spectrum of different characteristics like hormones, hips, hair, genitals, chromosomes, parts, a plurality of objects onto which we project cultural ideas. Trans people know this very well.
I have XX chromosomes, yet I grow facial hair, have typically male testosterone levels, a low voice, and a Latina's ass. I am a testament to biological sex flexibility. There is no reality behind my appearance. That's not to say that categories like gender aren't real, but that the search for some fundamental origin point often leads to restrictive and oppressive categorical regimes. Alright, so we understand why it's important to question dominant categories, binaries, and the whole appearance-reality distinction. What a great framework, Dr. Butler. Now, what do we think about AI? Surely Judith Butler, post-structuralist god, Derridean disciple, master of the performative, has something subversive to say about AI, right? Let's see what they wrote.
There's a narcissism that reemerges in the AI dream, that we are going to prove that everything we thought was distinctively human can actually be accomplished by machines and accomplished better, or that human potential, that's the fascist idea, human potential is more fully actualized with
I think we're still on part 2. This is a really weird, arbitrary place for most people to do the most replayed.
AI than without it. Some people say, yes, isn't that great? Or isn't that interesting? Let's get over our romantic ideas, our anthropocentric idealism, debunking. But the question of what's living in my speech, what's living in my emotion, in my love, in my language, gets eclipsed.
And I'm firmly against fascist ideas of the human, obviously. And sure, that's a nice romantic way to view language if we're talking off the cuff, but, Dr. Butler, what happened to logocentrism?
Reed, I was just talking about you. I said I'm eating an apple. We've been here for 4 hours.
Performativity, the entire philosophical framework you staked your entire career on, the debunking is kind of important to the project of liberation you've spent the last 40 years defending. I'm not going to sit here and say I know more than Judith Butler. I definitely do not. And I know why Butler makes this point. The threat of fascism and corporate control is imminent. But that threat emerged out of the very same Western humanist culture that Butler spent their whole lives criticizing. And this isn't the time to forget that. When we return to the question of how do we fight this or what comes next, is our answer going to be to return to the things we spent the whole 20th century wrestling with? As I'm going to say again and again, this isn't just philosophy. This isn't intellectual wankery. Relying on humanist, logocentric, authorial frameworks of meaning has real, concrete consequences. It's something that can so very easily backfire if we continue to perpetuate it uncritically. And in no place is this exemplified more than in the fight over art. We now arrive at point 2 of the AI skeptic's worldview. AI is based on theft and plagiarism.
I do think there is valid reason and necessity to be rude to people who believe AI is art, or playing devil's advocate towards its supporters. Frankly, I want to be incredibly cruel to these people, to say the least. I think those people spit on thousands upon thousands of years of genuine human expression. It's a profound abomination to the sanctity of life. Until you idiots can protect actual artists from having their data scraped by robots, I fully support people being rude and hostile to you. Psychological need? Redact AI artists with a rock. I'll say this as many times as I can. We need to redact AI artists with hammers. I think God should redact AI artists. Redact AI artists. Slice them in half.
Now, I would say that a bunch of this shit is just performative internet behavior. I just want to cite it as an example that when certain creators say that, like, the AI advocates are the ones who talk this way and none of their people talk this way, that's in fact probably not the case. And just because everything exists on a spectrum and there are going to be these types of people in every community, no matter what, I'm sorry, that's just the nature of distributions. Now, are these people indicative of the community as a whole? I would say no. I would say absolutely not. I don't believe that all anti-AI people feel this way, or even the majority, or even like a significant number. But it's enough to make a splash.
And feast on their organs. It's not enough for these people to be shat on. I need them to be actively torn to pieces, day in, day out. Hot take, but I think it should be legal to redact AI bros. We need to redact AI artist. We need to redact AI artist. Just to give you a mental image of how much I hate AI. I want to take the concept of AI generating, cut off its redacted, leave it to redacted. Just before it dies, I pump redacted into it so it redacted longer. And then at the end, I redact it alive until it melts into a puddle.
AI diffusion models allow a person to type a few descriptive lines of text into a computer program and receive a convincing computer-generated image as an output. AI art is like a gateway drug into hating AI because most of it sucks. It feels like an aesthetic void, and there's reasons for this.
When they say that most of it sucks and then showed images, a bunch of which I don't think suck, because art is fucking subjective. The only people, you know, not the only people, but fascists love to talk about this art where thing looks like thing. That's art. Everything else, especially like abstract art, is not art. Hi, Stampy.
A lot of the fine-tuning ratings necessary to train popular image models like Stable Diffusion were crowdsourced from a small group of disproportionately white middle-class Americans on the Stable Diffusion Discord and photography enthusiast websites. That's part of the reason why AI art looks so offensively average. But to be fair, most art produced by humans also sucks pretty bad. Most art is average, literally by virtue of what average means. Most art produced by good artists is bad. Art is a process. It's trial and error. All artists make mostly shitty things until they don't. Bad art is ubiquitous. But some people seem to believe that AI art is not only of little to no artistic value, but a moral aberration. It steals from artists. It steals artists' jobs. Anyone who even interacts with AI image generators is participating in feeding a destructive anti-human visual homunculus that is burning the earth to the ground. Now, these are all concerns in some way rooted in a version of reality that I am sympathetic to. As I'm going to say throughout this video, I totally get where this is coming from, but we need to be careful about the types of justifications we use in our critiques. Hating AI for the wrong reasons isn't just a philosophical blunder, but the first step down a path that may end up hurting the very people we vowed to protect. So let's address some of the arguments that float around when it comes to AI art, all of which apply to larger language models as well. Then we'll talk about the ways that these arguments might actually hurt artists. Bear with me as I start the argument a little abstractly before I move into addressing the material problems at hand. First, some say that AI-generated images aren't art because... So before you finish that thought, counterpoint.
If you don't know what this is a piece called Fountain. In 1917, Marcel Duchamp, when asked to submit work to an art exhibition, had a little chuckle and submitted a urinal. The point of the piece was to provide a commentary on the notion of art. Does Duchamp's Fountain become art if it is accepted by artistic institutions? Does it become art if it performs the social function of art? The piece expands our conception of what art is, where even a found object can serve the function of art on a cultural and social level. Fountain is an early 20th century cultural touchstone and, I think, successfully initiated a conversation that few other traditional art pieces have.
I think the question of what is art isn't something that we could or should ever answer. There's always ways to subvert prior conceptions of art in good or bad ways. Tons of art forms we consider mature today were, in their time, subversive to traditional definitions of art. Take photography, for example. When it first came onto the scene, tons of art critics thought it was an aberration. Here's a quote from 1865.
Photography has reached such perfection of late that evident confusion has arisen in the minds of many persons respecting the relative difference between it and fine art. Art differs from any mechanical process in being the expression of man's delight in God's work. All labor of love must have something beyond mere mechanism at the bottom of it.
We've spent like all of human history debating the question of
what up, Biggie?
Art to death. This question is over 100 years old. It's unsettled. There's no answer, and art is better when there is no answer. The real question is whether AI-generated images could ever be considered good or valuable art. Before we settle on an answer to that, I want to briefly address some of the arguments used to say no. Remember, this isn't
what up, Minnie?
About debunking or owning any libs. We want to build a critique with principles consistent with building the foundation of the world we want to create. AI art is bad because...
And respect, right? Like, the core goal of this channel as it currently exists is not necessarily to convince anyone that they should or should not use AI. I would personally like you to use the tools for the reasons already mentioned. The fundamental goal is that your arguments are flawed and you need to reinforce your arguments through the use of the facts, right? Like that's what I'm about. So as long as AI doesn't replace God for people, I think it's fine. Fortunately, ChatGPT plays God and is people's main source of info for now. I understand where you're coming from. And again, I think it has to do with, one's particular values.
AI art requires other people's work. First, all art requires other people's work. All art builds on traditions, cultural customs, and prior artistic languages. No art is made in a vacuum, and no artist works completely alone. There is always some sort of inspiration or cultural context one is working in. All art requires other people's work, other people's labor. But let's address this even more directly. Let's just say, for the sake of this argument, that you believe that intellectual property is a good thing. There are already art forms that most would consider good art forms that use other people's work.
Collage art uses other people's images, often without permission. Collage art plays a huge role in 20th century art, and tons of it is freaking awesome. Some pieces are more transformative than others. Sherry Levine's President's Collage series simply cuts out pieces from magazines in the shape of American presidents' heads, and
I don't want to get off onto an entire other conversation around that. I don't have any, arguments with your particular point of view. I just don't think that final sentence actually follows. But again, I think you could insert any particular agreed on cultural phenomenon as a, you know, a locus around which people gather. And as long as we all agree on this, you know, these fundamental cultural things, you know, like that. But again, that's a whole other conversation that we're not doing today, you know. Yeah, no, I'm yeah, technology replacing conscience, that you got me. I'm with you.
This shit is in the MoMA.
As in, shouldn't do that, just to clarify.
Many of these artistic practices are rooted in certain histories, communities, and norms. They require specialized knowledge, and oftentimes AI art breaks the norms on which these practices are established and doesn't really require specialized knowledge. But let's put a temporary pin in that fact about AI art. If we are simply asking the question, can you make good and valuable art by using other people's work, then the answer is obviously yes. The real question is, should we be against the specific way that generative AI uses other people's work? We'll pick up on this
That's a should statement, just to point that out.
point later.
Next, AI art is bad because AI art takes no skill. Is an art piece good by virtue of the technical skill involved in its creation? I don't think so.
Fountain is literally just a urinal, but the cultural, social, and political context of its creation creates an art experience that I think warrants calling it valuable art. Untitled, also known as Perfect Lovers, is one of my favorite art pieces, but in a literal description is literally just 2 clocks on a wall. The clocks are initially set to the same time, but over the course of the exhibition, slowly fall out of sync. But the impact comes from understanding the story behind the art. The artist, Felix Gonzalez Torres, was an openly gay man. His partner was diagnosed with AIDS in 1987 and faced what seemed to be a certain death. In a letter he wrote to his lover in 1988, Gonzalez Torres drew a picture of the 2 perfect clocks. He writes, "Don't be afraid of the clocks. They are our time. Time has been so generous to us. We imprinted time with the sweet taste of victory. We conquered fate by meeting at a certain time in a certain space. We are a product of the time, therefore we give back credit where it is due. Time."
So anyone could put 2 clocks on a wall and synchronize them. In fact, this piece comes with instructions so that anyone can install it anywhere. But the fact that it is Gonzalez Torres directing these clocks into space, whether it is me, you, or him who puts it on the wall, gives it a certain cultural, personal, and political import. Does this mean that most AI artists engage with the cultural, personal, and political complexities of their art products? No, and that's a fine reason to critique an AI-generated image. But if your contention with AI art is it takes no technical skill, then you'd have to disregard some of the most impactful art ever created in this same vein. Next, AI art is bad because art requires creative intent and control. Some people think that good art needs to have some sort of artistic intent behind it. You shouldn't submit yourself to the whim of some sort of mechanical process. Your art needs to have some big creative vision behind it. Since an AI-generated image is allegedly random and without intent, it can't be good art.
Jackson Pollock was one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. He's known for his highly abstract drip paintings, which, at the time of creation, divided critics of the art world. Pollock would...
Critics, today is not the day for thanking vets. Today is the day for honoring dead soldiers, right? That it's Memorial Day, it's not Veterans Day.
place the canvas on the floor, walk around it, and splash paint in different directions, often with a bit of jazz playing in the background. His art speaks to what is possible when you let the process of creation take over,
bro.
Striking images, pure expression, a commentary on what it means to visually represent. Similarly, street photography is another art form that is often subject to the random will of fate. Street photographers capture the everyday. They may hold the camera and choose the...
I literally did this, what was it, last night? It's in the Discord, right? And let me see if I could do this without breaking the world. This And this, that, and it should do this. All right. The point is, I took a picture of the sky, right? The sky, and at the bottom I got some like houses, trees, the street lights, everything. It just all looked pretty to me, like it all worked. And I said, the sky is not art. The active intent converts the sky into an image that is art through the mechanism of technology. I had nothing to do with creating that which is contained within the image. I only provided the intent to create the art, and I just pushed a button. Clearly, I'm taking advantage of someone's car restoration work by taking a nice photo of it at a car show. So unfair.
Exposure, but they don't have complete control over their subjects, their environments, or the final outcome. Some go in without intentions and let the environment decide what the art experience will look like. And that's okay, that's part of the process.
Am I saying that most so-called AI artists produce something as valuable as the average abstract impressionist or a street photographer? No, I'm simply here to say that good art doesn't have to be about intent or control. It can just as easily be about submitting oneself to the whim of the universe.
On the other hand, there's an inverted version.
And one could make the argument, Crix, that that is in fact art, right? Like, under my definition of what art is, I would make that argument, right? That it is a combination of the fact that you know Samson's and Samson's knows you, and you have these beats that you can hit that forms a kind of comedy in that space is a kind of art, right? And that, you know, even, you know, there's this thing whenever I happen to be in a chat and Iggy comes into the chat at the same time, or relatively, you know, within that time, I do the Globus thing, right? Where it's igloo and Globus combined into one word. And it had to do with something that Taylor said months ago, right? And there's like a humor in that, and it's a whole thing, and you know, it's an art that's not created out of the intent of creating art for the sake of like display and we're going to make some art with this conversation, but it's an art that comes from just the natural behaviors of people within a space. And to me, that's art. Is editing art? Inserting creative intent can be done without directly placing a brush stroke or setting up the lighting, the framing of the shot. Yeah, emergent art. Yeah. Like, in like comic books, right? Again, I'll go to comic books. You have an image, right? And then on top of the image, you create, you know, the text, and then the editor is the one who has final say and makes any adjustments and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, like, is that not a participatory thing in and of itself? The artist, the person who, like, you have the sketch artist and the inker and the colorist, who may or may not be the same person. Fucking Mallrats, you're a tracer, right? The whole bit about tracers in Mallrats is directly related to that kind of concept. Is what is art? Well, it ain't just this is art and that is not. Dancing, yes. Combat skills, yes. Reading someone else's poetry, yes. I guess is the main conniption against AI art is the lack of explicit permission from the artist. You could make that same complaint about any art class where they're not going to Van Gogh's grave and asking permission. Absolutely.
version of this argument. Some argue that AI art isn't good because good art is about the process of creation, while AI art is simply about achieving a single static output. That's probably true for most people generating AI images. A lot of them do probably just want to achieve a single static output. But there are people who call themselves AI artists who also care deeply about the process. They don't just type pretty image and call it a day. Some people test different prompts, program the model's parameters, engineer and train the model themselves, provide their unique code, or edit the generated image in software to attain a desired result. This all seems to fit most people's idea of what an art process looks like.
We'll talk more about these individuals later in this section, but the point is, whether you think art should be about process or intent, there's always someone that subverts your expectation. And that's a good thing. Art should subvert our traditional notions of what it should be. Next. AI art is bad because it represents the pure commodification of art.
In November of 2024, Coca-Cola released a Christmas commercial made with AI. The response on Twitter was overwhelmingly negative. I hate it. AI has no place in creativity. This is the most soulless Christmas ad I have ever seen. I'm sorry, but this is utterly soulless. Art is dying.
Coca-Cola using AI? Wow, whatever happened to respecting the ancient artistic practice of mass-produced soda commercials? Let's be real for a second, guys. It's a Coke commercial. It's always soulless. It's always commodification. It's always slop. Advertising is the commodification of audiovisual language in the interest of the market. The fact that it's made by an AI...
And the fact that those images that they just went through, which were advertisements in a former time, that you could, at this stage, have printed out in a poster form and put on your wall to do some Andy Warhol type conceptual shit, and then they become art. Like, dude...
simply means that a human no longer is a vessel of an already soulless process. By relying on the figure of the human, of what makes art good, you're, in a way, giving the system a pass. The culture industry does not suddenly become insidious when AI is behind it. It was always predatory and extractive. Whether the vessel for capital is human or non-human, it is always already slop.
Fellow YouTuber Overset Text makes cool videos on graphic design, and on a video on graphic design ethics, he said this.
Graphic designers, we are one of the biggest arms of capitalism there is. Because a lot of us just think that we're here to make beautiful things, and I think that's the dangerous part of design. If the design is really good, is it leading us to a good place?
Wait, art is being commodified? Somebody do something. Somebody call someone. It's no secret that the means of artistic production are being hoarded by the few in the service of the market. It's been that way for a long time. Disney, Warner, Comcast, whatever are the 21st century equivalents to the aristocratic art patrons. Commercial art is today's vessel for bourgeois libidinal investments. I just wanted to use the word libidinal. You can blame my bourgeois libidinal investments for that, but it doesn't make it any less true. The commodification of art did not start with AI, though AI certainly has the potential to exacerbate it. But again, art as a commodity, this isn't a new conversation. Remember all those goddamn soup cans? Why did he do that?
Commodities as art? Mass culture as art? This post-Enlightenment critical dribble is a little old. The Frankfurt School critiqued the culture industry in like 1947. If your complaints don't even predate the post-World War II hegemonic liberal order, then don't even talk to me. Art is an industry. It's a market, and it's been one for over a century, and media production is owned by the few. It's a bad situation, and one AI could potentially exacerbate. But the key thing to understand here is that AI is a symptom. Understood literally, AI is just a bunch of math in a computer. The material problem we need to address is who controls it, who uses it, who trains it, who shapes what it looks like and what political function it plays. What does it train on? That's the question. But if AI is a symptom, what's the disease?
Well, we might be able to understand the underlying issue a bit better if we understand the material interests at play. I think that, for better or worse, the critique of AI technologies with the most potential, the most cultural and political purchase, and perhaps the most consequences for the future of AI is this. AI art is bad for art because it steals from artists and displaces them. And this is the framework upon which it all hinges. It's quite likely that you believe at least the sentiment behind it. In some ways, I do too, but in some ways, I don't. Not because I hate artists, but because our system is so f***ed that even if on the surface this argument seems to support a certain set of class interests, it might actually not. Let's take a critical look at the statement, how it manifests, who tends to use it, and the consequences of making this claim uncritically. AI image generators require training. That means taking huge databases of images scraped from the internet. Some people consider this art theft. In our current super awesome system, we're supposed to address our artistic grievances through the system of copyright. But what is copyright? Well, in a capitalist society,
I have the potential to be incredibly happy by the end of this section.
we have this concept of property. That is, we have this concept of owning things and having the right to decide what happens to those things. In capitalism, creative
Don't let me
works,
down.
like art, are considered intellectual property. I drew this picture of us. I hope you like it. The content of this image is my intellectual property. This class of property is protected by copyright law. Now, if I wanted to sell this copy, you could buy it, but you wouldn't own the intellectual property or the content of the image. You'd own one physical copy, which becomes your personal property, but you can't make copies of it or sell them. You can't take credit
What
for
up,
making
Sean?
it. Not only because that would really hurt my feelings, but because it would violate my copyright. Since I own the copyright, I can take credit for the work and control how the content is distributed. Copyright was created for two main reasons: to monetarily incentivize creativity and to solve the problem of people profiting and taking credit from someone else's creative work. Copyright, in theory, gives creators the right to control who can distribute and claim ownership over creative works. The key point here is that, from the perspective of the capitalist state, art functions as a specific category of property. When AI blasted onto the scene like 3 beers worth of pee, this kind of fundamentally challenged these notions of art and authorship, especially in a legal framework. AI-generated work doesn't really fit into capitalism's intellectual property rights framework, since, in most cases of AI image use, there's no human artist for copyright law to protect and incentivize. But there are humans on the other side of the equation. Since AI image models require human-produced artwork in training, artists began to feel as if the owners of AI image models were exploiting their labor. After all, artists don't consent to their work being used in the training data, and they don't get compensation for their work being used in training. In fact, someone could even use these models to generate an image in an artist-specific style, which, in the eyes of a ruthless market, threatens the livelihoods of independent artists. So what could one do in this situation? Well, some artists decided to knock on the door of the US judiciary and sue the crap out of AI companies for copyright infringement. Artists felt as if AI violated artists' property rights, and so they turned to the law.
This is cartoonist Sarah Anderson. You might be familiar with her webcomic, Sarah Scribbles. It has a particular doodly hand-drawn style, so it's pretty easy to recognize.
What up,
In
brother?
October of 2022, someone on Twitter sent her an AI-generated image that used her name as a prompt. In horror, she tested the image generator herself. She was shocked at how the computer was able to pick up on key elements of her style. With prompt. In horror, she tested the image generator herself. She was shocked at how the computer
Really? And I love Sarah Scribbles, right? I really do. And maybe there's better examples or whatever, but you cannot, you know, are these, could you confuse one of these for the other? Because that's fundamentally what is at copyright. Like, is the idea that I could, as the consumer, I could be confused about which of these is actually Sarah Anderson's work and therefore, give somebody money based on the fact that I thought I was getting one thing and in fact I'm getting another. And and this ain't it, right? Like, only in the broadest possible meaning of trying to define what's happening on the right can you apply that to what's happening on the left. I didn't mean it that way.
Computer was able to pick up on key elements of her style. With some technical improvement, I could see how the process of imitating my work would soon become fast and streamlined, and the many dark potentials bubbled to the forefront of my mind. I felt violated. In 2023, Anderson, alongside artist Carla Ortiz and Kelly McKernan, filed the class action lawsuit against a few AI companies, including Stability AI, the company behind AI image generator Stable Diffusion. And they weren't the first or only ones. There are currently dozens of lawsuits that have been filed against companies that own generative AI models.
The number of lawsuits doesn't mean that much, right? The fact that there are many lawsuits does not mean anything in and of itself.
And while we often hear about the
Oh yeah, Getty Images sued Stability because the that Getty image thing, it does mean something. I'm not saying it doesn't mean something. I'm just saying that to say that because there's a lot of lawsuits that implies that the AI companies are wrong. That it doesn't. What up, Tiny? The Getty Images logo that appears, apparently people were able to get something approximating that or exactly that to an extent on images. So that's why Getty sued. Yes, Minnie, exactly. The watermark, yeah. Many lawsuits just mean many attorneys angling for a payday. I mean, to an extent, right? Like, I'm not saying that these are baseless, right? But it's like we have to determine that. We have to adjudicate the cases, determine how the law applies to them, interpret the law, all that kind of shit. It's a process. The fact that there's all these lawsuits doesn't mean that there's a conclusion to be reached. It means many questions are being asked.
conflict between artists and AI models is a battle between small-time independent creatives versus big tech, the truth is far more complicated. Let's start with Anderson v. Stability, a lawsuit that, I feel, captures much of the essence of the artist's position against AI. The plaintiffs, Anderson, Ortiz, and McKernan, allege that AI models constitute copyright infringement, both in the training and output stage. They have a few main claims. One, that training AI models like Stable Diffusion illegally acquires and stores copies of artists' work without consent, constituting copyright infringement. Two, that all images generated by the AI image generator models are derivatives of the original artist's work and harm the intended market for the work.
Some of you in the audience might agree with the thought behind the lawsuit and the intentions of the plaintiffs. But the problem is, the entire initial argument here is based on a complete misrepresentation of how AI image generators work. All right, let's play a little game called I Explain How AI Image Generation Works.
An AI image generator is basically a type of giant computer algorithm called a neural network.
So far, other than the few detailed points on which they and I have disagreed, this is a summation. This video is a summation of the past, 2.5 years of this stream, right? Because
fundamentally, a neural network is a bunch of scary math that a computer uses to recognize patterns. You can use neural networks to train generative AI that recognizes visual patterns and creates visual outputs. These AI image generators use a process called diffusion to transform random noise into images based on what they've learned during training. Imagine we pop billions of images into a neural network to train the model. Let's say one of these images is this goddamn dog. The model gradually adds a bunch of random visual noise to the picture and analyzes how the noise alters the image. Through this, the model captures the structure of the image, not just at the pixel level, but in terms of larger visual patterns. With a large enough dataset, the model statistically models deeper patterns in how noise transforms the content of different pictures. When it analyzes something like dog's fur across millions of images, it learns to mathematically capture the concept of fuzziness. It doesn't store individual images, but instead captures statistical relationships between visual features across its training set. Visual features like fuzziness.
Now, drawing back on the previous part with the idea of meaning, right? And that somehow AI can't do meaning, and yet the meaning of fuzziness is being generated with these images and will connect with a human being's concept of fuzziness. This is why I find it flawed. When I look at these images, you know, like fuzziness. It's literally right here. This is my argument. Is the dog more or less fuzzy? If so, then the AI understands meaning.
Or brown color. The models even capture larger conceptual variables like dogness versus catness. Large diffusion models capture millions of variables, including visual concepts that we don't even have words for. After training the model on all these images, it's able to generate new images. When we ask it to generate a brand new image from scratch with a text prompt like dog, the model starts with pure noise and then works backward, step by step, removing the noise in a way that aligns with its
And it's important to remember that this is one type of image generation. This is a diffusion model. I'm not sure if they're going to touch on all the different types of image models. This is the majority of image models that you will probably interact with is this kind of thing, because it produces the best results for what people want to see.
Statistical representation of what a dog is, since it isn't memorizing images but instead learning the relationships between shapes, textures, and colors. It can now.
And I wonder, Textillion, how much of that was like intentional, right? They wanted to create images with the AI that looked like AI images. Generally, we all agree that if we saw something that looked like that, we go, that's AI, right? The fucking Leonardo DiCaprio meme, right? Like that thing, that's AI. We know it when we see it. It's the stuff that looks so much like not AI art that, you know, and then people feel tricked and all that bullshit.
Generate completely new images that correspond to the initial prompt. So the AI model, in a way, learns what a dog looks like without copying a specific dog or needing to store any dog training images in the final model. The model builds a pathway that captures the mathematical essence of dogness, allowing it to conjure up an infinite amount of new dogs, none of which ever actually existed. In summary, AI models train on a dataset of billions of images to mathematically understand visual concepts so that it can reconstruct these concepts based on certain prompts. So, no, the model themselves don't contain the training images within them. If they did, then models like Stable Diffusion would be too large to run locally on your personal computer. Like, it would be literally physically, mathematically impossible. Yet Stable Diffusion can.
Yet the artists in the Stability v. Anderson case describe AI models in extremely misleading ways. The plaintiffs claim that AI models contain compressed copies of the copyrighted works within them. That's not true. They state that a diffusion model can be considered an alternative way of storing a copy of those images. Not really. They argue that a model is similar to having a directory on your computer of billions of JPEG image files. No, it's not. They call AI image generators complex collage tools. They are not. Diffusion models aren't collage machines.
And this is my issue with the arguments based on the facts and that whole thing. And you can hear it when your favorite streamer, who also happens to be anti-AI, might say something that mimics these arguments, right? That where they talk about it being a complex collage tool or words to that effect. That's indicating that they don't actually know how the AI works and are just parroting something that they heard, right? And that's a problem because you're wrong, right? I would hope that you would wish to be right. You wish to be correct. I'm sorry. You don't need to be right. But you should want to be correct, right? Or not. Like, I mean, I ain't your dad.
They don't copy, nor do they contain compressed copies of anything. They are models in the literal sense of the word. They are a computer's mathematical model of visual concepts.
The proliferation of these arguments has led to a widespread misunderstanding of how diffusion works, including the popular misconception that AI models somehow combine all their training images into its outputs. The artists in the stability case claim, every output image from the system is derived exclusively from latent images, which are copies of copyrighted images. For these reasons, every hybrid image is necessarily a derivative work. But that's just not how it works, neither legally nor technically. The output images aren't derived from the latent images. AI models do not generate with reference to the specific training data at all. They generate images based on a mathematical model of visual concepts. The artists even admit that none of the Stable Diffusion output images provided in response to a particular text prompt is likely to be a close match for any specific image in the training data. And this is kind of a problem when they're trying to claim that literally all AI-generated outputs constitute legally derivative works. According to copyright law, a derivative work is one which substantially borrows the expression of ideas from an existing work. But that's hard to do if, as the artists here have admitted, the allegedly derivative images aren't actually likely to reflect the visual likeness of the work it's trained on. Maybe that's why the judge in the Anderson v. Stability case dismissed these claims entirely. Some, like the plaintiffs, still claim that AI models somehow store compressed versions of their training data, constituting copyright infringement. They don't. The plaintiff's argument that they do relies not on technical evidence, but off-the-cuff marketing claims repeated by Stability CEO Imad Mostaq.
We took 100,000 gigabytes of images and compressed it to a 2 gigabyte file that can recreate any of those and iterations of those.
Bet he regrets that now, huh? While that does look damning, Stability formally denied this interpretation of their model in court. And considering that Mostaq has a history of making exaggerated and misleading claims, it wouldn't be out of character for him to exaggerate in this instance too. Plus,
I wonder, like, can you use the fact that you make exaggerated claims and basically lie to people as a defense in court that you would not expect people to believe you? Any rational person wouldn't believe me because of all the fabricated claims I made. Looking at you, Fox News.
He's no longer the CEO. Now, some AI image models in some instances reproduce specific images or styles if you use specific techniques. But this isn't an inherent feature of AI models as the artists in the lawsuit claim. It's a bug that happens as a result of the way models analyze visual information. To get an AI-generated result that closely resembles an existing piece of work, a few different things have to go wrong. The model has to be trained on a small, poor quality dataset and/or a dataset with multiple copies of a particular image, for example, an extremely famous work of art. It's also likely that you're very intentionally prompting the model.
And we did a whole thing with Starry Night the other day, right? Like we went through a process where we had the AI analyze Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh, and then using the prompt generated by that, we tried to get farther and farther away, because the first time we dropped the prompt in, it actually had Starry Night in the prompt. So the image we got was Starry Night. And then we gradually moved farther and farther away from that through different processes. But ultimately, because of the nature of what Starry Night is, it is the most accurate representation of what the prompt was asking for.
to mimic a specific part of the data. None of this means that the models store their training data. If you had a human artist trace the same picture of the Grinch all day, every day for 20 years, that human artist would probably get pretty good at reproducing that exact picture of the Grinch on command without needing the original image. Here's one example that gets used as evidence of AI models copying their training data. First, this is a model from 3 years ago. Second, look at how specific this prompt has to be. Baby shower turned meteor shower, and Hathaway fights off aliens in sci-fi comedy. The shower. So yeah, you have to be intentionally trying to copy in order to actually copy, but calling all AI models plagiarism machines, or all uses of AI theft, just because they can enable bad actors to exploit an artist's style, is like calling the entire internet a piracy machine because one can Google watch Conclave movie online free. Even with
maybe Google is a piracy machine. It's a super interesting video. Like it's big where I think you're doing crime. I am confident you're doing crime. We're about halfway through.
With complete control over the model. When the researchers from this article explicitly tried to extract training data, they were only able to.
So the question I have in reference to that, Raza, you used a particular word, and you might have a particular meaning, but like, as I am an atheist and I don't believe in a soul, when you look into my eyes, are my eyes soulless? Or is it your belief that I have a soul, assuming that you do, and you might not, but assuming that you are a person who believes that humans have a soul, and you believe that I have a soul, do you place the soul within my eyes? Right? Where I would assume that I don't have a soul. You understand what I'm saying? And so when people look at something and they say that it feels soulless, I wonder, this is a question, I wonder how much of that has to do with knowing that the art that they are looking at is AI before they look at it. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, but it was a valid point for jumping off, right? Like to have a conversation. Larry, $50 in the tip jar. I'll sell you my soul right now. Easy peasy.
To do this for 2.5% of the training data. The way the plaintiffs form their arguments are extremely misleading. In the stability lawsuit, Exhibit I shows some results from the artists, prompting Midjourney to reproduce their work, showing their original image and 3 of Midjourney's outputs mimicking that image. These images were presented as damning evidence that maybe the models really do
I like, how do you get to make the claim? Like, is it all dudes in a white shirt, black vest on a red couch? Then you get to own all of this? Right? This is not the same. This is not a representation of this image. It is different. Also, I find it interesting that this is an entirely black background as far as I can tell, and these are not that.
Obtain copies of its training data. That is, until you realize how they made these images. Midjourney allows users to input images as prompts to generate new images. The prompt for the 3 AI images was literally the original.
Probably I'm going with they because I don't know.
Original image and the name of the original artist. They inputted their art into Midjourney, asked it to copy the image, and now we're supposed to be shocked that it only kind of did? This isn't evidence that the model contains copies of its training data at all. But even as they tried as hard as possible to extract the training data, the images produced by Midjourney are stylistically similar, not copies. And artistic style isn't protected by copyright law. Should it be?
Oh my god, no!
But we'll return to that in a bit. The artist's lawyers repeatedly cite a paper by Nicholas Carlini et al. Carlini himself isn't the biggest fan of the way this paper is used in copyright lawsuits, so he wrote a response article. He explicitly says, "We focus our papers on privacy. This means we prompt models adversarially to measure the worst case." not the average case. The artist's lawyers also quote Carlini as saying that diffusion models are explicitly trained to reconstruct the training set. In response, he says, "I am not saying that the purpose of diffusion models is to reconstruct the training set. No one wants that. All I'm saying is that the technical way in which they are trained is different from the way the prior generation of generative models were trained." And yet this idea that all AI-generated images are art theft persists in popular discourse. The arguments in this lawsuit are incoherent, but it isn't the only lawsuit against AI that has faced pushback. In fact, the law firm representing the artists in Anderson v. Stability also represents tons of other lawsuits against generative AI companies like Meta and OpenAI using similar arguments. As in Stability, many of these claims in the other lawsuits were dismissed. The arguments made were so bad that in one of the cases, the judge actually called them nonsensical and then verbally destroyed the lawyers. You are not doing your job. This is an important case. You and your team have taken on a case that you are either unwilling or unable to litigate properly. Yet somehow, a bunch of media outlets have reported that the artists in Anderson v. Stability are scoring victories in their cases, mostly echoing a tweet from plaintiff Carla Ortiz calling recent developments a big.
And why do the media outlets do that? Because the anti-AI crowd contains an element that you can extract wealth from, right? Going back to my early point about people who put out books, you know, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm saying that that it is very lucrative to be anti-AI. It's not lucrative for me, but it's lucrative for some people to be pro-AI. Like if you're Altman.
Big win, but have they actually won big? Not really. The win Ortiz described here was just that a few of the plaintiff's claims survived a motion to dismiss. That's legal speak for the judge is forced to assume that everything you're saying is true just to see if your argument could maybe hold up in court.
100%, Raza. And this is something that we talk about a lot, is the idea that our lexicon is not adequately, constructed to talk about the things that we're trying to talk about. So we're using words that we have to describe concepts that aren't those words, and I probably should be represented by other words, but then you have to convince everyone to use the word, and that's not how words work. And it's just a whole fucking thing.
It's one of the lowest bars in the entire process, and even then, some of the claims didn't make it. That's extremely telling. And here's where it gets a little uncomfortable. Oftentimes, individuals with legitimate fears get pulled into lawsuits driven by legal teams who might have other goals: publicity, political positioning, money, whatever. I'm not necessarily stating that that's what's happening here, but if the technical claims of the lawsuit are this flimsy, if other judges have called these lawyers incompetent, you gotta wonder, are the plaintiffs being misled about how good of a case they have? I don't know, I'm just asking questions. Please don't sue me, but those are lawyers. Lawyers always suck. Let's consider for a moment the question of art theft on grounds outside of the law. Even if AI images aren't legally copyright infringement, there still might be other ethical problems with making them. Some people have environmental and labor concerns. We'll get to that. Let's stick with art for now. Some argue that since training AI models requires the use of artists' work without their consent, that it's not okay. Well, collage artists use other people's work without their permission, yet we'd consider that a legitimate art form. Sometimes it's okay to use other people's work without their permission.
And this is when we get into the conversation around transformational, right? I love it. Today, so many of you are just like, it's at the same time that I'm about to say something, y'all are already there. You're with me, right? That you have to, like this, right? I'm playing the video. If I just played this video for 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 57 seconds and didn't add anything to it, is that ethical? What I know is that if I did that, y'all would be disappointed in me and probably a percentage of you would say, fuck that guy, right? Like, because I'm not adding anything to that. I'm not giving you analysis. I'm not giving you critique. The things that you come here for, right? Transformers in the name, true. It's at what point, right? There is zero transformational, and there's like whatever the maximally transformational possible process would be. And there is a point somewhere in there where your ethics decide this is acceptable and this is not. The problem is that no one can tell me what that point is. There's not like a percentage. It's a vibe. It's not a thing. It's a vibe. You know what I mean?
Even the draconian institution of U.S. copyright law agrees with this idea through the concept of fair use. In some specific instances, people can use other people's work without permission and without it being copyright infringement. Underlying fair use is the idea that, through the transformation of existing works, one can produce new artistically and socially valuable creative works or educational tools. For example, through fair use, it's legal for movie critics to use portions of copyrighted works like movies to support their commentary. It's why YouTube commentary videos exist in the first place. Hi there, do you think all these media IP holders gave me permission to use their work to call their characters gay? No, yet I can. Fair use does a lot of good in enabling media criticism, academic commentary, educational documentaries, and the free access of information on search engines. It's also a doctrine that protects creative works like satire, visual art, journalism, music, and more. Some, like the Copyright Alliance and the plaintiffs in Anderson v. Stability, argue that generative AI training isn't fair use because the outputs compete with the intended market of the original work. While it's absolutely true that some outputs can compete with the market for the original work, constituting copyright infringement, that doesn't mean that the entire model itself is infringement. Just like with search engines or social media platforms, just because a technology can facilitate infringement doesn't mean the tech itself is infringing. But these lawsuits aren't targeting specific outputs, they're targeting entire models. In an ideal world, we want to encourage inspiration, iteration, and artistic innovation. In an ideal world, we shouldn't need to ask every artist for permission to transform or comment on their work. In an ideal world. But we don't live in an ideal world. Even if we concede that AI models are unlikely to generate images that resemble their training images, or that they don't copy the original images or store them, we still live in a world where AI models pose a direct threat to artists' livelihoods. So, of course, artists aren't going to want their work to be used to train the machine that's taking their job. This is the artist's key grievance and the hardest to address. AI hurts artists because it materially affects their ability to support themselves. Big media companies are going to use AI to avoid paying artists. Malicious actors are going to use AI models to copy artists' unique styles. And without artists, art will not survive. AI will kill art. Or will it? What do you think would happen if the judge ruled in favor of the artist?
Again, it's literally impossible for AI to kill art. It's literally impossible. Literally impossible. As long as one person has a pencil and a piece of paper to scribble on, human beings will create art. It could kill the commoditization of art if everyone can just generate whatever they want, whenever they want. These are not the same things.
Instability Anderson. What might that world look like? What direction would that take us in? Would independent artists really stand to benefit?
People often think...
Oh, that's not happening. The oil companies are... They're yeah, just because oil companies are restricting, you know, with lobbying and everything else to continue to extract oil and make money off oil, they're also investing in shell companies that are investing in companies that are doing renewables. Don't get it twisted, right? Like that is a thing. you're right about there's more than two options. There's like that is one of my biggest critiques in generally speaking is like it can be more than one thing or two things. You know what I mean? It's that whole thing. But yeah, no, the oil money is investing in renewables. That's happening.
Of the battle.
That's why OPEC isn't lowering their production, is because they're trying to extract as much wealth out of oil while there's still money to extract out of oil. So they're going to continue to pump as much oil as they can until the money dries up. And in the meantime, if you look at what just recently happened with the UAE and Saudi Arabia and the conversations had around and with Donald Trump, they were talking about, you know, renewables and everything else as part of building these data centers and, you know, that kind of thing. So that's what's happening.
Over AI art as the conflicts between the interests of small independent artists versus large multinational corporations. But the full picture is more complicated and in many ways more insidious. In fact, large multinational corporations stand to benefit from the artists' arguments in cases like Stability v. Anderson. The anti-AI art movement might actually result in the largest expansion of media corporations' power over copyright law.
And that's the way that it really used to be with OPEC, right? You would see fluctuations in production based on the fact that they were trying to maximize profits. They're not doing that anymore, right? Or if it is happening with any of the oil producing countries, they're doing it significantly less, the adjustments, because again, they're trying to maximize the amount of money they make prior to oil just not being a thing in general use anymore as energy production.
In recent memory, here's the thing about copyright law. Capitalism doesn't really care about artists. It cares about property, and therefore the property-owning class. In the United States, the dominant intellectual property-owning class aren't independent artists. It's the mouse. It's Warner Media, NBC Universal.
Hey, Alex, if you watched this show, just give me a shout out, homie, because I appreciate you. You're hitting all the beats. I love to see it. You're doing a great job. Love you.
Paramount, Comcast, not you. When it comes to generative AI, the property-owning class is doing everything it can to consolidate its power and promote its interests, even if that means misrepresenting whose interests they defend.
One of the artists in the Anderson v. Stability case is named Carla Ortiz. She's a concept artist who's worked on big-name Marvel films and video games, and she's staunchly opposed to the current uses of generative AI. She's also a board member of the Concept Art Association, who in December of 2022 launched a GoFundMe campaign that raised nearly $300,000 for a lobbying effort marketed as Protecting Artists from AI Technologies. So, what did this campaign do to support human artists? Well, for one, the lobbying...
Yeah, the music tells me what they did with the money.
Team at the Concept Art Association joined forces with fellow intellectual property associations like the Copyright Alliance. The Copyright Alliance is a non-profit organization that claims to represent the copyright interests of millions of individual creators and creative organizations in the United States.
They're also one of the most powerful and prominent voices when it comes to generative AI and copyright.
But the Copyright Alliance does good work, right? We definitely need advocacy groups like the Copyright Alliance to advocate for the interests of small-time exploited creators, like Adobe. Oh. And Disney. Okay, and NBC Universal. News Corp? Nike. Oracle, Paramount, Sony Pictures, Warner Brothers? Okay, well, that's unnerving. But these aren't the only people that the Copyright Alliance claims to represent. You can technically sign up to join the organization for free. But whose interests do you think might be disproportionately represented when someone like Troy Dow, the vice president of Disney's government relations and IP legal policy team, sits on the Copyright Alliance's board of directors?
or when their board of directors is stacked with representatives from America's largest media companies and copyright holders. And it gets worse. The Copyright Alliance has uncomfortably strong ties to the Nichols Group, a consulting firm started by former Republican Senator Don Nichols. When Nichols wasn't consistently trying to make women and gay people's lives worse, he spent much of his time as a corporate shill, supporting tax cuts for the wealthy and introducing anti-union legislation. In 2005, he started a lobbying firm called the Nichols Group, which has
It's always important when you're out there pushing. It's always important to every so often pick your head up and take a look around and see who else is pushing with you. Just saying.
Consistently sided with big corporate media interests like lobbying for monopolistic media mergers and against net neutrality. The Nichols Group also lobbies and/or works with really awesome people like Koch Industries, giant health insurance companies, Walmart, ExxonMobil, and Juul. You literally could not assemble a more evil list. But what does the Nichols Group have to do with the Copyright Alliance? Well, let's check the Copyright Alliance's list of staff in 2008, shortly after its founding. Nichols. That's like 25 cents! Okay, so what if tons of Nichols associates, including one of its founding partners, were on the Copyright Alliance's initial staff list? 2008 was like 100 years ago. That proves nothing. If only we had firm evidence of a nefarious connection. Something like, I don't know, a Copyright Alliance member organization sending dues directly to the Nichols Group. But I guess we'll never know. LM2 is a financial disclosure form that labor organizations with receipts of $250,000 or more are required to submit yearly. These contributions are legally required to be disclosed to the public. For example, if we look up one of the Copyright Alliance's member organizations like the Graphic Artists Guild, tons of reports about their financial transactions come up. So let's just quickly verify that they really did pay the Copyright Alliance and not the Nichols Group. Okay, everything looks good. Wait. That address looks familiar. Wait. No. 601 13th Street, Suite 250. That can't be, because the Copyright Alliance says they're located at 1331 F Street. Okay, well, maybe they switched addresses or something. What we need to show is that the Graphic Artists Guild sent money meant for the Copyright Alliance to what is exclusively the Nichols Group's address. Alright, so in 2017, the Graphic Artists Guild sent $10,000 to the Copyright Alliance, which is supposed to be located, as it says here, at 601 13th Street. According to the Wayback Machine in 2017, the Copyright Alliance was located at 1331 H Street, not 601 13th Street. Now the Nichols Group. In 2017, they were located at, you guessed it, 601 13th Street. So, can anyone please explain why members of the Copyright Alliance have been sending thousands of dollars in member dues to a corporate lobbying group's address for at least a decade? Oh, I know why. Because the Copyright Alliance is a front.
The point is that campaigns like this GoFundMe, lawsuits like Stability v. Anderson, the Copyright Alliance's lobbying efforts all claim to represent the interests of human artists. In theory, they do, and maybe some of the artists on board with the coalition sincerely believe in the work they're doing. This video is absolutely not a call to harass all the plaintiffs of these cases.
Absolutely
but in practice, these high-profile efforts to regulate generative AI disproportionately represent the interests of the intellectual property-owning class. Now, there are tons of independent artists who own their own intellectual property, but by far, those who stand to benefit from the expansion of copyright law are not independent artists, but the multinational corporations that the Copyright Alliance represents. The means of artistic production are disproportionately held by media giants, and copyright law keeps it that way. That's why companies like Disney have consistently led the way on copyright expansion in the US, spending millions in lobbying dollars every year. Do independent artists stand to benefit from the expansion of copyright? The answer is usually no. Here's why.
If these lawsuits were successful, the end result is not going to be that authors' works are excluded from AI training.
This is Dave Hansen. He's a copyright attorney and executive director of the Authors Alliance, a nonprofit organization that supports authors who want their work to contribute to the public good.
The end result is going to be that we will have a group of very, very large tech companies entering into licensing deals with very, very large content holders, and everybody else gets sort of left out in the cold.
For the past few years, the Authors Alliance has been raising the alarm bells about the potential consequences of expanding copyright in the name of defending artists. In response to the backlash to generative AI models like Stable Diffusion, some companies have altered their approach to AI. Adobe, for example, has vowed to build ethical AI models trained on images they say they have the legal rights to use. You can use Adobe's ethical AI model, Firefly, right now. But it turns out that the ethical AI label is more of a marketing term, considering that Adobe used work produced by another AI model, Midjourney, in its training. Stable Diffusion, the main defendant of the Anderson v. Stability case, on the other hand, is open source and free to use. Would the lawsuits and discourse against generative AI models like Stable Diffusion actually protect artists from generative AI? Or would it usher in a world where only large IP holders like Adobe or Disney can afford to develop these models?
If Stability AI is destroyed in court, generative AI wouldn't go away or pose any less of a risk to artists' jobs. It would just put control of generative AI in the hands of companies like Adobe, who can afford to license work, further consolidating power in the hands of a few media giants.
Like, we didn't have the data with the numbers and the Nichols group and all that, so shout out Alex for that. But yeah, this is what I'm about. Larry, many of you are in this camp. Is like, you understand, Dr. Yasmin, right? Like, expansion of copyright law does not benefit the people. Is this it must be. They investigated and they're doing journalism.
Do you trust them to use that power well? Some people are fighting back. I spoke with Kit Walsh, a Harvard law-trained attorney who specializes in AI and the legal freedom of expression.
It makes it very difficult to create generative AI tools if you don't already have sort of a captive set of content that you're able to build upon. So for Adobe, that's sort of a way to exclude potential competitors.
That's really what it boils down to. Like other corporate titans racing to build AI, they're in the business of capturing the future. The Walsh spoke with me on her own behalf. She's also the director of AI at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, one of the leading nonprofits in the realm of digital civil liberties. The EFF has won tons of legal battles in the name of free expression in the digital space, from defending encryption as free speech to challenging mass surveillance and fighting for open source rights. So it's notable that they've consistently criticized how anti-AI lawsuits filed under the guise of protecting artists or the public often serve to benefit a few powerful players. If the lawsuits filed against AI companies were to succeed, what kind of implications would that have for fair use? How expansive is the definition of derivative work going to go? The logic of lawsuits like Anderson v. Stability and several other AI lawsuits could declare using stylistic elements from other artists in your work illegal. What does that mean for fan art? What does that mean if you're inspired by the way an artist uses colors, and if you want to experiment with other styles in your own unique way? Where is the line?
Most of these lawsuits have been brought as class actions, which mean that the people bringing them claim to represent you. If these lawsuits proceed, your rights are very likely to be bound up in the lawsuit, and you will be told what can and can't happen with your work with respect to AI.
The proposed legal theory behind the Anderson v. Stability court case, if accepted, could result in a world where one could copyright an artist's visual style. Thankfully, the case's plaintiffs don't have legal grounds to do that, as the judge in the case states. Artistic styles as species of aesthetic ideas or concepts are excluded from copyright protection. That's right, artistic style shouldn't...
Which is why the whole Ghibli thing, right? Like, oh, they're stealing from Ghibli or whatever. No, sorry. Can't. You just can't. You can't own a style. You wouldn't want to live in that world, right? In the same way that you don't want these, record companies to own certain progressions of musical notes and lock people out of the spaces by owning those notes and all that other stuff. The same reason you don't want people being able to copyright a style, right? Like Right, exactly, Larry. like holy shit, we'd all be listening to fucking stuff that sounds like the 1620s.
Really be something you can copyright. Imagine a world where Monet could have trademarked Impressionism, or if Picasso had patented Cubism. Good luck with your pathetic
Like, maybe I should just shut up and hit play, bro.
cones and cylinders while they last. So thank God artist styles and aesthetic ideas aren't protected. Yet. In 2023, Dana Rao was Adobe's general counsel and VP of Intellectual Property. Here he is at a Senate Judiciary hearing on AI and copyright that same year.
We believe artists should be protected against this type of economic harm, and we propose Congress establish a new federal anti-impersonation right that would give artists the right to enforce against someone intentionally attempting to impersonate their style or likeness.
That opens up some difficult territory, doesn't it? What's the line between an artistic style and a new artistic movement? What kind of chilling effect might there be on artistic innovation if you fear a lawsuit for copying someone's style? This doesn't mean we should live in a world where it's legal to generate work that mimics an artist's style and passes it off as that artist's original work. But that's already illegal. That's called fraud.
Agreed.
But this battle isn't just being fought in the courts. Many of these legislative efforts try to address multiple issues at hand, like deepfakes, copyright, and misinformation, all in the name of protecting humans. But like these court cases, the ways these issues are addressed through copyright law might hurt artists more than help them.
Meet PADRA, aka the Preventing Abuse of Digital Replicas Act. Like other legislation that attempts to regulate AI, it introduces protections against the misuse of digital replicas by extending federal trademark law to regulate any digital replica that contains identifying characteristics of individuals. But the law doesn't specify that it's targeting AI. Here, digital replica is defined as a computer-generated representation of an identifying characteristic of a subject, person, or, and here's the kicker, a characteristic of the creative works of the subject person, such that the use of such characteristic is likely to be associated with the subject person. So, PADRA might prevent an AI Joe Rogan from endorsing gray market supplements.
It literally is increasing size and making a difference down there.
It stimulates the testes if you got those.
But it also provides a legal framework that regulates the commercial reproduction of an artist's stylistic characteristics. PADRA and similar legislation could go beyond stopping fraud and start restricting creative influence. While the bill includes exemptions for expressive or artistic works, how will these be interpreted in practice? Do you think big media companies or well-off artists can't afford a malicious lawsuit or two to target small creators, putting legal pressure on artists and developers who build on existing styles, something that has been foundational to art and culture for centuries? You bet your ass they can. Our friends at Adobe have come out in support of extending trademark law to protect artistic style. But you know who doesn't support extending trademark law to encompass artistic style? Literally, the International Trademark Association. Because obviously that would be bad for art. And more importantly, why is this even necessary? As I said, fraud is already illegal. Defamation law already protects against false light depictions of individuals. Trademark law already protects against misleading endorsements. Copyright law already governs original works. So what gap is PADRA trying to fill? And who gets to decide what counts as distinctive enough to trigger these protections?
But what about the uses of AI image generation beyond art? The malicious trolls who generate images that intend to distort reality.
Let's return to the GoFundMe launched by the Concept Art Association that helped organize lobbying efforts in DC over generative AI. In addition to becoming buddies with intellectual property elites like the
Right. And that was a GoFundMe, right? A lot of well-meaning people contributed their $5 and $10 that they could probably barely afford. Because if you're contributing $5 or $10, that's probably all you could scrape up, right? Like, okay, I won't get, I'll make my lunch at home this week and I'll spend this $10 on, this GoFundMe that I'm trying to support. And that GoFundMe was used to extract wealth from those people and give it to the Nichols Group.
Copyright Alliance, they were also included in the formation of something called the Human Artistry Campaign. The Human Artistry Campaign formed in March of 2023 with the hopes of protecting human artists in the face of generative AI. Now, they're not completely against generative AI. They like AI when it does things like track your data or help them get paid. But when it comes to copyright, no. Nuh-uh. The Human Artistry Campaign, or the HAC, is a staunch supporter of one piece of legislation called the Nurture Originals, Foster Art, and Keep Entertainment Safe Act, also known as No Fakes. Not everything has to be an acronym, guys. Or as I like to call it, NetBag. No Fakes not only has the support of the HAC, but it has bipartisan support in the House and Senate. Tons of organizations have endorsed it. It has real potential to become law. According to the HAC, the act would establish a federal right to own our voices and likenesses and establish a system to fight back against non-consensual AI-generated deepfakes and voice clones.
And I get it,
Yep, we just crossed the 2-hour mark in this video. We have an hour and 10 minutes of video left to go. And we've been at this for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Non-consensual deepfakes can be deeply violating and disgusting. AI's potential in exacerbating misinformation or misleading images is absolutely something that must be addressed. In no functioning society can we allow fake images like this to exist unchecked. We know Elon's feet aren't that clean. Well, sometimes the remedy is worse than the disease. The No Fakes Act would grant individuals a new intellectual property right to their voice and likeness. Now, you might be thinking, well, what about things like news or satire? Good question. The bill states that typical free speech exemptions would apply. For example, you wouldn't be in violation of the bill if you use a digital replica in bona fide news, or if the use is consistent with the public interest. But
you don't know that, Textillion. Right.
The question is, who would determine what the hell bona fide news is? Let's say an independent journalist on Facebook wants to cover the fact that this picture was hilariously broadcast on a TV at the HQ of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the presenter shows the unedited image to just, I don't know, hold space. Is that bona fide news? Who's going to decide that? Trump's Supreme Court? Your local Republican-appointed judge? The billionaire shadow entity that wears the skin suit of Facebook's CEO?
Larry, that's it's conditional ethics. And it's you know, again, part of why I'm here in the whole thing, and like, you know, making sure that your shit is on facts and everything else. When it happens to my enemies, I'm okay with it. When it happens to my friends, I'm not okay with it. This is conditional ethics, right? And it is the slippery slope. If you want to say that slippery slope arguments, you know, can exist, this is it, right? Like, it allows you to excuse behaviors that you wouldn't normally excuse just because your people are doing it, and that's a fucking problem.
We're already seeing unprecedented threats to free speech under the current administration.
God damn it. We got 5 hours, 22 minutes, 38 seconds in, and only now unprecedented.
Trump throwing tons of lawsuits at any media outlet who says things he doesn't like. Even if Trump's lawsuits don't have legal merit, it doesn't matter. Litigation is expensive. Even if you win your case, you might be millions in the hole. So even the biggest of media juggernauts who can afford to settle a few lawsuits might choose to err on the side of caution rather than risk being sued for criticizing King D. Any regulatory framework, like No Fakes and similar legislation that could make speech and independent journalism even more difficult in the current climate, poses a massive threat to public discourse. Damn it. Sorry, I've just received a DMCA takedown notice from Heckler's Industries, despite the fact that this video is fair use. Fallacious DMCA notices are common on YouTube and often serve as a way for companies to target creators' free speech. While DMCA has a counter-notice system to address this, the No Fakes Act does not. Malicious actors could file frivolous AI-generated content complaints, pressure platforms to take down legitimate speech for fear of legal repercussions, with massive consequences for creators, and limited recourse to easily restore content if the system is abused.
Bills like No Fakes might actually increase the possibility that artists lose control over their likeness or work. Big media companies would likely be incentivized to use the framework of this legislation to pressure less established artists into selling over the right to their work or likeness early in their careers, giving big media companies, movie studios, music labels, or talent agencies the exclusive right and control to make AI-generated versions of someone's work or identity. Again and again, legislation that's peddled as protecting human artists will likely result in a world that gives large media companies more control over artists and their work than ever before. That might be why the ACLU, the Center for Democracy and Technology, the EFF, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, and many more organizations have spoken out against laws like No Fakes and similar bills like the No AI Fraud Act. In a letter these organizations wrote to legislators, they stated,
"We all share the goal of maximizing AI's benefits while minimizing harms to artists, creators, and the general public. Unfortunately, the No AI Fraud Act and No Fakes Act sail wide of the mark, sweeping in far too much legitimate speech, increasing the risk that performers and their heirs could lose control over their performing rights, and endangering wide swaths of non-commercial, First Amendment protected activities. We applaud Congress for its desire to protect consumers and creators. Unfortunately, the No AI Fraud Act and No Fakes Act would make the situation worse rather than better."
While I sympathize with those who want to regulate the most horrific and grotesque uses of AI technology, we have to be extremely careful when those who claim to fight in our names propose legislation that's way too broad or that consolidates too much power in the hands of the few.
What's being proposed is let's take as broad a sort of commercial property framework of right of publicity, make that a federal rule, make it a lot harder to talk about famous people, and give them essentially more ways to sue you for talking about them in ways that you don't like.
But in the face of an uncertain future, what route should artists?
Imagine if your congressman could sue you for talking shit about your congressman.
Take? Aren't law
Imagine if Elon Musk could sue you for talking about Elon Musk.
lawsuits or legislation the only thing we have?
I think, for most creators, they have been sort of fed this line that we are in a world that you have to pick a side. You have to pick which industry titan you line up with. Do you line up with big tech or do you line up with big content? And you need to be a cheerleader for one of these sides. And so if big content is your side and they want more copyright, then you must want more copyright too. And I think that's kind of a lie that a lot of people have been fed, that neither of them are acting in your interest.
In whose name?
And that speaks to Larry's point there about team sports.
Are we really fighting for? In this debate, again and again, we see individuals invoke the idea of the human artist, support human artists, the human artistry campaign. The figure of the artist haunts this discourse as the subject of some faux emancipatory humanism it claims to profess. But in no place are the risks of humanism clearer when emancipatory humanism becomes reactionary humanism. We forget what it is we're actually fighting against. When we're having this conversation on AI and art, we forget that we're having this conversation in a particular place at a particular time, bound by the frameworks given to us by our socio-political conditions. Copyright hasn't always existed. Art is as old as human culture. Law is as old as civilization, yet copyright law is only 200 years old. So why did copyright and intellectual property emerge when it did? Now, we know why copyright exists on paper. Our society has decided that it's valuable to give creators control over who can distribute and claim ownership over creative works because supposedly this economically and socially incentivizes artistic and intellectual innovation. Now, in theory, that might sound like a good idea, but probably because you're living in a capitalist society in the 21st century where the philosophies behind copyright and intellectual property are drilled into our brains. To understand our current artistic crisis, we have to briefly recount the history of artistic production. What is art? Not in a philosophical sense, we could go on forever about that, but what function does art play in our society? Since creative works have the potential to make money, they're treated as a form of property, intellectual property. This should all be a familiar bedtime story, but underlying property rights is the Western cultural figure of the human, as that entity which has these inalienable rights. Remember the point that I keep bringing up about humanism? Our entire social order, our understanding of the world is premised on a specific Western Enlightenment idea of what it means to be human and how our society should be organized to accommodate that meaning. When some individuals tried to seek copyright protections for AI works, it didn't fit into the social schema. So the US Copyright Office stood its ground, and a judge ruled that human authorship is an essential part of a valid copyright claim. So even though Western humanism seems like an abstract philosophical idea, it's a framework that underlies how we think about governance, culture, and yes, art. The consequences of this philosophy are vast, but in terms of art, it's the reason many of us believe art can only ever be the product of human individual genius, originality, and innovation. But that's not what art can only ever be, because that's not the only thing art has ever been. This way of thinking about art as an individual human product emerged out of a particular set of historical conditions. In the medieval period, the concept of artistic originality or creativity wasn't really a thing. This type of thinking wasn't just discouraged, it didn't even fit into the framework of what people thought art's whole purpose was. Medieval culture considered creative work as a form of skilled labor, similar to, say, making a shoe. You were expected to master a set of traditional rules, imitate the existing aesthetic order of beauty, and maintain cultural continuity. Your craft was not your craft, but an expression of God's creation. The name of the game was mimicry, both in theory and practice. Reusing, copying, and compiling existing works was
not mimicry. I'm having a wonderful time.
Totally normal and encouraged. Imitation was unironically the highest form of flattery. Take Shakespeare. His works borrow heavily from existing plots, characters, literary figures, and even entire phrases. But really, writers lifting from writers was just the convention. A modern reader might call Shakespeare a fraud or a plagiarist for that, but in Shakespeare's day, the word plagiarism didn't even exist. It's easy to take our 21st century lens and say, wow, art sucked back then. Art today is so much better for encouraging originality. There's really no justification for saying one approach to art is better or worse. It's just different. The 17th century produced Hamlet, and the 21st century produced Shrek. Two different conditions of artistic production, two different masterpieces. But what changed between the medieval period and today? How did we arrive at the figure of the author as we know it today? That of the individual motivated by their original internal inspiration, their genius, their mind, their own personal humanity. Well, something about the structure of society changed. New forms of social coercion and socioeconomic structures necessitated a rethinking of human life itself.
We started to assign texts to authors when the church wanted to punish someone for heresy. So if Galileo puts out a book about the Copernican revolution in the solar systems, we want to figure out who is articulating the heresy so we can torture them. It was really about penal aspects.
Around the early 17th century, hegemonic...
Real quick, just because it popped into my head and we got, an hour left in the video, probably an hour and a half to 2 hours left in the stream. Hey, if you want to support the stream, it's only $5.99 free with the Twitch Prime. You know how this works. Gift a sub by one of our beautiful community members, bits and tips and all that kind of stuff. Really, it really helps. It really helps. Also, if you've been watching, now's the perfect time. We got to pause. Hit that follow button. Especially if you're like a lurker and you're concerned about exposing yourself, to a auditory thing. No, go ahead. Everything's fine. Go right back to lurking. In my opinion, art in and of itself can't be made the same using AI, but I did use AI to teach myself to play guitar because everyone else monetizes it behind a huge paywall. Same with piano. I mean, there you go. The only pushback on the first part of that would be that, AI doesn't make anything. A human uses the tool to create the thing and usually goes through a process of creation with the use of prompts and editing prompts and things like that, and then an editorial process where they decide which images are actually good enough to release out into the world to share with other people. Other than, like, you know, quibbling over process, I feel that that describes the exact way that artists work with their stuff, right? They iterate, they generate, they use their, you know, creative skill to do better and better work, and then they use an editorial process on deciding what gets released to the outside world and everything else. Now, this is in no way saying that, you know, artists don't have skill with a brush or digital brush or any other tool that you use to make art with. They do, right? And some of that shit can take a long ass time to learn. I'm just saying it's not that different from the process of generating a prompt. It's just the prompt for a artist, a traditional artist, and I say this as a traditional artist, the prompt happens internally as opposed to externally. I would also say many of us are flat broke and have disabilities. Oftentimes one leads into the other. I'm not really going to shit on someone in a situation like that who wants something nice around the house or something. And that's absolutely fair. There are people who would, right? There are people who are so adamant in their condemnation of AI that they would include those people as well. And I find that abhorrent.
Institutions like the church wanted to organize and control ideas in new ways. This required a conceptual shift. An author couldn't just function as a person who compiled and copied the sacred order. You can't punish the sacred order, but you can punish a person. To enact this framework,
watch me punish the sacred order. No sacred cows, right? I'll punish your sacred order.
The author had to become an entity that the state could hold responsible for their work. Even as the church lost its societal grip with the rise of the modern secular capitalist state in the 18th century, dominant institutions still needed a way to suppress transgressive ideas. With the rise of the modern legal system came the rise of the modern carceral state, and an accompanying ideology of individual discipline. Through this lens, authorship slowly became codified as a legal concept, as a way to control the flow of meaning and shape it to conform within a new capitalist system of private property. Creative works were now conceived as products of individual minds. The author was no longer a great compiler, but a figure whose work reflected the character of the writer. By attaching work to an individual's mind, soul, and identity, the social system could hold that individual economically and socially accountable for their creations.
And as mentioned in previous streams, prompting and AI make art more accessible. Prompting, for the most part, is entirely text-based, which means that it can be dictated through software, enabling hands-free operation. Absolutely, Mike.
Within this framework, the state could punish you, an individual, for writing transgressive material, as the English court did to Oscar Wilde when they used evidence of homoerotic themes in his work to demonstrate gross indecency. But the system could also reward you for work that fits well within the social schema through new legal frameworks, copyright, and intellectual property.
But for all of this to work, people really had to believe in the idea of intellectual property. But if the church wasn't as fashionable in the 18th and 19th century, what changed in the culture to shift the notion of authorship? Alongside these new social systems came a series of new cultural truths about art that helped reinforce the ideology behind intellectual property. At the end of the 18th century, this new cultural, aesthetic, and philosophical movement called Romanticism changed the ways that the public thought about art. People no longer saw art as a craft chasing old traditions, but as the expression of human subjectivity, individual inspiration, and internal genius.
As authors ceased to think of themselves as either craftsmen, gentlemen, or amanuenses of the divine spirit, a recognizably different, more romantic vision of authorship began to emerge. At first, it was found mainly in self-serving tracts, but little by little it spread through the culture so that by the middle of the 18th century, it had come to be seen as a universal truth about art.
Before the Romantic period, things like painting and music used to be funded by the patronage of aristocrats and kings. But as the old European aristocracies fell, art patronage was replaced with market forces. To sell your work, you needed to take a more individualist approach, one in which art was the product of your original and singular genius. Through these different forces, the development of the modern penal system, the regime of intellectual property under capitalist markets, and the Romantic movement, we see our modern notion of authorship take form.
Our current notions of what art is, what art should be, all of this is socially determined. The philosophy behind how we understand creativity has massive implications in the ways we regulate people's lives. The question is, how long are we gonna let the humanisms of the past write our future? When we introduce the question of AI without this history, it might feel like AI represents the death of art or the death of the human soul, but really, AI represents the death of a particular idea about art, a particular idea of the human soul. And maybe, just maybe, these things needed to die? Maybe the system of copyright doesn't actually serve artistic innovation, but the interests of a particular intellectual property-owning class. Maybe the idea of a soul is an archetype that ties people to old myths of purification and control that might actually be destructive to marginalized peoples. Maybe our Western ideas of human or man were built to dehumanize populations deemed in excess of certain 18th century social systems. Maybe our ideas of human freedom are actually discourses of control.
But let there be no misunderstanding. It is not that a real man, the object of knowledge, philosophical reflection, or technological intervention, has been substituted for the soul, the illusion of theologians. The man described for us, whom we are invited to free, is already in himself the effect of a subjection more profound than himself. A soul inhabits him and brings him to existence, which is itself a factor in the mastery that power exercises over the body. The soul is the effect and instrument of a political anatomy. The soul is the prison of the body.
I didn't even know. and Foucault definitely says it way better than I do. I didn't even know I was doing that.
I understand why artists are attached to systems of intellectual property and copyright. It's often the only model of artistic compensation that's presented to us. AI brings serious problems to light. How will artists make a living? How will art survive? How do we stop misinformation? But as we can see, so many of the efforts to regulate AI consolidate power into the hands of large corporations who will exacerbate these problems. But AI art is not a malignant tumor that needs to be stamped out from our system. Our system was always dysfunctional. There's no going back to pre-AI systems in which corporations were already underpaying and exploiting artists. There's no going back to a system in which the means of artistic production are overwhelmingly held by a few corporations. So what then? In an ideal world, maybe we abolish copyright, seize the means of production everywhere, and simply provide people what they need to live. The good old communist hypothesis. But in the meantime, a massive expansion of intellectual property and copyright law is not the way to get there. I know we have concerns about how do we give people credit for their work without copyright? Or how do we compensate art without intellectual property? Fellow YouTuber Shitty Kickflips made a great video about the subject of AI and art and copyright and makes a great point.
I support copyright abolition because
you can just have any name on the internet you want.
I fundamentally value the rights of art and the audience above artistic ownership. The fundamental misunderstanding that people do not grasp about copyright abolition is that it does not seek to fix the issue with fraud. It seeks to fix the issue of fascistically controlling the free flow of art.
But you don't have to be a copyright abolitionist to want to see a world where art, ideas, and creativity are accessible to everyone. Hey, you're probably watching this video for free. Do you know why? Because a small collective of people have decided that they want to organically support this channel and fund my work. At the end of the day, I don't care about owning this video as property as long as I can feed myself, take credit for the labor put into this video, and keep making art. If you want to YouTube poop this video, do it. So much of some of the greatest pieces.
Thank you, Alex. Like, I'm gonna cry, dude. I swear to God. Oh, and this is, like, I don't know how old Alex is, but people talk about, like, all the generations talk about how the younger generations are fucking up. Fuck that. Alex, God bless you, baby.
Of art I've seen have been made by independent creators funded by niche communities. We don't need giant copyright holders to give us their Disney bucks to make good art, or even make a living making good art. I don't need to make $1 billion for a giant corporation to be happy making art. Neither do you. We no longer have to ask for permission, nor should we want to. Now that we know that art has been thought of in different ways in the past, perhaps it's time for us to think of art in a different way for the future. Art as a commons, as a public good from which anyone can iterate and transform. Free-flowing ideas accessible to everyone, to learn from, to build from, to contribute to. And yeah, I'll say it, I think AI-generated work can be a part of that future.
In the late 19th century, when photography came on the scene, artists, especially portrait artists, were scared shitless of how photography could destroy their livelihood. They argued that photography was just a mechanical and soulless form that could never be true art. But photography didn't kill visual art. Instead, it forced visual artists to reconsider the unique strengths of their medium. Yeah, sure, photography might render realistic portraiture useless in...
Yeah, like, it's a thing of beauty, right? Like, it's not just popping off on my man, my entity, my MB, whatever. Alex went and, like, okay, I'm going to make a video, and I'm going to go find out the facts. And then the facts are going to shape the things that I say, not the other way around. Super simple. Like, it's literally super simple. And it wasn't a smooth way to advertise a Patreon, but a little thing, right? In and out, right? In and out. They got their incogni fucking ad revenue at the beginning. They got their little Patreon in there. In and out. Perfect. Love it. It's beautiful. Didn't break the flow.
Some ways, but on the other hand, maybe photography liberates the painter. As photographer Edward Western states, photography has, or will eventually, negate much painting, for which the painter should be deeply grateful, relieving him, as it were, from certain public demands, representation, objective seeing. YouTuber Jonas Cheka made a great video on the ways AI art might model itself after this history.
In short, the tension between painting and photography led artists on both sides.
I think we watched this one. It sounds familiar.
To ask,
show me his face.
What can my medium do? What is my medium capable of that others are not? The exploration of a medium and its possibilities is really one of the most wonderful things about art.
With the advent of photography,
the voice sounds super familiar. I think we watched that one.
The visual artist was free to depict the world in unique ways, to explore visual representations of fleeting impressions, abstract expressions, the unique texture of painting, surreal and unreal imagination. AI-generated images are often noted for their grotesque representations. The warped and unnerving visuals elicit disgust in an intriguing way. Doesn't that kind of resonate with the current cultural waves of body horror and anxiety? Cindy Sherman is an American artist famous for photographic self-portraits in which she depicts herself as different cultural archetypes. Many of her characters feel familiar in unsettling ways, whether it be by depicting the morass of womanhood, class, race, and culture, or sometimes the disquieting distortions of selfhood that force us to confront our obsession with self.
How many eyes in a drawer do you need?
Self-image. Her work resonates especially in the 21st century as self-representation is so ubiquitous in our lives. In 2023, Sherman began experimenting with AI-generated images on Instagram. The unsettling themes of distorted selfhood in her work fit well with AI's surreal and disturbing inhuman depictions. I'm really curious about AI and what it
Apparently, I'm not a real artist, Ribbons. You're not a real artist unless you have a drawer full of eyeballs.
does to images. I was playing around with one of these face tuning apps, the ones that are designed to make you look better, only I was making myself look weird or just different. So I put selfies into one of the AI programs. It creates various types of you: anime, cosmic, apocalyptic, etc. So it was a sort of double manipulation. Yet even some brief experiments with AI, experiments that make total thematic and artistic sense for Sherman, attracted a ton of backlash. And when I put a whole bunch of these new images on Instagram, people were furious. They were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're using AI. Your work is so much better than this." It's as if I'm presenting this as my own work, which seems so ridiculous. I'm just experimenting. It's like a sketchbook. Not all AI art is tech bro slop. Most people have this impression of AI artists as tech bros who sit in a room, type pretty anime girl into Midjourney.
And this is beautiful because they're getting away, like we talked about earlier, with the waxy, weird, thing of AI art, and now they're showing the alternative creative things you can do. I think people get confused sometimes. Sometimes I think people are often confused. It's tough out there. I don't think anyone likes it when multi-billion-dollar companies use AI to avoid paying some poor artists like Bungie was caught doing. To me, it's more like if you're someone who doesn't have 2 cents to rub together, you shouldn't be gatekept from having nice things. For some people, $5 is life or death. They deserve to enjoy something nice too. That's where I stand. I agree. I'm I am never standing in the position where I'm saying, oh, Anthropic is great and OpenAI is great and Google is great. Some of their services that I use, I like a lot, and they allow me to do very interesting things. But ultimately, at their heart, they're a faceless, soulless, multinational corporation that exists to extract the maximum amount of wealth from the world in as monopolistic a way as possible, right? I find them interesting to study from a high level how entities interact. It's like different molds in a dish. You know what I mean? But when I remember that I live in the dish with the mold, I get sad again.
And then post shitty AI trailers on YouTube. But that's not what AI image generation has to look like. There are people legitimately invested in the unique artistic potentials of AI. One such...
And that's why, Nabil, I am super sympathetic and empathetic to anyone who's losing their job or their livelihood or anything else, due to these corporations doing stuff, right? I'm just absolutely. And that's why I'm not I try to avoid being a dick to any of these people. It's when they behave in ways, first and foremost, I'm 90% of the time just attacking people's arguments, not the individual themselves. I appreciate the individual themselves. I'm just, your arguments are bad, dude, and I'm going to treat them like the bad arguments that they are. And then when your behavior gets all weird and reactionary and you think that if people who use AI art as a medium should die and any of that, well, you've gone too fucking far, And you need to be clapped back into a more reasonable point of view about the whole thing. I don't think people should die just because this and that and the third. I'm generally anti-death. No, yeah, 100%, Nabil. We're just talking about the concepts. And I'm 6 hours in, so I'm starting to get a little...
collective of people is called Away, or Are We Art Yet? They have a pretty strict code of ethics. They're anti-tech fascism, they're anti-corporate, anti-impersonation, and respect the wishes of artists who don't want their style used in the AI process. I spoke to the collective's founder, Reach. Her art process looks a lot like traditional art processes. She goes into her work with artistic intention, she programs the different parameters of the model she's using, and rephrases the prompt until she gets a pretty specific desired result. There's tons of programming skill and math that goes into it, which, unless you have a principal disagreement with the decades-long history of computer-generated and digital art, sounds like it fits even the most anti-AI definition of an art process.
The thing is, Larry, is that I don't know that they will, right? Like, again, the important thing to remember about the Godzilla movies, right, is that you had Godzilla fighting some giant monster and a whole lot of people getting stepped on in the city, right? Like, that's the reality of that situation. And that's where we're at now. On one hand, you have, whichever giant monster appeals to you the most to represent the RIAA and the Nichols Group, which is a new entity I learned that I get to hate today, and all the Adobe and the Mouse and all those other entities. And on the other hand, you have the AI companies and Google and Microsoft and like that. And the only thing I'm hoping is that we can kind of like evacuate, I mean, it's like, because... And I kind of hope that the Google monster wins, because that's marginally better than the mouse monster winning, right?
But even then, I don't think it should matter, because all definitions of art are embedded in a social and political context that is subject to change. New technologies always seem like they're going to kill art, but instead usually change how we think about art.
Back then, this was all fairly new stuff, and people were very resistant to the whole idea of going digital.
This concept of a computer that could draw these shapes for you, we were introducing a whole new way of thinking.
This rejection won't destroy AI, it will just ensure that it ends up in the wrong hands. Because in the right hands, human artists can use AI to experiment, speed up a previously tedious process, provide references or textures, or generate interesting work in new ways.
A recent music video by the musician Cuco used AI in its process as well. The process started with assets hand-drawn by the artist Paul Flores, which were then used to train an AI model that helped generate more assets in the artist's style. The animation team then drew basic animations that were then generatively inked and colored. The music video used a combination of human-produced 3D animation combined with a 2D style, and the AI model helped transfer the artist's style between different steps. AI also helped generate some smaller, transitional animations between different frames. Here, AI wasn't used to replace entire teams, but to help an artist-led project that otherwise wouldn't have existed. Wow, this doesn't sound like lazy slop, does it? It kind of sounds like an iterative process.
The thing with using these AI tools is it's not necessarily a linear approach. Everything is very iterative and dynamic with lots of trial and error.
Did AI automate away some human labor? Sure, as much as a pattern brush does, or pre-existing 3D assets in movies, or Flash animation, or using a Premiere animation preset. All of these things replace human labor and cut costs. But without cost cutting, the funds for independent projects wouldn't magically appear. Instead, these projects just wouldn't exist in the first place.
Tell 'em.
This is what automation does. It takes away opportunities and it creates them.
Rather than removing them from the process, it actually allowed them to do a lot more. So a small team can...
Crazy. Here's my number. Call me baby. Thank you for the follow.
Dream a lot bigger.
Maybe you think all AI-generated images look like slop. Maybe you think you can always tell. Not only has this mindset hurt human artists with false accusations, but studies have consistently shown that most people can't always tell. So one day, you're gonna come across an image made by AI, and you're not gonna know. Perhaps you think that image had no artist, but neither does a breeze or a cloud. Yet these things have meaning. Life-changing, gut-wrenching meaning. Because
Meaning that does not exist between two people, like a meaning that exists between just one people's perception of the fucking thing. Jesus Christ.
we give them meaning. I'd like to live in a world where meaning is not predetermined,
Johnny
where no
Prophet.
system is inevitable, where no way of life is taken for granted, where no
I recently made ribs, Johnny, and I thought of you.
art is categorically evil, and where everything is open to change.
In the face of an oncoming wave of AI, it's essential that human artists organize and fight for labor protections. That doesn't mean an expansion of copyright law or a call for the death of AI. Rather, artists can and should demand that the future not just be AI, that the future must hold space for human labor and art. This should be a future that doesn't insist that art look one way, but one that keeps a space open for iteration, free expression, collaboration, and new collective insight. I'd much rather live in a world where AI tools are implemented and created with the help and insight of human artists, not against them. If we don't insist on this future ourselves, Disney and Adobe will insist on their own. But the art question is not the end of the AI skeptics' concerns. Maybe you're down for a reconceptualization of what art is, but there's still the question of labor, the environment, and techno-fascism. Who cares about the future of art when environmental catastrophe or fascism might ensure that there's no future at all? So let's talk about it. We started this section addressing the question of AI and meaning, moved into the question of intellectual property, and now move into the third element of the AI skeptics' concern.
AI will negatively impact labor.
With all this talk about AI replacing artists, what about AI replacing everyone else? No way a robot can push pencils better than a clinically depressed Wagey. These bots can't even pick one up. Before I begin this conversation, we have to acknowledge that most of this is speculative. We don't know what the future holds. It's easy to hype up AI as world-saving or world-ending, but let's briefly address the question of labor. AI's impact on labor, who might be affected the most, and the labor that AI requires to function. Automation has always been a problem. The fucking wheel wrecked my humans carrying heavy stuff business. Good thing I just invested $10,000 in my horse-drawn carriage venture. Oftentimes, new technology doesn't explicitly replace entire sectors of labor. Usually, technology slowly transforms and augments existing industries. New technology rarely replaces the task doer. Instead, the task doer learns to do new tasks with the technology.
In much of the 20th century, automation of traditional work alongside creation of new tasks proceeded in relative balance and was foundational to ways.
The only concern I have, and I'm just going to push play on the video, bro, is like falling into the trap that AI potentially can't replace the human worker, right? Which would be the difference. Like, automation and technology has always augmented the worker, is the common refrain. Potentially, it could eliminate the laborer entirely, which is different this time. But so far, they've been great. I hope they're going to touch on that.
And employment growth, underpinning shared prosperity. New technologies both displaced existing tasks and complemented
And God, when people say the term shared prosperity, I can actually feel like, it just bumping up against my colon.
humans, enabling them to perform higher quality work and generating new tasks.
Daron Acemoglu is a Nobel Prize-winning economist who argues that AI can be pro-worker, as long as we build the social and economic infrastructure that moves us in that direction.
Other economists argue that AI could moderately improve productivity and even reduce economic inequality by making skills that previously required expensive degrees accessible to more people.
For example, one thing that made doctors so goddamn expensive was their expert ability to diagnose diseases. But as we discussed earlier, some research finds that AI might actually outperform doctors' diagnostic skills. Now, if you're an AI hype cultist, you might argue that AI chatbots can and should replace the entire healthcare system. I will not look away if you beat that guy up. But if you're one of the authors of the article, Do We Want Less Automation?, you might argue that this gives previously underpaid medical professionals like nurses access to what was thought to be an expensive and exclusive skill. AI could augment existing professionals' work and level the playing field in certain industries. I'm not a healthcare expert. I'm not going to pretend to know how this works. My arteries probably look like one of those sticks of mozzarella wrapped in salami. But I bring this up as a hypothetical example of how economists think AI could work if we give it the care and consideration it deserves. Care and consideration is key here. While AI probably isn't going to displace all labor, maybe some jobs should be automated? In 2018, anthropologist David Graeber published a book called Bullshit Jobs. In it, he...
Excellent. What up, Schuster? The only robot I could see being cool would be a helper robot that sits in my passenger seat and gets out and helps me lift these stupid trampolines people keep ordering out of my truck. Sure.
He argues that with the rise of contemporary neoliberal capitalism in Western economies, there's been a shift in labor from manufacturing and production to service, administration, and professional work. Graeber argues that maybe, just maybe, some of these jobs don't really need to exist and contribute nothing to the world. Maybe we weren't meant to push pencils for 2,080 hours out of the year. Take Graeber's description of his friend, for example.
He's a corporate lawyer working in a prominent New York firm. He was the first to admit that his job was utterly meaningless, contributed nothing to the world, and, in his own estimation, should not really exist. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever met a corporate lawyer who didn't think their job was bullshit.
I get the hesitation when it comes to calling certain jobs useless. I mean, there's a human-shaped demon in the current presidential administration cutting tons of government jobs to consolidate power in the executive branch. No good. But I'm not talking about cutting every single job with AI. Rather, as Graeber argues, there's no reason we need to be working this much. 9 to 5, 5 days a week just isn't necessary. Several studies show that workers can be just as productive, if not more productive, under a 4-day work week. Oh yeah, and they're a lot happier, because of course they are. Yet Americans, especially, continue to work an excess amount of hours. And for what? What exactly are we doing? There's tons of jobs in finance that just exist to track a number of a number of a number. Does that contribute to social good? Does that require wasting like 60% of a human's life? Many of you in the audience probably work a 9-to-5 desk job. Do you spend every hour of your day doing something that contributes to the world? Doesn't it feel like some jobs just exist
What up, Excel?
exist? Or that some tasks are just done to be done? What is this all for? Do you ever think about how much of your precious, singular human life you spend writing self-effacing emails? No worries if not. Of course, we have to be careful. We can't just cut things and displace millions of people with AI. First, because AI chatbots are currently liars and not capable of much of what they're proposed for. Yet. Two, because many of the people doing bullshit jobs are real people with lives and families. To build a future where labor meaningfully contributes to the world, we have to fundamentally change something about the current socioeconomic system. That's the first part, but that doesn't mean that AI has to be an antagonist in the story. What if AI is just one part of a fundamental restructuring of what labor is? What if it's the first part in restructuring the economic order towards something better? What if AI's antagonism with labor is a symptom of a larger disease in our social order that needs to be addressed? If you don't like the way that tech overlords are suggesting we use AI...
Mike you, Jesus Christ. Michael, thank you for the subby. I appreciate you. I'm sorry you didn't get an alert. Sometimes the alerts are, I don't know, flawed, I guess. Um,
Look at
Everything
this
is
chart.
going
Let's bring it up.
extremely well.
What am I looking at here?
I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
That looks bad.
Yeah, it's probably bad.
probably bad. But thank you, Michael.
Then there's room to build a popular movement that demands something better. Currently, our system prioritizes efficiency because efficiency maximizes profit. But efficiency doesn't have to be a bad thing when we're talking about being efficient for good things. Of the many reasons to hate Elon Musk, one smaller one is the way he's corrupted what it means to build an administration that's efficient. While it's absolutely true that our culture of productivity and moving fast money now aligns with the shitty capitalist mindset of profit maximization, efficiency isn't necessarily a bad thing. If AI could help us with
4 of them, X1011, 4 new alerts.
some administrative tasks so that we can reallocate resources to things like social services, then I'm on board with that. And exploring the option carefully and thoughtfully. And doing things fast doesn't always have to be a capitalist productivity culture thing when we're talking about quickly allocating resources to those who need healthcare, food, or housing. So while Musk's effort to replace government bureaucrats with AI is an authoritarian power grab, that doesn't mean that there can't be a future where the technologies we now or will call AI can't be a part of making the government and economy work for everyone. Take the example of agriculture. The digitization and automation of agriculture with AI absolutely displaces workers. Often, growers can't even afford to implement AI in agriculture, so they have to sell their farms to big venture capital firms. There's absolutely a need to address worker displacement and the consolidation of corporate power. But that's not all AI does in agriculture. When implemented well, AI can help keep food costs down and decrease agriculture's negative environmental impact. As former VP of United Farm Workers Eric Nicholson says,
simply maintaining the status quo and keeping this technology out, even if that was possible, is not a win. This industry is desperately in need of innovation and modernization, but driven from an agenda that is centered in rural communities, centered in human dignity, centered in having a vibrant food system. We want a different set of moral values, but it's the workers actually doing the work who need the skills, the ability, the competence to actually bring these ideas to the fore. So we can truly innovate agriculture in a way that builds our food system rather than hands it over to venture capitalists.
while the worst people on Earth are the ones controlling and implementing AI, if well-intentioned people decide to completely discard the technology, the results could be disastrous. Did Karl Marx say destroy the means of production? Or did he say to seize them? But as we're talking about the labor AI displaces, we must also discuss the labor that AI requires. Tech companies would like to have you believe that AI models are shiny, enigmatic math machines. But artificial intelligence is far from artificial.
AI models require the labor of thousands of human workers tasked with labeling the quality of AI outputs, usually for little pay in exploitative conditions. OpenAI paid workers from Kenya less than $2 an hour to fine-tune its model.
Just for a point of accuracy, right? And it could be a distinction without a difference, but I'm going to make it. OpenAI paid a company to hire laborers to do this in Kenya, and that company failed to come through on what they were supposed to do. Just want to make sure that that's on the record.
By having them label content that included text describing violent, graphic topics, racism, misogyny, torture, murder, and worse. Literally the worst possible topics you can think of.
And the other thing is like when you take a step back from this and how terrible, not exactly better, right? Like, and I said, a distinction without potentially a distinction without a difference. But I just wanted to, like, we're talking about accuracy. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing that really irks me about the, scenario is that, like, as bad as it was to do that to people and then to not provide them with the psychological, because they were supposed to receive counseling, is because they're not Americans. what we Americans have done to the internet, right? And the just absolute, like, what we have done to the internet. And then to ask people who are so culturally divorced from our behavior and ask them to look at it and label it, and it's like, holy shit, right, what we've become desensitized to, you know what I mean? Like, at the very least, they could have had Americans do it, because, like, the trauma would be less, and we could have just, you know, not gotten our health care as opposed to them, you know. It's like, oh God, like, there's a special place in hell for this company.
Many of these workers describe the work as mentally traumatizing, and though the company responsible for the data labeling process offered wellness counselors, their requests to see these counselors were often rejected. AI has been built on the suffering of thousands of people.
Exploitation is never necessary, natural, or just a fact of life. So what do? First, we need to acknowledge that exploitation is an inherent feature of capitalism, and we have to name the system so that we can understand our larger political goals. Capitalism is not inevitable. But what about the issue of data workers specifically? Well, just boycotting AI alone doesn't really address the issue either. Our world is embedded in oppressive global supply chains. The clothes on your back, the coffee you drank this morning, the food you eat, the device you're watching this on, in the current system, there is no escaping the human suffering that underpins your consumption. That doesn't mean throw your hands up and give in. We need to hold companies, people, and the system accountable for exploitative labor practices.
And this is the no ethical consumption under capitalism. The issue is when people take no ethical consumption under capitalism and use it as an excuse other than as, like, you know, demonstrative, right? Oh, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so I'm going to play the fucking Bigot Wizards game on stream and fuck all the people who are offended by it, and they shouldn't get offended by it, because like that's still fucking disrespectful as hell. You still don't have to do that. You can still, while understanding that there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, you can still do your best to make ethical choices, right? You can still do your best.
To do this, we need solidarity, mutual aid, and awareness with the workers involved. Turkopticon is one such movement that advocates for the rights of data laborers who work for Amazon's Mechanical Turk platform. You can support their work right now on turkopticon.net. Get informed about the ghost work behind AI at ghostwork.org and use this knowledge to put pressure on tech companies to pay their workers a fair wage and provide quality mental health resources to those exposed to traumatizing content. And in the long term, some argue that AI might be able to replace this human labor anyways. Maybe in the long term it's a job that shouldn't exist, but that's not the best immediate solution when tons of people depend on this work to live and when many data workers specifically advocate against this. AI forces us to confront a lot of uncomfortable shit about the future, our supply chains,
X is a goddamn mirror,
our work, and the people who control it all. This isn't a problem that's unique to AI, and it's one that predates generative models like ChatGPT. It's easy to point to the new tech in the room and blame it for everything, but completely rejecting AI only ensures that the worst people among us gain control of it. We need people motivated by something other than profit and control to want to see a better and equitable future in the use and development of AI. If it won't be those who want to use AI or machine learning to help restore social safety nets, then it will be Elon Musk who wants to destroy them. If it won't be agricultural communities who want to use AI to assist in producing our foods, then it will be venture capitalists. This isn't a call for AI to be the band-aid that plugs up the axe wound of our economic system. This isn't a call to uncritically use existing AI models without challenging the conditions of their production. This is a call to never surrender to the ruthless infection of capital. AI capitalism or fascism is not inevitable. Well, they can be inevitable if we don't take action. You know what else will be inevitable if we don't do anything? Environmental catastrophe. Which brings us to the next of the skeptics' issues with AI.
4. AI harms the environment.
Here we go.
Did you know that making one AI image takes as much power as fully charging your phone? Did you know one ChatGPT query needs 10 times as much electricity as a Google search? Did you know AI uses as much energy as insert small country? Did you know training ChatGPT has an equivalent energy footprint of driving 123 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles for a year?
Well, I guess I'm all right, since I only own 122 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles. One of the biggest issues people take against generative AI is its alleged environmental impact.
My critiques have been minor and like are definitely based in a particular interpretation of the data, right? Like that, and that's it. You know, like we are definitely, and even like I said, the thing about that there was another company below OpenAI who hired those people, and they mentioned it in passing, right? Like it was in there. So like, yeah, like 100%. This is a top-notch video. This should be the capper, right? This should be the end to all, you know, anti-AI videos. This should be the win. It's over. It's over.
Impact. These headlines sound pretty scary when you read them, but if you look at the numbers and the context behind them, a different picture starts to emerge.
When reading these articles, you might notice some awkward and ambiguous phrasing when the author talks about the issue. Take this sentence in an article from MIT. The International Energy Agency has estimated that global electricity demand from data centers could double between 2022 and 2026, fueled in part by AI adoption.
Look at this chart.
Demand
Let's bring
from
it up.
data centers
What am I looking
could
I don't know,
double,
but it doesn't
fueled
look
in
That looks bad.
Yeah, it's probably bad.
Probably bad.
in part by AI. We're missing a lot of information here, like what is the current energy demand of data centers?
Right, like this is beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I'm so happy. I'm continuing to be happy. Happiness abounds. Alex is continuing to actually pay attention to the facts and data and everything else it presented, and doing it under an obvious left.
Everything is going extremely well.
Extremely well. Doing it under an obvious left wing pro, worker, pro everything. Like, you can't attack Alex for being an AI shill. Like, this, seriously, this should be the end of the conversation. This should be the end of the fucking debate.
How much of that is AI? Do we know how much of data center demand will be driven by AI in the future? The answers don't make as good of a headline. Data centers constitute about 1 to 1.5% of total global electricity usage. Of that 1 to 1.5%,
you would know, X1011, because you're really good with it.
According to our best estimates, AI consumes about 10 to 20% of data center energy. So, in terms of AI's global energy use, it would be 10 to 20% of 1 to 1.5%. A fraction of a fraction. Yet news outlets love to report on the staggering carbon emissions of AI training. It's soaring, it's thirsty, it's shocking, it's insatiable. We'll not only run out of energy, but adjectives too. One of the first studies to bring attention to this issue was published in 2019. The problems with
one more reference, though, like the caveat to my underlying critique for this entire experience is because of the fact that this is 3 hours, I can't grab a 20-minute video and throw it at a streamer. It's like when they say something about like this, right? This section talking about the environmental impacts. I should be able to grab this video that talks about the environmental impacts of AI within the whole series and give that to someone so that they'll actually watch it, right? Telling them you got to skip ahead to 242 in this 3-hour video, they ain't doing that. They ain't doing it, right? You can timestamp a URL, but they ain't doing it, Larry. They're going to see that 3-hour the 3-hour thing and just be like, nah, bro, right? Keep it tight. Keep it tight.
this article and the media reaction exemplify a recurring pattern that needs to stop.
Researchers from the University of Amherst evaluated the carbon emissions of training an AI model for Neural Architecture Search, or NAS. It's a pretty specialized method for designing models. They estimated that it required a thirsty, shocking, insatiable 155,000 pounds of CO2 emissions, or the equivalent of 300 round-trip transcontinental American flights. Then came the headlines. Training a single
See, Alina, this is why I appreciate you, because you're like providing me with another absolute, like, a portion of the conversation that I'm not privy to, right? And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
AI model can emit as much carbon as 5 cars in their lifetimes. Creating an AI can be 5 times worse for the planet than a car. To decarbonize, we must decomputerize. Why we need a Luddite revolution. But a 2021 article demonstrates that the original 2019 article made a major mistake in assuming that NAS searches for architectures using full-scale models, when in reality, researchers often use smaller proxy models to speed up the process and reduce costs. Basically, the original article's estimates were wrong. The 2019 researchers made an assumption that led to them overestimating the AI model's emissions, which ended up being up to 88 times smaller than initially thought. But no big outlets reported this error. Instead, they continued to run with the original angle.
I am confident you're doing crime. Confident.
The first author of the study later expressed regret about the media firestorm that their article caused.
So to my surprise, this paper got a huge amount of press coverage and tons of citations. And while I'm glad that we helped bring attention to the potential environmental impact of these models, unfortunately, I think because our work was targeted for a very technical audience, there's been a lot of sort of hyperbole and misunderstandings about the actual implications of our work.
Yet the mischaracterization of AI's environmental impact continues. I want to make something clear. It's not bad to care about the environmental impact of artificial intelligence. We should always be aware of the ways capitalist industry requires the overconsumption of natural resources. It's good that AI researchers are interested in this issue. With that in mind, I want to make a few claims. 1. Generative AI is not uniquely or exceptionally bad for the environment. 2. Our means of measuring AI's current environmental impact are not very precise. 3. Our means of measuring AI's future environmental impact are even worse. 4. The consequences of overestimating AI.
Honestly, Michael, that's like, yes, this is the kind of thing where you can absolutely go back. And I'm just going to give it to you now. We're going to continue on and finish with the video, but I'm going to give everybody here's the linky if you don't already have it. You take that, maybe watch it again at your own convenience, especially if you came in later and everything else. But the idea that you would be in a space where you were just relaxed and warm and calm and everything else, and that you could fall asleep, that's like a beautiful thing, right? And that you should enjoy that fact, right? Like, there are times when I am sitting there and I'm like, I'm right in that space, and I know if I don't get up and do something, I'm going to nod off. And I really just want to say, fuck it.
Future environmental impact can be just as bad as underestimating them. 5. Many of these problems would be mitigated if tech companies were more transparent. And you might be thinking, well, who cares? If anti-AI backlash pressures tech companies into implementing sustainable practices, does it really matter? Well, it turns out that lies have consequences. Bad reporting, even for a seemingly good cause, can backfire in horrific ways.
When we're talking about AI and the environment, we have to consider 2 different factors. First, there's the demand for AI, which most sources estimate will increase in the coming years. But then there's the issue of energy efficiency. As AI develops, we learn new tricks that make the hardware or software more efficient at doing what it does, which allows it to take up less energy overall. We've already seen improvements in energy efficiency when it comes to AI, but it's difficult to speculate about how future demand will balance compared to efficiency improvements. But what about current energy use? Is generative AI really an energy hog? Well, to my knowledge, not exactly. There are two categories of use when it comes to AI: inference and training. Inference basically means using the AI model as a user. The energy cost of inference varies from model to model.
With Stable Diffusion, generating one image takes about 3 watt-hours. One ChatGPT request takes anywhere from 0.3 to 3 watt-hours.
Wait, a what hour? No, a watt hour. The number is a bit unintuitive, which is why people make scary headlines instead.
You may have heard that using AI takes 10 times as much energy as a Google search. The original research article by Alex DeVries has been cited by countless journalists, but there's tons of problems with it. In DeVries' article, the famous 10 times more energy than a Google.
You mean we shouldn't rely on just a single paper to make a determination? We should, in fact, rely on the preponderance of evidence and go and check that out and, make sure that whatever claims they make are reproducible? You mean we should do something like that as opposed to, I don't know, finding one article or one paper that says something, and then just because it agrees with our preconceived notions, we continue to trot that old chestnut out until we go blind? I'm going to go back and rewatch the parts of the stream I missed, because bringing it back to accessibility, I can do that as you have enabled that capability. Hey, baby. The thing is, there are large capitalist interests who will potentially be harmed by AI, and they will nefariously support spreading this misinformation. Something to think about. Again, when you're pushing, it's important every so often to pick your head up and look around and see who's also pushing with you.
Search figure comes from a quote by Alphabet's chairman, where they say that interacting with an LLM could likely cost 10 times more than a standard keyword search. But this quote is referring to financial cost, not energy. DeVries then cites a confirmed figure on Google's energy costs in 2009 and multiplies it by 10 to suggest a new figure. But that's not how it works. You can't extrapolate energy costs from financial costs. We don't know if it scales in the same way. You can't take some guy's guesstimate about something, multiply it by 10, and apply that number to a completely different thing. And the cited figure for the energy use of a Google search,
right? You can do that, because people did do that, and it's proliferated, so you can do it, right? Like, when people say you can't do something, you in fact can, right? It's not that you can't say slurs. You absolutely can say slurs. You're just subject to all the repercussions, and rightfully so.
From 2009. It's been over a decade. It's highly likely that this figure has significantly changed since 2009, in any direction. I mean, haven't we all? In 2009, I was a girl. But DeVries provides other citations to support his claims. These citations have problems too. DeVries bases one of his figures on research done by SemiAnalysis, which assumes that the average ChatGPT response is about 1,500 words, but the average length is really more around 200 words, which significantly throws off the calculations. SemiAnalysis also bases their calculations on unconfirmed model parameter counts and older, less efficient hardware. On top of that, DeVries' calculations assume that AI data centers use these GPUs at maximum power, but they don't. Models like GPT-4o are typically run on highly optimized setups that don't usually run on maximum power at all times. DeVries himself gives this caveat in the paper, but doesn't factor that into his calculations. So this is probably wrong. When you factor in batching, idle time, and actual user behavior, more recent estimates suggest that a ChatGPT query might use as little as 0.3 watt-hours, literally the same amount as a Google search from 2009, not 10 times more. Oh no! ChatGPT gulps up a whole water bottle every time you talk to it? Journalists love to bring attention to this fact by actually wasting a bottle of water. Why is this man in pain? You don't have to do this. First, we have to consider that the water used to to power the data centers behind ChatGPT isn't destroyed. Some of the water used in the data center cooling process evaporates and the rest is recycled. And not all of the water used by data centers are taken from the shaking lips of children. Some data centers utilize useless wastewater in their cooling processes. But where does this figure come from? The Washington Post was the first to popularize the claim that generating a 100-word email with GPT-4 requires 519 milliliters of water, or roughly an entire water bottle. The authors of the article claimed to have collaborated with researchers who worked on a 2023 article on GPT-3's water use. The original paper claimed that GPT-3 consumes about 500 milliliters of water for 10 to 50 medium-length responses. But the Washington Post article focuses on GPT-4, not GPT-3. So, how was this new figure calculated? After a friendly correspondence with the researcher who worked on this article, I found that the source of this claim lies with an online calculator that computes different LLMs' environmental impact. Though the methodology of this calculator is solid, the actual figures may not be. Estimating the consumption of big proprietary models like GPT-4 carry tons of uncertainties because OpenAI just doesn't release this information. To be clear, they should. This is their fault. But that leaves the creators of this calculator.
True. And that, yes, 100%, right? Like, the lack of transparency is a PR nightmare.
And other researchers in a tough position. Like here, they estimate the parameters for GPT-4 to be in the trillions based on an unconfirmed leak. And even then, their assumption that the active parameters are 550 billion isn't based on anything. And that's a really important part of calculating energy use. We don't know what the actual parameter numbers are. There's a good chance these numbers are highly inaccurate. Not to mention the fact that the main
And often, because here's the thing, is there's whatever the model is, right? GPT-4 had X number of parameters, right? But then what you're using is usually like a mini or a flash or whatever version to do, like your average person, that's the model that they're using, which is it's distilled, right? And the distilled model has much fewer parameters so that it runs faster and uses less energy, less water, all that kind of stuff. So, it's what are you actually doing and what are you doing it with?
ChatGPT model is now GPT-4o, which is way more energy efficient than GPT-4. There are so many more claims.
Just push play on the goddamn
we could debunk or show the ways they're misrepresented, but I think it's better to put this all into perspective. Even if we assume the water consumed by ChatGPT is actually half a liter of water per query, and even if we ignored the fact that many data centers use closed-loop cooling systems, let's compare this figure to the water consumed in producing a single hamburger. 1,695 liters of water for one goddamn burger. One! But as we discussed, water use isn't the best metric since water is typically recycled. Energy use is a better metric. And again, generative AI just isn't exceptional here. Compare one ChatGPT query's estimated 0.3 to 3 watt-hours of energy use to video games. Playing a video game for 2 hours consumes about
Hi, Alex. At this point, right? I'm not, probably not, right? There's no way Alex watches the stream or anything else, but goddamn, Alex.
1,000 watt-hours of electricity.
Did you know watching 1 hour of online video consumes 77 watt-hours of electricity? How long is this video again?
The carbon footprint of ChatGPT writing one page is less than writing one page yourself on a laptop. The footprint of using an AI image generator to make one image is less than using digital art software or traditional artistic tools. I mean, just think about it. Do you think it's more energy intensive to generate a few AI images or to drive to an art store, buy paint produced through an industrial process, drive home, and light your house while you paint?
Exactly.
Why is it that people insist on making ChatGPT some uniquely new environmental evil? So far, we've been talking about individual AI use. But what about training?
Here, we're talking millions of kilowatt hours for training one large language model like ChatGPT. Unfortunately, we live in a capitalist society, which means that there isn't just one model that's trained once, but a bunch of different models that companies are racing to train again and again so that they can claim to dominate the marketplace. And while I'm not going to say that all AI training is useless, there is no reason why every single tech company feels as if they need to develop the next big general purpose model and shove it into all their products. That's greed. That's shit. There's no problem with being pissed off about this. But even then, in context, AI constitutes a pretty small fraction of global energy use, and we really don't know what the future will hold in terms of efficiency or demand. While we hear tons of scary projections, the headlines only serve to tell whatever story the author wants to tell you. We need to understand one important truth about AI and energy. There really is no good way to definitively measure the current share of AI energy consumption, and it's even more difficult to measure future AI consumption. The author of one often cited research article, The Growing Energy Footprint of Artificial Intelligence, expressed concern over the lack of data.
I think every researcher on this topic is going crazy because we're not getting the data we need. We're just doing our best, trying all kinds of tricks to come up with some kind of number. One recent article comprehensively describes the different shortcuts media outlets and researchers use to estimate AI data center use and show how each has significant flaws. Ironically, we just don't have enough data on data centers. Without better data, energy analysts may be forced to take several shortcuts that are more uncertain, less explanatory, less defensible, and less useful to policymakers, investors, the media, and the public.
We absolutely need to pressure tech companies into higher transparency about their practices, including public access to data on data centers. But that doesn't mean that we have to make hasty declarations. And even so, our current best estimates don't paint as drastic a picture as the media. Here's where I want to sound the alarm bells. As with most of the AI discourse, we're being sold this picture that AI is a story about big tech versus the environment. But these sensational headlines and the environmental panic might actually benefit corporate actors and even exacerbate environmental impact in unexpected ways.
There's a reason these tech companies aren't coming out and debunking these numbers or engaging in more transparent practices. They might actually benefit from the narrative that their products are energy hogs.
Notice who keeps getting cited in these articles projecting soaring AI energy consumption. Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, McKinsey, financial giants, people positioned to profit. Institutions with investment portfolios in energy stocks. Invest, invest, invest. While it's true that data center demand will likely increase due in part to AI, state utilities and energy companies are highly incentivized to exaggerate their future projections and encourage overbuilding.
On average, the forecast from utilities of how much electricity demand will grow is overestimated by 2.5 percentage points year after year after year. And again, there's just a structural incentive to do that on the part of utilities that need to justify capital investment in order to make their money. That's just the incentive structure that we have created for them as a society, and they're responding to that.
Panic articles about AI energy use and environmental catastrophe ironically contribute to this hype. But again, we don't really know what's going to happen. We know that there's going to be growth, but we don't know what it's going to look like. There could be massive increases in efficiency. The release of DeepSeek showed that AI models may not require massive amounts of energy to train. Maybe that increases overall demand for AI. Maybe the efficiency gains level things out.
Many of the AI environmental catastrophe articles cite the International Energy Agency's estimates on AI energy use, but there can be huge variability in their projections. Computing expert Jonathan Koomey spoke about the IEA's projections on a recent climate podcast.
The International Energy Agency did these projections. They did two of them in 2024, and they started by trying to do history, and they looked at 2022, and the first study they released in January had a number that was 50% greater than the second study that they released in October. And so even the same institution looking at a historical year had this uncertainty.
Yet, the people claiming to predict what's going to happen are often the people who stand to benefit from growth. Some of the IEA's estimates cite questionable sources for their AI growth forecast.
Pretty credible organizations like the International Energy Agency, they don't release the data, they don't release the calculations in any explicit way. And so that's kind of the first question people should ask is, can I figure out what these people assume? Usually what they're assuming is NVIDIA's business plan is our growth forecast. For AI, they're just saying, well, NVIDIA has this projection for the next few years of how many AI nodes they're going to sell. And they just use that and say, that's what's happening. And of course, there's uncertainty in that.
Yeah, there are problems with estimating future AI energy use by citing NVIDIA's business plan. Obviously, a major GPU manufacturer is going to push for growth in the AI sector. Plus, we don't know how that hardware is going to be used. Will tech become more efficient? Who knows? You might as well invest in beans. Legumes never go out of style.
Again and again, you'll see articles using uncertain projections from sources who want you to believe that the AI energy crisis is around the corner. Hype can happen on any side of this debate, so we have to be careful before uncritically falling off any particular cliff. Right now, wild predictions by utility companies about future AI energy use is justifying investment in gas-fired power plants.
These predictions aren't happening in a vacuum. At the same time that investment bankers and environmentalists have fretted over a potential electricity shortage, utilities across the South have proposed a de facto solution: a massive build-out of new natural gas power plants.
So while it might appear that any effective environmentalist should proclaim AI's energy use as the new frontier of the climate battle, these exaggerated articles and proclamations may actually, in practice...
What up, Daddle Do? Not the best first line to come in on. And quite the rap sheet you've got there. Guess we'll see where this goes.
End up fueling the hype around an industry that might contribute far more environmental harm.
I declared a national energy emergency, and it's so important. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States.
Hello,
Can you
Kochka.
imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it.
The risk of focusing on AI specifically as a driver of load growth is that because it's a hot new technology, it can rhetorically justify expensive emergency action that is actually not necessary at all. There are real risks if AI's energy demands get overstated and utilities go on a gas-driven bender. The first is for the planet. Utilities might overbuild gas plants now, run them even though they're non-economic, and blow through their climate goals.
Now maybe, if we want to stay #positive, there might be a good outcome from all this. A lot of tech companies are seeking more efficient and less scarce energy resources to meet potential demand. The increased building of data centers might lead us to building more sustainable energy infrastructures or making new environmentally positive breakthroughs. But that's a big might. Curiously though, we've already had this conversation about the internet.
Forbes, 1999. Dig more coal. The PCs are coming. Somewhere in America, a lump of coal is burned every time a book is ordered online. Except that turned out to be a lie. All the exaggerated claims about the internet's energy use were lies. Why do we...
The fact that the new arguments are the same as the old arguments, I'm sorry, that's conservative behavior, right? The conservative arguments never change. You can go back and you can see nobody wants to work anymore all the way back to like 1897. You can see kids today are fucking doing the whatever, and you can trace it all the way back to like 1920. Like, these are the same. So if you find yourself doing the thing, maybe you need to reassess your position.
Keep doing this.
In 1999, bombastic claims surfaced that the internet was about to overwhelm the electric grid, eat up half of the energy in the next decade. What happened? The portion of energy used by the internet did increase, but not by the amount predicted. And electricity demand in America actually stayed constant in the following decades. When it comes to scary headlines that claim to know the future, there's one thing we can be certain about. no one really knows what's in store. AI itself can also help address climate change. Predictive AI could help make the energy grid more efficient, reducing energy consumption overall. As we discussed earlier, AI's potential to innovate in agriculture has huge benefits in terms of helping the industry become more environmentally sustainable, reduce food waste, and enhance the nutritional value of ingredients. We do not have to surrender the future to gloom. We can certainly pressure companies to build sustainable resources, research ways AIs could help us with the climate crisis, and make it clear that we don't want 5,000 giant general-purpose models that all do the same thing. And we can push companies to be more transparent about their practices. But the risk of overstating AI's future impact as an energy hog could be tremendous. Over-exaggerated statements about how ChatGPT is destroying the world are not only misrepresentations of reality. As we can see, they serve an energy grid hype machine that does have the potential to destroy the world.
This narrative artificially
Won't someone talk about the energy production hype bubble and when that will burst?
pumps up energy stocks, helps big tech secure more data centers, and encourages the expansion of unsustainable energy sources.
If you really do care about the environment, and you should, hating on AI for this particular reason is not the way to go. You would make a much greater impact by not eating meat for like 1 day a week. Even better, don't eat meat at all. Live a car-free lifestyle. If you can't, encourage your city to change its zoning laws and invest in public transit so that more cities can go.
And again, you can do stuff, right? Like, let's say you live in a place and you need your car to get where you're going. What can you do to like combine trips? I'm huge. I hate when I have to go to the store and that's the only thing I'm doing that day, right? I want to hit the store on my way back from doing something else. I want to combine as many trips into a day as possible. I understand, Johnny. I understand. Not that huge, don't beat yourself up. Fair.
Car-free or fucking carpool. If you really care about the environment, you should all focus less on calling anyone who touches AI ontologically evil and start hating cars. I hate you! My critique of critiques does not mean to absolve blame of the actors involved. If Google is going back on their climate goals, let's hold them accountable. If someone is using AI to impersonate an existing artist, let's hold them accountable. We shouldn't let malicious actors hide behind AI to avoid confronting the consequences of their actions, but to avoid and malign the technology completely in a way that goes against the very values we claim to profess, we have a problem. I genuinely think that we could build a promising technological mass movement that transforms our economic, social, and political structure. I'm not saying that ChatGPT is going to be the hero of that story. We will be. But the technology currently called AI, whether generative or predictive, is not the enemy. And it could absolutely play a role in making the world a better place. We should be inspired to envision beyond the bounds of the current social order. And AI provides one opportunity to do just that.
And that's intentional, right? Textillian is the idea that if the subways feel unsafe, if the subways feel dirty, if the subways feel any of those inconvenient, any of those things, that just promotes certain other behavior. If they flood, it just promotes certain other behaviors. So who's making that noise? Why are they making that noise? And who benefits from them making that noise?
It is possible to work toward a technologized post-capitalism without succumbing to shareholder hype. Because if it's not going to be us, it's gonna be them. In the second and final act of this video, we tackle the last of the AI skeptics' points, AI's role in the rise of contemporary fascism. We'll answer the question of what exactly is happening in the second Trump administration and how we got here. What's our plan going to look like? Or do we think going back to business as usual is a legitimate option? Right now, a group of powerful players are investing everything they have into destroying the US government and installing themselves at the top. We live in an urgent political moment. Why do the techno-fascists think the way they do? What role does AI play in their plans? And importantly, how do we stop that?
If you enjoyed this video, you can support the work on this channel at patreon.com/aretheygay. There you'll find exclusive videos, a regular podcast where I talk with fellow creators, and you'll access monthly discussion groups where I talk directly, with viewers like you. This channel is free to watch, but it is not free to produce. So thank you to my current patrons for making this possible. Owen K, Six Slugs, AE, AFK Bard, Aiden Kadzierski, Aiden Lisandro.
I'll let this play out. I'm not going to subject you to having to sit through the entire Patreon. So the rest of it comes at some future date. We don't know when, and like that. But I'm here for it. I am here for it. This was well worth my time. I hope you feel it was worth yours. I'm done. This is almost 7 hours of stream. This is one of the longer streams I've done ever, and it's been a minute since I did anything close to this. So, where will I send you? I will be back tomorrow morning at the morning time. Yeah, no, Larry. No. I mean, let's be real. 7 hours and I got one sub. You know, you like you're exploiting my labor. I feel laborly exploited. Right? You're not on a good argument.
Even Blum. Eyes of a tragedy.
I win. Capitalism, baby.
5 raccoons in a trench coat.
You didn't pay your token, you don't get to see the duck.
Gabby D'Amico. Gian Belong. Gibran Essa. Gray Rainier. Griff Q.
Alright, I owe Zach a raid. So we're gonna go over to Zach. It was a well-produced, high-quality video. It was like nuanced. The arguments are solid, backed up by data. As far as I'm concerned, that should be the end of the conversation. It won't be, but as far as I'm concerned, it should be the end of the conversation. All right. I appreciate you all. You've been fantastic. I've been Globus. In the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you've forgotten. Always remember that Chuggy loves you, and so do I. Be great.
Juicebox08. Julie Werner, Julia Herzog, Julia Lavender, Jr., Justin Chapman, Justin Nickel, Cara Goolsby.